My name is Rachel Adams. I'm writing this from a motel room in Ocala, Florida, 3 days after we left the National Forest. My hands still shake when I think about what happened, and I've replayed every moment so many times that I'm not sure what's real anymore. But I need to get this down while the details are fresh before I start convincing myself it was something else, something normal. David and I had been together for 4 years when we decided to take the RV trip. We'd bought the RV 6 months earlier, a 2018 Winnebago that David found on Craigslist for a price that seemed too good to pass up. The previous owner was an elderly man whose wife had passed, and he said he couldn't bear to use it anymore. David joked that it was probably haunted, but we laughed it off. We were practical people. We didn't believe in ghosts. The trip to Ocala National Forest was supposed to be a reset for us. We'd been arguing more than usual. Stupid things mostly. Money stress, work stress, the usual erosion that happens when two people live together long enough. David worked in IT and was always on call, always checking his phone. I was finishing my master's thesis in environmental science, and the deadline pressure was making me impossible to live with. We thought a week in nature, just the two of us, would help. We arrived at the Juniper Springs campground on a Tuesday afternoon in late September. The site we'd reserved was decent, a pull-through spot with hookups, surrounded by dense Florida scrub forest. The air smelled like pine and damp earth. Other RVs dotted the campground, maybe a dozen total, spread out enough that you could pretend you were alone if you wanted to. David backed the RV into the spot on his first try, which he was proud of. I remember that specifically because I teased him about it later when things were still normal, when we could still tease each other. The first 2 days were exactly what we needed. We hiked the nature trails, swam in the spring, read books in the shade of the awning. David even put his phone away for hours at a time. We cooked meals on the propane stove and played cards at the little dinette table. I started to relax. My shoulders, which had been practically living up near my ears for months, finally dropped. On Thursday evening, the weather changed. The sky took on that greenish-yellow tint that means something bad is coming. We secured everything outside, brought in the chairs and the little grill, and battened down the RV. The forest got very quiet, that absence of sound that happens before a storm like the world is holding its breath. The lightning started around 8 p.m. Not the distant rumbling kind, but the type that cracks right overhead and makes you flinch. David and I sat at the dinette, watching through the windows as the storm rolled through. Rain hammered the roof, so loud we had to raise our voices to hear each other. "Should we worry about flooding?" I asked. David shook his head. "We're on high enough ground, and these things built for this." The lights flickered twice, then went out. The whole campground went dark. No more electric lights from other RVs. No bathroom building lit up in the distance. Just blackness and the occasional white flash of lightning that turned everything into a photographic negative. We found the flashlights and lit a few candles. David broke out the battery-powered radio, but all we got was static on every station. The storm must have been interfering with the signal. It lasted maybe 2 hours. By 10 p.m., the rain had stopped, though we could still hear thunder in the distance, moving east. David and I went to bed not long after, both exhausted from the tension of watching the storm. I woke up around 2 in the morning to complete silence, the kind of silence that feels wrong, like it's pressing on your eardrums. I lay there in the dark, listening to David breathe beside me, and I tried to figure out what had woken me. Then I heard it. "Rachel." My name called from outside. A woman's voice, distant but clear. I sat up, my heart already pounding. David was still asleep. I waited, thinking maybe I'd imagined it, or maybe it was someone from another campsite who needed help. "Rachel, are you there?" The voice was closer now, and it sounded familiar, though I couldn't place it right away. I got out of bed and moved to the window above the dinette, careful not to wake David. I pulled back the curtain and looked out. Nothing. Just darkness and the vague shapes of trees. No flashlights, no movement, but the voice came again, from a different direction this time. "Rachel, I need to talk to you." That's when I realized who it sounded like. My sister, Claire. But Claire was in Boston. Claire hadn't been in Florida in 5 years. I stood there, gripping the curtain, telling myself it was someone else. A stranger who happened to sound like her. Maybe another camper playing a prank, though that seemed unlikely at 2 a.m. after a storm. "David," I whispered, going back to the bedroom. I shook his shoulder. "David, wake up." He mumbled something and rolled over. "David." Louder now. Someone's outside calling my name. That got him up. He fumbled for his phone on the nightstand, no signal, of course, and grabbed the flashlight. "What do you mean? Someone's calling your name?" "Just listen." We both stood still in the darkness. After a minute, the voice came again. "Rachel, can you hear me?" David's expression changed. He heard it too. He moved past me to the door, unlocked it, and pushed it open. The beam of his flashlight cut through the darkness outside. "Hello," he called. "Is someone there? Do you need help?" No answer. The forest was utterly silent again. Even the usual night sounds, crickets, frogs, whatever else lived out there, were absent. David stepped out onto the metal steps, shining the flashlight in a slow arc. I followed, standing in the doorway. The air was thick and humid, that post-storm heaviness that makes your clothes stick to your skin. "I don't see anyone," David said. "I heard it," I insisted. "You heard it too." "I heard something. Maybe someone's lost out there or hurt." It sounded like my sister. He looked back at me. "Your sister's in Boston." "I know where my sister is, David. I'm saying it sounded like her." We stood there for another few minutes listening. Nothing. Eventually, David came back inside and locked the door. Probably just someone who wandered away from their campsite and got disoriented. Sound carries weird in forests, especially after storms. It made sense. I wanted it to make sense. We went back to bed, but I didn't sleep. I kept waiting to hear my name again. It didn't come. The next morning, everything looked normal. Wet, but normal. Branches and pine needles littered the campground. A few other campers were out surveying minor damage. A collapsed tent here, a blown-over canopy there. David and I walked to the camp host's office to report the power outage and ask if anyone else had gotten lost during the storm. The camp host, a weathered man in his 60s named Tom, shook his head. Nobody reported missing. Power should be back on by afternoon. They're working on the lines now. He studied us. "You folks doing all right?" "Fine," David said. "Just wanted to check." As we walked back to our site, I saw the couple from the RV 2 spots down. They were elderly, maybe in their 70s, and I'd seen them a few times over the past few days but never talked to them. The woman was sitting in a camping chair staring at the forest. Not reading, not doing anything, just staring. "Morning," I said as we passed. She turned to look at me, and something about her expression made me stop. Her eyes were red, like she'd been crying. "Did you hear it?" she asked. "Hear what?" "The voices, last night, after the storm." My stomach dropped. "What voices?" "My husband's voice, but he was right there beside me in the RV. I heard him calling for me from the woods, but he was asleep in bed." She laughed, but there was no humor in it. I thought I was losing my mind. David and I exchanged glances. "We heard something too," I said slowly. "My name, but it sounded like someone I know." The woman's husband emerged from their RV then, carrying a cup of coffee. "Nancy, you bothering these young folks with your stories?" "It's not stories, Harold. You heard them too. You heard your mother." Harold's expression darkened. "My mother's been dead for 15 years, Nancy." "I know that. But we both heard her." We made polite excuses and left them to their argument. Back at our RV, David was quiet. "What are you thinking, Oh?" I asked. "I'm thinking that storms do weird things to people's heads. Make them hear things that aren't there, or..." He paused. "Or there's some kind of acoustic phenomenon we don't understand. Sound bouncing off trees, creating echoes. That's not what an echo sounds like. Rachel, what's the alternative? That something in the woods is mimicking voices?" When he put it like that, it sounded ridiculous. I dropped it. The power came back on around 3 that afternoon, just like Tom had said. Everything returned to normal or close to it. We went for a walk on one of the trails, ate dinner, watched the sunset. Neither of us mentioned the voices. But that night, they came back. I heard David's voice first this time. I was washing dishes at the little sink when I heard him call my name from outside. I turned, looking toward the bedroom where he'd gone to lie down 15 minutes earlier. "David," I called. "Yeah?" His voice came from the bedroom, groggy. He'd fallen asleep. But I just heard him outside. I was sure of it. I dried my hands and went to the door, opened it. "David, were you just out here?" "What? No, I was sleeping." I stepped outside. The sun had set about an hour ago, and the campground was in that twilight phase where everything was blue and gray. I could see the glow of lights from other RVs, hear the murmur of conversation and the occasional laugh. "Rachel." David's voice again, from the trees to my left. "Come here." I froze. Because David was still inside the RV, I could hear him moving around now, getting out of bed. "Rachel, I need to show you something." The voice was patient, calm, exactly how David sounded when he was trying to convince me of something. David appeared in the doorway behind me. "What's wrong?" "Do you hear that?" I whispered. We both listened. The voice came again, from deeper in the forest now. "Rachel, you need to see this." David's face went pale. "That's not me." "I know." "Rachel, please. It's important." There was something hypnotic about it. The voice sounded so much like David that my brain kept insisting it must be him, even though he was standing right there. Part of me wanted to follow it, to see what it wanted to show me. David grabbed my arm. "Get inside. Now." We went back in and locked the door. For a long time, we just sat there at the dinette, not speaking. The voice continued for maybe 20 minutes, alternating between calling my name and calling David's name, though when it called his name, it used my voice. "We need to leave," I said finally. "It's dark. We can't navigate these roads at night, especially not in this thing." He meant the RV. "We'll leave first thing tomorrow morning." "What if it doesn't stop?" "Then we go sit in the car with the doors locked until sunrise." But the voices did stop eventually. Around midnight, the forest went silent again. We stayed up the whole night anyway, drinking instant coffee and jumping at every small sound. At dawn, we started packing up. We were hauling in the awning when Nancy from the neighboring RV approached us. She looked like she hadn't slept either. "You're leaving?" she asked. "Yeah," David said. Something came up. "It was worse last night, wasn't it?" She lowered her voice. "Harold won't talk about it, but I know he heard it too. His brother calling to him. His brother died in Vietnam." I glanced at David. "Did anyone else hear anything?" "I don't know. Nobody's talking about it, but look around." I did. 3 RVs had already left. I could see the empty spots where they'd been, and at least 2 other campsites were in the process of packing up. "Whatever this is," Nancy said, "it started with that storm. Something changed." "Things don't just change," David said, but he sounded uncertain. Nancy gave him a pitying look. "You're young. You still think the world makes sense." We finished packing and were ready to go by 8 a.m. David started the engine, and I was about to get in when I realized I'd left my phone charger plugged in at the back of the RV. I went to unplug it, and that's when I saw her. A little girl, maybe 7 or 8, standing at the edge of the tree line. She was wearing a yellow dress that looked wrong somehow, too bright, too clean. She was watching our RV with an intensity that made my skin crawl. "David," I called. "David, there's a kid." He came around from the driver's side. "What kid?" I pointed, but when I looked back, she was gone. Just empty forest. I saw a little girl, right there. Maybe she wandered over from another site. Maybe. But I didn't believe it. The expression on that child's face hadn't been curious or lost. It had been hungry. We pulled out of the campground 10 minutes later. I kept watching the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the girl following us. but there was nothing. Just trees and shadows and the occasional flash of other RVs between the foliage. We made it about 30 miles before the RV started making a grinding sound. David pulled over at a rest stop, and we spent the next 2 hours dealing with what the mechanic said was a transmission issue. Probably got debris in it during the storm, the mechanic said. Happens sometimes. I can patch it enough to get you to a real shop, but you're going to want to take it easy. By the time we got back on the road, it was early afternoon. We'd planned to drive straight through to our apartment in Gainesville, about an hour and a half away. But the RV was limping now, and David didn't want to push it. There's a state park about 20 minutes ahead, he said. We can stay there tonight, get an early start tomorrow. I don't want to stay in another campground. It's not a campground. It's a state park with RV parking. We'll be fine. The RV needs rest, and so do we. I didn't argue. I was exhausted, and the thought of dealing with a broken-down RV on the side of the highway was worse than one more night in the forest. The state park was smaller than Ocala, less developed. We found a spot in the RV lot, just a gravel rectangle with hookups, no trees or shade. There were only 2 other RVs there, both at the far end of the lot. It felt exposed, but after the oppressive closeness of the forest, I found it almost comforting. We spent the afternoon resting. David tried to call the insurance company about the RV repairs, but we kept losing signal. I dozed on the couch, jerking awake every time I started to drift too deep. In my half-dreams, I kept hearing voices calling my name. Dinner was quiet. We ate canned soup and crackers at the dinette, both of us too tired to talk much. The sun set, and we locked all the doors and windows even though it was still warm. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Around 9 p.m., David's phone rang. We both jumped. He grabbed it, checked the screen. "Unknown number," he said. "Don't answer it." But he was already pressing the answer button. "Hello?" I watched his face change. "Who is this?" He listened for a moment, then held the phone away from his ear. I could hear something. A voice, distant and crackling with static, but definitely a voice. "Is that?" I started to ask. David hung up. His hand was shaking. "It was your voice, calling me, saying my name over and over." "That's impossible, I'm right here." "I know that, Rachel, I fucking know that." The phone rang again. This time, David turned it off completely. We tried to act normal. We brushed our teeth, changed into pajamas, went through the motions of getting ready for bed. But neither of us got into the bed. We sat at the dinette, watching the windows, waiting. The voices started at 10. David. Rachel. David. Rachel. A loop coming from somewhere outside. Both our voices, perfectly replicated, calling back and forth to each other. It sounded like a conversation, like 2 people looking for each other in the dark. "This isn't real," David said. "This isn't happening." "It's happening." "Then what is it? What's doing this?" "I don't know." The voices got louder, closer. I could hear footsteps now, too, crunching on the gravel outside. David grabbed his flashlight and went to the window, but when he shined it out, there was nothing there. "David." My voice right outside the door now. "Let me in. I'm scared." David looked at me. I stared back at him. "I'm here," I said. "That's not me." "Rachel, please, it's dark out here. Let me in." The door handle rattled. David moved fast, shoving his weight against the door. "Rachel, go to the bedroom, lock yourself in. I'm not leaving you." "Rachel, go." I went. I locked the bedroom door and wedged a chair under the handle for good measure. Through the thin walls, I could hear the thing outside. It had stopped using my voice. Now it was cycling through others. David's voice, my sister's voice, voices I didn't recognize. It was like listening to a radio scan through stations. Then I heard David scream. I yanked the chair away and threw open the bedroom door. David was on the floor by the dinette, clutching his arm. The RV door was open, wide open. "What happened? What's wrong?" "It touched me," he gasped. Something touched my arm through the window. I felt it. I slammed the door shut and locked it. David's arm had 3 long scratches, shallow but bleeding. I grabbed the first aid kit and cleaned them while he sat there staring at nothing. "We're leaving," I said. "Right now. I don't care if it's dark. We can't. The transmission..." "I don't care about the goddamn transmission, David. We're leaving." He looked at me then, really looked at me. "What if it follows us? Then it follows us. But we can't stay here." We threw our essential stuff into backpacks, phones, wallets, water bottles, left everything else. David turned on the RV engine, and I held my breath, waiting for the grinding sound. It came, but the vehicle moved. We pulled out of the parking lot with the headlights cutting through the darkness, and I kept my eyes on the side mirrors, watching for movement. For the first few miles, everything seemed okay. Then the engine started making that sound again, worse than before. David was sweating, gripping the steering wheel so hard his knuckles were white. "Just a little farther," he muttered. "Just a little farther." We made it maybe 5 more miles before the RV shuddered and died. David tried to restart it, but nothing happened. We sat there on the side of the dark road, surrounded by forest, and I felt the last of my hope evaporate. "Pop the hood," I said. "Maybe I can see what's wrong." "You don't know anything about transmissions." "I know more than nothing." We got out. The night was thick and humid, full of insect sounds. I held the flashlight while David lifted the hood, but I knew we were wasting time. Neither of us knew enough to fix this. That's when I heard it. "Rachel? David?" My mother's voice. She'd been dead for 3 years. David heard it too. His head snapped up, and he looked at me with an expression I'd never seen before. Pure terror. "Mom," I called back before I could stop myself. "Sweetie, I need your help. I'm lost." David grabbed my arm. "That's not your mother." I know it's not." But the voice was so perfect. Every inflection, every subtle tone. It was exactly how she'd sounded when I was a kid, and she couldn't find me in a store. Patient concern wrapped in love. "Rachel, please. It's dark and I can't find my way." I started walking toward the voice. I couldn't help it. David tried to hold me back, but I shook him off. "Mom, where are you?" "Just a little farther, honey. I can see your light." I stepped into the tree line. The forest swallowed me immediately, the darkness so complete that my flashlight seemed to barely make a dent in it. Behind me, I heard David calling my name, but it sounded distant already. "Rachel, wait." I stopped. That was David's voice, his real voice, not the one from the forest. I turned around and I could just barely see him at the edge of the trees, his flashlight beam searching for me. "Rachel, come back." But ahead of me, deeper in the darkness, I heard my mother again. "Sweetie, you're so close. Just a little more." I stood there suspended between the two voices. The reasonable part of my brain was screaming at me to go back to David, to get to the road, to flag down a car. But the other part, the part that still missed my mother so much it hurt, wanted to keep going, wanted to see her one more time, even if it made no sense. "Rachel!" David's voice desperate now. I turned back toward him, took one step, then another. The forest behind me erupted with sound. Dozens of voices, all at once. My mother, my sister, David, my father, friends from college, people I hadn't thought about in years. They were all calling my name, begging me to come back, saying they needed me. I ran. Branches whipped my face. Roots grabbed at my feet, but I ran toward David's light. He met me at the tree line and pulled me back onto the road, and we stood there holding each other while the forest screamed at us with voices we knew. Eventually, the voices stopped. The forest went silent again except for the normal sounds of night insects and distant frogs. "We need to walk," David said. "Stay on the road. Keep moving until we find help." We started walking. We walked for what felt like hours, though it was probably only 30 or 40 minutes before we saw headlights coming toward us. David flagged down the car, a beat-up sedan with Louisiana plates. and the driver was willing to give us a ride to the next town. "Y'all look like you've seen a ghost," the driver said. He was an older black man with kind eyes and a gentle voice. "Something like that," I said. "This stretch of road's got a reputation," he said. "Folks say strange things happen here, especially after storms." "What kind of strange things?" He was quiet for a moment. "Voices, mostly. Things that sound like people you know, calling out from the woods. Been happening long as anyone can remember. Native folks used to say it was spirits trapped in the swamp. White folks say it's just the wind. Me, I don't know what it is. But I don't stop on this road after dark if I can help it." He dropped us off at a small motel in a town I'd never heard of. We paid for a room in cash, and the clerk didn't ask questions about why we looked like we'd been running through the woods. This was Florida. People probably showed up looking worse. The room was basic but clean. 2 beds, a TV that only got 3 channels, a bathroom with cracked tile. We locked the door and put the chain on, and only then did either of us breathe normally. "We need to call the police," and I said. "Report what happened." "And tell them what? That voices called us from the forest? That something touched my arm? They'll think we're on drugs." "Then what do? We sleep. Tomorrow we figure out how to get the RV towed and get back to our lives. We forget this happened." But we didn't sleep. We sat on our separate beds with the lights on, watching the door until the sun came up. David went to shower around 7 a.m. I heard the water start, heard him moving around in the bathroom. Then I heard the water shut off. "Rachel?" His voice came from the bathroom. "Can you bring me a towel? I forgot to grab one." I found a towel in the closet and walked to the bathroom door. It was slightly ajar. "David?" "I have the towel." No answer. I pushed the door open. The bathroom was empty. The shower was bone dry. The mirror had a thin film of dust on it, like nobody had used it in days. But I had heard the water. I had heard David. I backed away from the bathroom, the towel falling from my hands. That's when I heard the shower start again, this time from behind me. I spun around and David was standing there at the entrance to the bathroom, wet hair dripping, a towel wrapped around his waist. "What's wrong?" he asked. I thought you were already showering." "I just got in. You okay?" I looked at the bathroom behind him, then at the one I'd just left. They were the same room. Of course they were. There was only one bathroom. "Yeah," I said. "Sorry. I'm just tired." But I wasn't tired. I was terrified, because I knew what I'd heard, and I knew that bathroom had been empty. David got dressed, and we went to the motel office to ask about a tow truck. The clerk gave us a number, and we called. The tow company said they could get to our RV by early afternoon and tow it to a shop in Gainesville. It would cost us more than we wanted to spend, but we didn't have much choice. We walked to a diner across the street and ordered breakfast neither of us could eat. David kept checking his phone, even though there was nothing to check. I kept watching the other diners, looking for something wrong, something off. "We should call your sister," David said, "and my parents. Let them know we're okay." What would we tell them? I don't know. That we had RV trouble. That we'll be home soon. "Do you think we'll be home soon?" He looked at me across the table. "What do you mean?" "I mean, do you think this is over? Whatever was happening back there, do you think we left it behind?" "Rachel, there's no it. There was some kind of, I don't know, mass hysteria or acoustic phenomenon or something. But we're 50 miles away now. We're fine." I wanted to believe him, but I kept thinking about that empty bathroom, about the voices that knew exactly who we were, who we loved, who we'd lost. We went back to the motel to wait for the tow truck. David turned on the TV and flipped through the channels while I lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling. A local news station was showing a story about the storm earlier that week, about the damage it had caused, the power outages, the flooding in some areas. Then the anchor said something that made me sit up. In related news, authorities are investigating the disappearance of a family of 4 from a campsite in Ocala National Forest. The family was last seen Tuesday evening before the storm hit. Their RV and personal belongings were found at the campsite, but there's no sign of the family members. Anyone with information is asked to... David turned off the TV. "That's not us," he said quietly. "I know. We're not disappeared. We're right here." "I know, David." But we looked at each other, and I could see that he was thinking the same thing I was. That family had been at the campground. They'd been there during the storm, just like us. They'd heard the voices, just like us. And now they were gone. The tow truck arrived around 2 p.m. We rode with the driver back to where we'd abandoned the RV, and the whole way I kept my eyes on the forest, looking for movement, for shapes that didn't belong. The RV was right where we'd left it. The hood was still up from when David had tried to check the engine. Everything looked normal. The driver hooked it up and started the tow. As we were pulling away, I looked back one more time. That's when I saw her, the little girl in the yellow dress, standing at the tree line. She raised one hand and waved. Her smile was too wide. I didn't say anything to David. What would I say? By the time I looked back again, she was gone. We got the RV to a shop in Gainesville. The mechanic took one look and whistled. "Transmission's completely shot," he said. "I've never seen one fail quite like this. It's like something corroded all the internal components at once." "Can you fix it?" David asked. "I can replace it, but it's going to cost you." We paid for a rental car and drove back to our apartment. It felt surreal walking through our front door, seeing our ordinary furniture and our ordinary kitchen and our ordinary life waiting for us like nothing had happened. That night, David suggested we order pizza and watch a movie, try to relax. I agreed, even though I knew I wouldn't be able to relax. We settled on the couch with a comedy neither of us had seen, and for a little while I almost believed everything was okay. Then my phone rang. Unknown number. I looked at David. He shook his head. "Don't answer," but I was so tired of being afraid I answered. "Hello?" Silence. Then faintly, I heard it, my own voice calling from far away. "Rachel, Rachel, where are you? It's dark and I can't find my way." I hung up. David was watching me. "It was nothing," I said. "Wrong number." He nodded, but I could tell he didn't believe me. The movie played on, canned laughter filling our living room, but neither of us was watching anymore. That night, I woke up around 3 a.m. David's side of the bed was empty. I got up and found him standing at the living room window looking out at the street. "David, come back to bed." He didn't turn around. "Do you hear that?" I listened. At first, nothing. Then very faintly, I heard it. Voices calling from somewhere outside, not loud, not close, but there. "It's probably just someone walking home from a bar," I said. "Or neighbors." "Rachel." His voice was very quiet. "When did we get home?" "Yesterday, after we got the RV towed." "Are you sure?" "Of course I'm sure. What kind of question is that?" He finally turned to look at me, and his expression made my blood run cold. "I don't remember the drive. I remember getting in the rental car, and then... nothing. And now we're here. You're just tired. You probably dozed off." "For 3 hours?" "Rachel, I don't remember any of it. It's like we skipped from point A to point C, and point B just isn't there." I tried to think back. The rental car, getting on the highway, driving home. But now that he'd said it, I couldn't picture any of it. I could remember deciding to rent the car. I could remember walking into our apartment. But the part in between was just blank. "We're tired," I said firmly. "We've been through a lot. Our memories are probably just fuzzy." "Fuzzy isn't the same as missing, Rachel." We stood there in the dark living room, and I realized I couldn't hear the voices anymore. The street outside was completely silent. Not even the usual city sounds. No cars, no distant sirens, nothing. "Come back to bed," I said again. "Please." He did, eventually. We lay there in the darkness, not touching, not speaking. I don't think either of us slept. In the morning, I called the RV shop to check on the repair estimate. The man who answered said they had no record of a Winnebago being towed in yesterday. "Are you sure?" I asked. It was around 2 p.m., a 2018 Winnebago with a shot transmission. I'm looking at our records, ma'am. We didn't receive any RVs yesterday. You sure you have the right shop? I hung up and told David. He pulled up the number we'd called for the tow truck. It didn't exist. The diner we'd eaten breakfast at. I searched for it on Google Maps. Nothing came up. Maybe I'm misremembering the name, I said. Or the location. Or maybe none of it happened, David said quietly. Not the way we remember it. That doesn't make any sense. None of this makes any sense, Rachel, but here we are. For the next 3 days, we tried to pretend everything was normal. David went to work. I worked on my thesis. We cooked meals and watched TV and talked about mundane things. But there was a wrongness to everything now, a slight off-key quality that I couldn't shake. David started sleeping more. Not just at night, but during the day too. He'd fall asleep on the couch in the middle of a conversation, at the dinner table, and when I'd wake him up, he'd look at me like he didn't quite recognize me at first. The voices kept calling, but only at night and only when we were alone. Soft and distant, like echoes. Sometimes my voice, sometimes David's, sometimes other people we knew. We stopped answering phones. We stopped going out after dark. On the 4th day, I noticed David had a scratch on his arm. 3 parallel lines, faint but visible. Where did that come from? I asked. He looked at it like he'd never seen it before. I don't know. Must have scratched it on something. But I knew those scratches. I'd seen them before. The night in the state park, when something had touched him through the window. David, I said carefully. When did you get those? I just told you I don't know. They weren't there yesterday. Then I got them today. What's the big deal? He left the room. I stood there staring at the empty doorway, trying to remember if the scratches on David's arm that night had been on his left arm or his right. I couldn't remember. I should have remembered something like that. That evening, I suggested we go for a walk. Get out of the apartment. Get some fresh air. David agreed, and we headed out just before sunset. Our neighborhood is quiet, tree-lined, safe. We've walked these streets 100 times, but that evening, everything looked wrong. The houses seemed too far apart. The trees leaned at odd angles, and there was nobody else outside. No joggers, no dog walkers, no kids playing in yards. Where is everyone? I asked. David didn't answer. He'd stopped walking and was staring at something ahead of us. I followed his gaze and saw her, the little girl in the yellow dress. She was standing at the end of the block, watching us. David, let's go back. That's the girl you saw, isn't it? At the campground. I think so. She's here. His voice was flat. She followed us home. The girl took a step toward us, then another. Her smile grew wider with each step. We ran. We ran back to our apartment and locked the door and closed all the curtains. David checked every window, every door, making sure everything was secure. When he was satisfied, he sat down on the couch and put his head in his hands. This isn't real, he said. None of this is real. David, we never left the campground, Rachel. We never made it out. We're still there in the forest, and this is... I don't know what this is. A dream. A hallucination. But it's not real. I wanted to argue with him. I wanted to say, of course it was real. We were sitting in our apartment. We were safe. But I couldn't. Because part of me had been thinking the same thing. Then what do we do? I asked. I don't know. That night, David disappeared. I woke up around midnight and he was gone. His side of the bed was cold, like he'd been gone for hours. I searched the whole apartment, the bathroom, the kitchen, the closets, even places too small for a person to fit. He wasn't there. I called his phone. It rang from the nightstand. He'd left it behind. I called his friends, his parents, anyone I could think of. Nobody had heard from him. I should have called the police, but I didn't, because I knew what had taken him and the police couldn't help with that. Instead, I got dressed and got in my car. I drove back toward Ocala, though I wasn't sure I'd be able to find the right place. The roads all looked the same in the dark, but I found it. Or it found me. The campground appeared around a bend, and I pulled into the parking lot. Tom's office was dark, no other RVs in sight. The place looked abandoned, but I knew it wasn't. I grabbed a flashlight from my car and walked into the forest. "David," I called. "David, where are you?" The voices started immediately. My mother, my sister, David. All of them calling back to me, telling me to come closer, to follow them deeper into the trees. But I also heard something else, David's real voice, not a copy, screaming. I ran toward it, crashing through underbrush, branches tearing at my clothes. The voices got louder, angrier, but I kept going. And then I saw him. David was standing in a small clearing, illuminated by moonlight. He was just standing there, completely still, facing away from me. "David!" I shouted. He turned around and I stopped. Something about the way he moved was wrong. Too smooth, too deliberate. And when he smiled at me, it was the same smile I'd seen on the little girl's face. Too wide. Wrong. "Rachel," he said in David's voice. "I've been waiting for you." I backed away. "Where's David? What did you do with him?" "I am David." He took a step toward me. "Don't you recognize me?" "You're not him. I know you're not." "How can you be sure?" He tilted his head. "How do you know the David you came here with was the real David?" "Maybe I've been David all along. Maybe I replaced him days ago and you never noticed." I wanted to say that was impossible, but I couldn't be certain. I tried to remember specific moments from the past few days, conversations we'd had, things he'd said or done, but it was all hazy, like trying to remember a dream. "What do you want?" I asked. "The same thing everyone wants, to not be alone." He spread his arms. "There are so many voices here, Rachel. So many people who got lost in these woods and never left. And we get lonely. So when new people come, people like you and David, we try to, connect. By mimicking us, by trapping us here, by becoming you." That smile again. "It's easier than you'd think. We listen to your voices, learn your patterns, slip into your lives. And eventually, you won't even remember which one is the real you and which one is us." Behind me, I heard movement. I turned and saw more figures emerging from the trees. Men, women, children, all with that same wrong smile, all watching me with hungry eyes. "You can't run," Not David said. "You're already part of this place. You have been since the storm. That's when we got inside. That's when we started learning you." I looked at the faces around me, dozens of them now, all strangers, all watching. And I realized that somewhere in these woods the real David might still be alive. Or he might not. I might have driven 3 hours to find a copy. A shell, something wearing his face. "I want to go home," I said. "You are home," Not David said gently. "You've always been home." I'm writing this from the motel room I mentioned at the beginning. After that night in the forest, I somehow made it back to my car. I don't remember the walk out. One moment I was surrounded by those figures, and the next I was behind the wheel, driving. The campground disappearing in my rearview mirror. I've been here for 3 days now. I'm afraid to go back to the apartment. I'm afraid of what I might find there, or who. My phone rings constantly, always unknown numbers, always my own voice on the other end asking where I am. David's parents called yesterday. They said David came home. He's at the apartment, worried about me. He told them I ran off and he doesn't know where I went. But I know that's not David, not the real one. The problem is I'm not sure I'm the real Rachel anymore either. Sometimes I catch my reflection in the bathroom mirror, and my smile looks wrong, too wide. And sometimes I hear myself calling from outside the motel room, asking to be let in. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I don't know if the real me is still in those woods, screaming for help while some copy sits in this motel room writing this down. I don't know if David ever made it out, or if what came home to our apartment is something else entirely. All I know is that I can't stop hearing the voices. Even now, in the middle of the day, with traffic passing outside and people walking by, I hear them. My mother, my sister, David, myself, all of them calling. All of them waiting for me to answer. And the worst part is, I'm starting to want to answer. starting to think that maybe they're right. Maybe I do belong there, in those woods, with all the other voices. Maybe I've been there all along and everything since the storm has been a dream I'm having as something else learns to wear my face. I should probably stop writing now. Someone's knocking on the motel room door. They're calling my name, my voice, my exact voice, asking to be let in. Saying she's me, the real me, and I'm the copy. Maybe she's right. Maybe I should open the door. Maybe it doesn't matter anymore which one of us is real. My name is Laura Bennett. I need to write this down while I can still remember who I am. Or at least who I think I am. It started 3 weeks ago at Mirror Lake in Utah. I'd driven my RV up from Salt Lake City looking for exactly what everyone looks for when they run away. Space, silence, and a chance to forget. The divorce had been finalized in May, and by September I'd had enough of well-meaning friends asking how I was doing. Enough of sleeping in a house that felt like a museum of my failed marriage. I needed to be somewhere that didn't know me, didn't want anything from me. Mirror Lake seemed perfect. The campground sat at over 10,000 feet, tucked into the Uinta Mountains with the kind of pristine alpine beauty that shows up on desktop wallpapers. The lake itself was small, maybe half a mile across, surrounded by lodgepole pines and reflecting the sky so perfectly it looked like you could fall right through into another world. That should have been my first warning. I pulled into Site 23 on a Wednesday afternoon. September in the Uintas meant most of the summer crowds were gone. I counted maybe 5 other RVs spread across the campground, all positioned with that careful distance campers maintain. Close enough to know you're not alone, far enough to pretend you are. My spot sat on the eastern edge, backed up against thick forest with a partial view of the lake through the trees. The woman at the ranger station had been friendly enough when I checked in, though she'd given me an odd look when I mentioned I was staying 2 weeks. Alone? She'd asked. That's the idea. She'd nodded slowly, stamped my permit. Well, most folks start clearing out after Labor Day. Weather can turn quick up here. You have cold weather gear? I did. I'd been planning this trip since July. Had bought a 0-degree sleeping bag I'd probably never need. Downloaded offline maps. Packed enough canned food to survive a month. I was prepared for isolation. What I wasn't prepared for was what isolation does to you when something else is sharing it. The first 2 days were exactly what I'd hoped for. I hiked the trails around the lake, read 3 novels, cooked simple meals on my camp stove, and went to bed early. The nights were cold enough that I could see my breath inside the RV until I got the heater running. I slept better than I had in months. It was Thursday evening, my 3rd night there, when I first saw her. I was cooking dinner outside, just pasta with jarred sauce. Nothing fancy. Standing at my portable camp table with my back to the forest. The sun was setting behind the mountains, throwing long shadows through the pines. I remember stirring the pot and thinking how quiet it was. Not peaceful quiet, just empty. No birds, no wind, no sounds from the other campers. That's when I felt it. The weight of being watched. I turned around slowly, spatula still in my hand, and looked into the trees. She stood about 30 yards back, partially hidden behind a cluster of pines. Same height as me, same build, same dark hair pulled back in a ponytail. She wore jeans and a gray hoodie, the exact gray hoodie I was wearing. I stared. She didn't move. My first thought was that one of the other campers was playing a joke. Or maybe I was seeing some weird reflection even though there was nothing reflective in the forest. I took a step toward the trees. It, took a step back, maintaining the distance. Hello? My voice sounded small in all that space. No answer. She just stood there. And even from that distance, even in the failing light, I could tell she was looking directly at me. Her face was in shadow, but the angle of her head, the way she held herself, it was like looking at a photograph of myself. I walked closer to the tree line. She moved deeper into the forest, always keeping those 30 yards between us. The trees swallowed her quickly, and after a few seconds I couldn't see her anymore. I stood there until my pasta boiled over, until the hiss of water on the camp stove snapped me back to reality. My hands were shaking when I turned off the burner. There had to be an explanation. Someone who looked like me, wearing similar clothes. A coincidence. The light playing tricks. I was tired, stressed. My brain was creating patterns that weren't there. I'd read about that. How isolation can make you see things, especially if you're already in a fragile mental state. I ate my dinner inside the RV with the door locked. Told myself I was being ridiculous. Told myself I'd laugh about it tomorrow. I didn't go outside for the rest of the night. Friday morning, I woke up determined to be rational about this. I took a long hike around the lake, intentionally looking for other campers. I found one, an older man with a silver Airstream about half a mile from my site. He was sitting outside reading when I walked past. "Morning," he called out. "Morning." I stopped, grateful for the human contact. "How's the camping?" "Can't complain. You up here alone?" "Yeah. You?" He nodded. "Wife passed 2 years ago. I do this every fall. You ever been to Mirror Lake before?" "First time. Beautiful spot." He paused. "Though I gotta say, something feels different this year. Can't put my finger on it." "Different how?" He shrugged. "Just a feeling. You ever get that sense that you're being watched, even when you can't see anyone?" My skin went cold. "Yeah. Actually, yeah. Probably just animals." But he didn't sound convinced. We talked for a few more minutes, small talk about weather and hiking trails before I continued my walk. I didn't mention what I'd seen the night before. What would I say? That I saw myself in the forest? He'd think I was crazy. Maybe I was. When I got back to my site around noon, something was different. My camp chair, the folding one I'd left sitting next to my picnic table, was now positioned 20 feet away at the edge of the tree line, facing my RV. I knew, absolutely knew, that I hadn't moved it. I'd been in too much of a hurry to lock myself inside the night before. I approached it slowly. There was nothing obviously wrong with it, just a chair. But it had been moved, and the only logical explanation was that someone had been in my campsite while I was gone. I checked the RV. Nothing seemed disturbed inside. My phone showed no service. It rarely did up here, but my GPS still worked. I pulled up the offline map, confirmed my location. Everything was where it should be, except that chair. I moved it back to its original spot and tried to forget about it. That afternoon, I drove down to the ranger station, thinking maybe I'd feel better with some human contact. Maybe ask if they'd had any reports of people wandering between campsites. The woman from Wednesday wasn't there. Instead, a younger ranger, mid-20s, name tag reading Josh, sat behind the desk playing a game on his phone. "Help you?" he asked without looking up. "I'm staying at Site 23. Just wanted to check if there have been any issues with people bothering other campers." That got his attention. He put down his phone. "What kind of bothering?" "I don't know. Just someone might have been in my campsite this morning." "You see anybody?" "No." "Anything stolen?" "No." He shrugged. Could have been an animal. Bears will sometimes move stuff around looking for food. It was a camp chair, moved about 20 feet and positioned facing my RV. He stared at me. "That's weird." "Yeah. Look, I'll make a note of it, but honestly, we only have 5 occupied sites right now, and I know all those campers. They're regulars, not the type to cause trouble." He paused. "You sure you didn't move it yourself and forget?" "I'm sure." But was I? That was the thing that had been gnawing at me since I found it. I'd been stressed, sleeping poorly despite the good sleep I thought I was getting. What if I had moved it? What if I'd gotten up in the night, rearranged my campsite in some sleepwalking fugue state and just didn't remember? "There's a payphone outside if you need to call someone," Josh offered. "Service is pretty much non-existent up here." "Thanks." I didn't call anyone. Who would I call? My ex-husband, who'd spent our entire marriage telling me I was too anxious, too paranoid. My mother, who'd think this proved I shouldn't have gone camping alone. My friends, who were all getting tired of my post-divorce crisis. I drove back to my campsite and spent the rest of the afternoon reading in the RV, hyper-aware of every small sound. The wind in the pines, the settling of the RV's frame, the distant sound of water lapping against the shore. As evening approached, I realized I didn't want to cook dinner outside. The thought of standing at that camp table with my back to the forest made my stomach clench, but I also refused to let fear control me. I'd come here to reclaim my independence, to prove I could be alone and be fine. Hiding inside because I thought I'd seen something would defeat the entire purpose. So at 6 p.m. I went outside, set up my camp stove, and started cooking. Rice and beans this time. Simple. Hard to mess up even if my hands were shaking. I didn't turn around. I told myself I wouldn't turn around. I'd cook my dinner, eat it quickly, and go back inside. But the feeling came back. That weight between my shoulder blades. That absolute certainty that someone was watching. I made it maybe 5 minutes before I looked. She was closer this time, maybe 20 yards, standing in the same spot where my camp chair had been, arms hanging loose at her sides. The sun was setting behind me now, throwing golden light across the campsite, and I could see her face clearly. It was my face, not similar, not just someone who looked like me. My face. Same nose, same mouth, same small scar above my left eyebrow from when I'd fallen off a bike at age 8. She wore the gray hoodie and jeans, and her hair was pulled back in a ponytail with a few strands falling loose around her face, exactly like mine. We stood there, maybe 10 seconds, staring at each other. Then she smiled. It wasn't my smile. It was something wearing my smile, something that didn't quite understand how a smile was supposed to look. Too wide, too many teeth. I ran. I don't remember dropping the spatula, don't remember turning off the camp stove. I just remember the sound of my boots hitting the gravel, my hands fumbling with the RV door, the slam as I threw myself inside and locked it. I pressed my back against the door, breathing hard, and waited for something to happen. For her to follow me, to knock, to try the handle. But there was only silence. After a few minutes, I worked up the courage to look out the window. She was gone. The campsite was empty. My partially cooked dinner sat abandoned on the camp table, steam still rising from the pot. I stayed inside the rest of the night, every light in the RV turned on, jumping at every sound. Around midnight, I finally worked up the courage to peer out the window toward the forest. She stood at the tree line, same position, watching. I jerked back from the window, heart hammering. Counted to 10. Looked again. Gone. I didn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that smile. Saturday morning, I packed up. This was done. Over. I'd lost it. I was seeing things. I needed to get back to civilization and probably talk to a therapist. The divorce, the stress, the isolation. It had been too much. That was fine. I could admit that. I loaded everything into the RV, broke down my campsite, and got behind the wheel. My hands still shook, but I felt better now that I was leaving. I'd go back to Salt Lake City, get my head straight, and laugh about this someday. The time I drove 6 hours into the mountains and had a nervous breakdown. I put the RV in drive and headed for the campground exit. 3 hours later, I pulled back into Site 23. I sat in the driver's seat staring at my campsite, trying to understand what had just happened. I'd driven down the mountain road, taken the correct turns, followed my GPS exactly. But every road I took somehow looped back around. I'd pass familiar landmarks, a fallen log, a distinctive rock formation, and realize I was heading back the way I'd come. The GPS kept recalculating, showing me getting farther from the lake, then suddenly showing me right back where I started. I'd tried 4 different routes. All of them brought me back here. My phone showed 2 p.m. I'd left at 11 a.m., 3 hours of driving in circles. I got out of the RV and walked to the ranger station. Josh was still there, still playing on his phone. "Back already?" he asked. "I can't leave." "What?" "Every road I take, I end up back at my campsite. I've tried 4 times. He set down his phone. "That doesn't make sense. There's only one road out of here, and it goes straight down the mountain." "I know that, but I'm telling you, I can't leave. Something's wrong. Are you feeling okay? Do you need me to call someone?" "No. I need you to get in your truck and drive me out of here." He hesitated. Look, I can't just leave my post. Please. Something in my voice must have gotten through to him. He studied my face, saw whatever was written there, and nodded. Okay. Let me radio the main office. 10 minutes later, we were in his Park Service truck, heading down the mountain. I watched the GPS on my phone, watched us get 2 miles, 3 miles, 4 miles from Mirror Lake. Then the road curved, and we were back. Josh slammed on the brakes. We both stared through the windshield at the campground entrance. What the hell? He whispered. I told you. That's not possible. We were heading north. The lake is south of us now. We should be 15 miles away. But we weren't. We were back. Josh turned the truck around and tried again. Same result. We drove for 20 minutes and somehow ended up exactly where we started. On the third attempt, his radio crackled to life. Static, mostly, but underneath it, I could hear something that might have been a voice. Josh grabbed the radio. Unit 7 to base, come in. More static, then cutting through the white noise. Turn back. Say again. Turn back, you can't leave. The voice was female. It sounded like the ranger from Wednesday. It also sounded like me. Josh dropped the radio like it had burned him. He didn't say anything for a long moment, just stared through the windshield at the road ahead. This isn't happening, he finally said. We should go back to the station, figure this out. Yeah, okay. We drove back in silence. Josh dropped me at my campsite and returned to the ranger station without another word. I watched his truck disappear down the gravel road and felt the weight of the forest close in around me. I was trapped. The rational part of my brain was screaming that this couldn't be real, that there had to be some explanation. Gas leak causing hallucinations, carbon monoxide poisoning, a psychological break. But I'd been in Josh's truck, I'd watched the GPS with him, and unless we were both having the exact same breakdown at the exact same time, something was very wrong with Mirror Lake. I went back inside my RV and tried my phone. No service. I tried the emergency SOS function. It spun for a minute, then failed. I was well and truly alone. That evening, I saw her again. Of course I did. But this time she wasn't alone. I'd been sitting at the dinette, forcing myself to eat some crackers and cheese, when movement outside the window caught my eye. 2 figures at the tree line. One was her, me. The other was the old man from the Airstream, except he was also standing next to his own RV, about half a mile away. I could see him through the trees walking around his campsite, moving normally. And yet he was also at my tree line, standing perfectly still next to my doppelganger. I pressed my face against the window, trying to understand what I was seeing. The old man at the tree line tilted his head, studying me. His movements were jerky, wrong, like a puppet whose strings were being pulled by someone who didn't quite understand human motion. Then he smiled, the same too wide smile my doppelganger had given me. I closed all the curtains and turned off the lights. Something was taking us, copying us. I didn't understand how or why, but the pattern was clear. First me, now the old man. Who would be next? Josh? The other campers I'd seen. I needed to warn them. But how? I had no way to call for help, no way to leave. And even if I walked to their campsites, would they believe me? Or would they think I was crazy? Maybe I was crazy. Maybe this was all in my head, some elaborate delusion brought on by stress and isolation. But if it was, why could Josh see it too? Why had he heard that voice on the radio? I spent the night curled up on my bed listening to sounds outside. Footsteps on gravel, branches scraping against the RV's exterior. Voices that might have been the wind or might have been something else, whispering words I couldn't quite make out. Around 3 a.m. I heard a knock on the door. Laura? It was my voice. Laura, open up. It's me. I didn't move, barely breathed. I know you're scared, my voice continued, but I need you to open the door. We need to talk. Go away. I can't do that, not until you understand. Understand what? A pause. Open the door and I'll explain everything. No. Another pause, longer this time. Then, you know I'll get in eventually. You can't hide from me. I am you. I pressed my hands over my ears like a child, trying to block out that voice. My voice, speaking words I'd never said, with inflections that were almost but not quite right. The knocking continued for another 10 minutes before it stopped. I waited another hour before I dared to look out the window. She stood in the middle of my campsite right next to my camp table. But she was different now. Her clothes were wrong. She wore the outfit I'd had on yesterday, not today. Her hair was different too, styled the way I'd worn it a decade ago. And there was something off about her proportions, like someone had tried to build me from memory and gotten the details slightly wrong. Arms a little too long, head tilted at an angle that didn't quite work with human anatomy. She was breaking down, or I was. I couldn't tell anymore. Sunday morning, I decided to find the others. Sitting in my RV waiting for something to happen wasn't an option. I needed to know if they were experiencing the same thing, if they could see what I was seeing. Strength in numbers, right? That's what they always said. I armed myself with a kitchen knife. Ridiculous, but it made me feel slightly better, and left the RV. The campground was quiet. Too quiet. No sounds of generators, no campfire smoke, no people moving around their sites. I walked the gravel road toward the old man's Airstream, knife hidden in my jacket pocket, jumping at every shadow. His campsite was empty. Not just empty, abandoned. The Airstream was still there, door hanging open, but all his personal belongings were gone. Camp chairs, firewood, the book he'd been reading, all vanished, like he'd packed up and left in a hurry, or like he'd never been there at all. I checked the next site. Same thing. RV still present, but completely empty of anything that suggested a human being had recently lived there. By the time I reached the fifth site, I was running. Every campsite I checked showed the same pattern. Vehicles remained, but the people and all their belongings were gone. I was alone in the campground. No, not alone. I could feel them watching me from the forest. All of them. Copies of everyone who'd been here, standing just beyond the tree line, waiting. I ran back to my RV and locked myself inside. The rest of Sunday passed in a blur of fear and exhaustion. I tried to rest but couldn't. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw her standing at the tree line, saw the old man with his puppet movements, saw shadows that looked like people but moved all wrong. As evening approached, I realized I hadn't eaten all day. I forced down some granola and water, knowing I needed to keep my strength up even if my stomach was churning. That's when I heard the RV door open. I'd locked it. I knew I'd locked it, but now it was opening, hinges creaking, and someone was climbing the steps. Josh appeared in my doorway. Normal, human Josh from the ranger station. He looked exhausted, his uniform rumpled, dark circles under his eyes. "Jesus Christ, Laura. I've been looking everywhere for you," he said. I gripped my kitchen knife. "How did you get in?" "The door was unlocked. Are you okay?" "You look..." "The door was locked." He stopped, studying my face. Okay, I believe you. Something's really wrong here. I've been trying to leave since yesterday and I can't. The radio's dead. I went to check on the other campers and they're all gone. I know, I checked too. What the hell is happening?" I wanted to trust him. God, I wanted so badly to not be alone in this. But something felt wrong. Maybe it was the way he stood too straight, too still. Maybe it was how his eyes didn't quite track right when he looked around the RV. Or maybe I'd just been in isolation too long and couldn't trust my own perceptions anymore. "Where were you this morning?" I asked. "At the station. I've been trying to reach someone on the radio, trying to fix my truck." "Why?" "I went to the station around 10. You weren't there." He frowned. "Must have been when I was checking the other campsites." "You just said you've been at the station all morning." He didn't miss a beat. "Right, sorry. I meant I was going back and forth, checking sites, coming back to try the radio. It's all kind of blurred together." I tightened my grip on the knife. "Take off your hat." "What?" "Your ranger hat. Take it off." "Laura." "Do it." He reached up slowly and removed his hat. His hair looked normal, human. But when he smiled, trying to reassure me, I think, The smile was wrong. Too wide. Too many teeth. I threw the knife. I didn't aim well, wasn't trying to kill him. Just wanted him away from me. The knife embedded itself in the wall next to his head. He didn't flinch, just turned his head slowly to look at it, then back at me. That wasn't very nice, Laura. I grabbed another knife from the drawer, the biggest one I had. Get out. We just want to understand you. Is that so wrong? Get out of my RV. You can't keep running from yourself, from us. We're trying to help. I'm going to count to 3. There's nowhere to run, Laura. The lake won't let you leave. It wants you here. It wants all of you. 1. We could be happy here, all of us together. Perfect reflections. 2. He took a step toward me. I raised the knife. Don't you want to know what you really are? Under all the pretense? We can show you. I didn't get to 3. I lunged forward, slashing wildly. The knife caught his arm, drew blood, or something like blood, darker and thicker. He grabbed my wrist with impossible strength, squeezed until I dropped the knife. Then he leaned in close, and I could smell him. Wrong. Chemical. Like plastic melting. You'll understand soon, he whispered in a voice that was no longer Josh's, no longer human. When you see what's in the water. He let me go and walked out of the RV, unhurried, leaving the door open behind him. I collapsed on the floor, sobbing, cradling my bruised wrist. I didn't sleep that night. Couldn't. I barricaded the door with the dinette table and kept both my remaining knives within reach. Outside, I could hear them moving around my campsite. Footsteps, voices, the scrape of something being dragged across gravel. Around 2 a.m., all the sounds stopped. I waited 20 minutes before I looked out the window. They were all there, standing in a circle around my RV. Maybe 20 of them. Copies of me, copies of Josh, copies of the old man and the other campers I'd never properly met. All of them perfectly still. All of them staring at my windows with those empty, wrong faces. And in the center of the circle, in the space where my camp table used to be, there was a hole in the ground, freshly dug, deep enough that I couldn't see the bottom. I watched them for hours. They never moved, never blinked, just stood there in their circle, waiting. As dawn broke Monday morning, they finally left. One by one, they turned and walked into the forest, moving in perfect synchronization, until I was alone again. I should have stayed in the RV, I know that now. But I had to see the hole. Had to understand what they'd been doing, what they wanted me to see. I took my knife and went outside. The hole was about 6 feet across, perfectly circular, walls smooth like they'd been cut by a machine. I approached slowly, every instinct screaming at me to turn back. But I had to know. I reached the edge and looked down. The hole went deep. Maybe 20 feet, maybe more. And at the bottom, barely visible in the morning light, was water. Still black water that reflected nothing. Mirror lake water. I stared at it, transfixed. The surface was so smooth, so perfect. And as I watched, something moved beneath it. A pale shape, rising slowly toward the surface. It broke through with barely a ripple. A face, looking up at me from 20 feet down. My face. But this one was different from the copies I'd seen. This one was older, worn, with hollow eyes and skin that looked thin as paper. This one looked like it had been in the water a long time. It smiled at me. Not the too wide smile of the copies. A knowing smile. A sad smile. Then it sank back down into the darkness. I stepped away from the hole, back toward my RV, tried to process what I'd just seen. The lake was full of them, full of us. All the people who'd come to Mirror Lake over the years, all the reflections that had looked at their faces in that perfect water and seen something look back. The copies weren't trying to replace us. They were trying to bring us home, down into the water where we belonged. Where we'd always belonged. Because we were the reflections. We'd always been the reflections. I don't know how long I stood there trying to understand. Hours, maybe. The sun climbed overhead, indifferent to my crisis. Eventually, I went back inside the RV and sat at the dinette, staring at nothing. That night she came back. My original. My real. She stood at my window, looking in. "You understand now," she said. Not a question. I nodded. "We can end this. You can rest. What happens if I go in the water?" "You become what you've always been. A reflection, returning to the source. And if I don't?" She tilted her head. "You'll stay here, forever, trapped between worlds, neither real nor reflection. We've been watching you, Laura, watching you for so long, since the divorce, since the sleepless nights, since you stopped being sure who you were. You looked in mirrors and didn't recognize yourself. You felt like you were living someone else's life." She was right. God help me, she was right. "The real Laura Bennett died 3 years ago," she continued. "Car accident on I-15. You were the reflection in her rearview mirror, the last thing she saw before impact. And somehow, when she died, you kept going. Stepped out of that mirror and took her place. Lived her life. Felt her feelings. Remembered her memories. But you were always just a copy, just a reflection, pretending to be real." I started crying. I couldn't help it. "The lake calls us home," she said softly. "All of us. Every reflection that ever stayed too long looked too deeply, wanted too much to be real. We belong in the water, Laura. We belong with the source. I don't want to die. You're already dead. You've been dead for 3 years. You just didn't know it." I looked down at my hands. They seemed solid enough. Real enough. But maybe she was right. Maybe I'd been living on borrowed time, borrowed reality, a reflection that refused to fade. "Will it hurt?" I asked. "No. It's just like going to sleep. And when you wake up, you'll be with all the others. All the reflections. We take care of each other down there. It's peaceful." I wanted to believe her. Part of me did believe her, but another part, the part that had driven 6 hours into these mountains looking for peace, looking for myself, that part still wanted to fight. "I need time to think." She nodded. "I'll be here. I'll always be here." She faded back into the darkness, and I was alone again. That was 3 days ago. I've been writing this down ever since, trying to make sense of it, trying to decide what to do. The hole in my campsite is still there, the water at the bottom still and dark. Sometimes I see them in the forest, watching, waiting. I've tried leaving again. The roads still loop back. I'm still trapped. Yesterday I went to Josh's ranger station. He was there, the real Josh, or what was left of him. He'd hanged himself from the ceiling beam, his ranger hat placed neatly on the desk below. There was a note. "Better this than becoming something else." I'm not sure I disagree. I've been standing at the edge of the hole for the past hour. The water calls to me. I can feel it pulling, inviting, promising rest. The copies gather at the tree line, patient. My original stands closest, her hand extended, offering. Maybe she's right. Maybe I am just a reflection, a copy that overstayed its welcome. Maybe the real Laura Bennett did die 3 years ago, and I'm just the ghost of her final glance in the rearview mirror, given form by some property of Mirror Lake that I don't understand. Or maybe this is all a trick. Maybe I'm real and she's the copy, and if I give in, if I walk into that water, I'll be giving up my life for nothing. I don't know anymore. I can't tell the difference between memory and imagination, between what I experienced and what I've convinced myself happened. The divorce. Did it really happen? Or did I just inherit those memories from a dead woman? My childhood, my friends, my life, are any of them real? When I look in the side mirror of my RV, my reflection doesn't quite match my movements anymore. There's a lag, like a bad video stream. And sometimes when I'm not looking directly at it, I swear I see it move on its own. I think I'm going to go into the water tonight. Not because I believe her. Not because I think I'm really a reflection. But because I can't live like this anymore. Can't live not knowing what's real. Questioning every memory, every thought, every moment of existence. 3 years or 30, real or reflection. What difference does it make if I can't trust any of it? The water promises peace. Maybe that's enough. Or maybe I'll wake up tomorrow and this will all have been a dream. Maybe I'll drive down the mountain and check myself into a hospital and get the help I need. Maybe the rational explanation is the right one. Carbon monoxide, psychological break, stress-induced psychosis. But I don't think so. I can see them now, gathering in the dusk. All of them. All the reflections. They're beautiful in their way, perfect copies of imperfect people. They're smiling, not the wrong smiles, not anymore. Real smiles. Welcoming. My original stands at the edge of the hole, hand still extended. I'm going to take it. I'm going to... The preceding text was recovered from a laptop found in an abandoned RV at Mirror Lake Campground on September 19th. The RV was registered to Laura Bennett of Salt Lake City, who was reported missing by her employer when she failed to return from vacation. A search of the campground revealed several abandoned vehicles, but no sign of their occupants. A large hole was found at campsite 23, approximately 6 feet in diameter and 15 feet deep, terminating in a small pool of groundwater. Divers were sent down but found nothing unusual. The water tested clean. Laura Bennett's body was never recovered. The case remains open. My name is Kelly Anderson. I'm 34 years old. I work in accounts receivable for a mid-sized insurance company in Salt Lake City, and 3 weeks ago, I went on a camping trip with 5 of my coworkers that I still can't explain. I'm writing this down because I need to get it out and because I keep hearing it. The chanting. Even now, sitting in my apartment with all the lights on and the TV playing, I can hear it underneath everything else. The trip was Marcus's idea. Marcus Chen, our department manager, one of those guys who's always talking about team synergy and building connections outside the office. He'd bought this massive RV, a 32-foot Class A motorhome that he was extremely proud of, and he'd been looking for an excuse to use it. When he proposed the trip at our monthly meeting, most of us were reluctant, but he had this way of making it seem like it wasn't really optional. Voluntary, but strongly encouraged. He'd said with that smile that meant your performance review might suffer if you declined. So 6 of us ended up committed to a long weekend in Fish Lake National Forest. Besides Marcus and me, there was Jennifer Oakes from HR, a quiet woman in her 40s who kept to herself mostly. David Park, another accountant younger than me, fresh out of college and trying too hard to impress everyone. Shanice Williams from customer service, who I actually liked. We sometimes got lunch together. And Robert Cunningham, IT guy, mid-30s, divorced, the type who made awkward jokes that never quite landed. We left on a Thursday afternoon in late September. The plan was to camp Thursday through Sunday, get back Monday morning. Marcus drove the RV with Jennifer in the passenger seat. The rest of us sat in the back, which had a dinette area, a couch, and a small kitchen. David wouldn't shut up about how expensive the RV was, asking Marcus technical questions about the engine and the water system. Shanice and I mostly looked out the windows. Robert played something on his phone with the sound off. The drive to Fish Lake took about 4 hours. The campground Marcus had reserved was on the eastern edge of the forest, a place called 7 Mile Campsite. He'd chosen it because it had full hookups for the RV and was supposed to be pretty isolated. Rustic, he'd called it, a real escape from the digital world. We arrived around 8 in the evening. It was already getting dark, and the temperature had dropped significantly. The campground was more primitive than the website had suggested. There were maybe a dozen sites total, most of them empty. The one other occupied site had a small tent, but we didn't see anyone around it. Our spot was at the far end, backing up against dense pine forest. The only facilities were a single concrete bathroom building about 100 yards away and a gravel parking area. Marcus spent an hour getting the RV leveled and hooked up to the electrical post. The rest of us stood around trying to help, but mostly just getting in the way. Jennifer made coffee in the RV's kitchen. David took pictures of everything with his phone, talking about posting them on the company's social media page. Shanice and I walked to the bathroom to check it out. It was cold and dimly lit, with 2 sinks, 2 toilets, and a shower that looked like it hadn't been cleaned in months. This is going to be a long weekend, Shanice said. Yeah, I agreed. When we got back, Marcus had set up 2 folding chairs outside the RV and was trying to start a fire in the metal fire ring. Robert was helping him, or trying to. It took them another 20 minutes to get it going. We all sat around it for a while, not saying much. Marcus made hamburgers on a small propane grill. We ate them with chips and beer. Jennifer declined the beer and drank bottled water instead. Around 10, David said he'd heard something in the woods. We all stopped talking and listened, but I didn't hear anything except wind in the trees. David insisted he'd heard voices, or maybe chanting, coming from somewhere to the north. Marcus told him it was probably people at one of the other campsites. But when we looked around, we couldn't see any lights from other sites, and the tent site we'd seen earlier was dark. Could be a campfire further in the forest, Robert suggested. Sound carries weird out here. We listened again. This time I thought maybe I heard something. A low, rhythmic sound that could have been voices, or could have been wind, or could have been my imagination. It was too far away and too indistinct to be sure. Probably just locals, Marcus said. This is a national forest. There's probably dispersed camping all over the place. We stayed around the fire for another hour. Jennifer went inside the RV first, saying she was tired. David followed soon after. Shanice and I talked for a while about work, about how Marcus was probably going to use this trip as material for some team-building evaluation. Robert sat quietly, occasionally adding wood to the fire. Marcus had gone inside but came back out with another beer. Around midnight, Shanice called it a night. That left Marcus, Robert, and me. We didn't have much to talk about. Marcus asked about my weekend plans after we got back, and I told him I didn't have any. Robert mentioned something about his ex-wife and their custody arrangement. The conversation died out. I went inside at 12:30. The RV had 1 bedroom in the back where Marcus was sleeping, and the dinette converted into a bed which Jennifer had taken. David had the couch. That left Shanice, Robert, and me with sleeping bags on the floor. Shanice had claimed the spot near the bedroom door. Robert took the space by the kitchen. I ended up in the narrow walkway between the dinette and the couch, right next to the main door. I didn't sleep well. The floor was hard, even with the sleeping bag padding, and I could hear everything. David snoring on the couch above me, Robert shifting around, the RV creaking and settling. And underneath all of that, very faint, that rhythmic sound David had mentioned. I told myself it was wind. I told myself it was nothing. I finally fell asleep around 2 or 3 in the morning. I woke up to Marcus making coffee around 7. Everyone else was still asleep except Jennifer, who was sitting at the dinette reading something on her tablet. I got up, folded my sleeping bag, and joined her. Marcus handed me a cup of coffee. "Sleep okay?" he asked. "Not great," I said. "Yeah, first night camping's always rough. You get used to it." I doubted we'd be there long enough to get used to anything, but I didn't say that. David woke up next, then Shanice and Robert. We ate breakfast, instant oatmeal and toast, and Marcus laid out his plan for the day. He wanted to do a hike, explore the area, get some photos. There was supposed to be a scenic overlook about 3 miles from the campground. Jennifer said she'd rather stay at the camp and read. Robert volunteered to stay with her, saying he had some work emails to catch up on, which seemed to defeat the whole escape from the digital world thing. But Marcus didn't argue. So it was Marcus, David, Shanice, and me on the hike. We left around 9, following a trail that started near the bathroom building. Marcus had a paper map and a compass, though David kept trying to use his phone's GPS until he realized there was no signal out here. The hike was unremarkable at first. Pine trees, some aspens turning yellow, rocky terrain. David took photos of everything. Marcus walked ahead, consulting his map. Shanice and I fell into step together, talking about nothing important. The weather was nice, cool, but not cold. Some clouds, but mostly clear. We reached the overlook around 11. It was a rocky outcropping with a view of the valley below and mountains in the distance. Marcus took photos. David took photos. Shanice and I sat on a flat rock and shared a granola bar. Marcus pointed out various landmarks, consulting his map, naming peaks and ridges that all looked the same to me. We started back around 11:30. That's when things began to feel off. The trail should have taken us back the same way we came, but after about 20 minutes of walking, nothing looked familiar. Marcus kept checking his map and the compass, frowning. David suggested we might have taken a wrong turn, but we hadn't seen any turnoffs. "We're going the right direction," Marcus insisted. "This is north. The campground is north." But the landscape didn't match. The trees were denser, darker somehow. The trail seemed narrower. After another 15 minutes, we came to a small clearing that definitely hadn't been there on the way up. "Are you sure we're going the right way?" Shanice asked. "Positive," Marcus said, but he didn't sound positive. We kept walking. The trail seemed to loop back on itself. After what felt like an hour, we emerged into another clearing. Maybe the same clearing, I couldn't tell. Marcus stopped and studied his map more carefully. "This doesn't make sense," he said. "Maybe we should just backtrack to the overlook," David suggested. "Start fresh from there." "We've been walking away from the overlook," Marcus said. "We're definitely heading north." Except we didn't seem to be getting anywhere. We walked for another hour, maybe longer. My phone had no signal and was useless for navigation. Marcus's compass started acting strange. The needle would spin slowly, then lock onto a direction that didn't seem right, then spin again. "That's not normal," David said, stating the obvious. We ended up in the same clearing again, or one that looked exactly like it. There was a fallen tree in the center, covered in moss. I was certain we'd seen it before. "We're going in circles," Shanice said. "That's not possible," Marcus said. "I've been watching the compass, watching the sun. We've been heading in a straight line." But we were back in the clearing. There was no other explanation. We tried a different direction, using the sun instead of the compass. After another 30 minutes, we were back in the clearing. The fallen tree, the dense trees on all sides. It was the same place. "This is insane," David said. He was starting to panic, I could tell. His voice had gone up half an octave. Marcus tried to stay calm, but I could see the concern on his face. We'd left the campground around 9. It was now at least 2 or 3 in the afternoon, maybe later. We should have been back hours ago. "Jennifer and Robert will realize we're missing," Shanice said. "They'll get help." "There's no cell signal," I reminded her. "They'd have to drive somewhere to call for help. And we have the only vehicle." "Marcus drove," David said. "Jennifer was in the passenger seat. She might have a key." Marcus checked his pockets and shook his head. "I have the only key." We stood in the clearing and tried to figure out what to do. Marcus suggested we pick a direction and just keep walking no matter what. Maybe we were overthinking it. Maybe we just needed to commit to a path and follow it through. We tried that. We picked what seemed like east based on the sun's position and walked in as straight a line as possible. 45 minutes later, we were back in the clearing. "Okay," Marcus said. "Okay, I don't know what this is." David was openly frightened now. Shanice looked pale. I felt a strange calmness, the kind you get when something is so wrong that fear becomes useless. "We should stay here," I said. "If we keep walking, we just end up back here anyway. Let's stay put and wait. Jennifer and Robert will eventually come looking." Marcus didn't like that idea, but he didn't have a better one. We sat down in the clearing. Marcus handed out the water bottles we'd brought. We each had about half a bottle left. We had one granola bar to split 4 ways. We hadn't planned to be out here this long. We waited. An hour passed, maybe 2. The sun started to sink lower. I kept checking my phone even though I knew there was no signal. 4:47 p.m., then 5:23 p.m., then 6:02 p.m. "We need to try again before it gets dark," Marcus said finally. None of us wanted to walk in circles in the dark, so we agreed. We picked what we thought was north this time and started walking. Same result. Back in the clearing. The light was fading fast now. Panic was setting in, even for me. That's when we heard it. The chanting. It came from somewhere to the west. or what we thought was west. Multiple voices, low and rhythmic. Not words exactly, or not words in any language I recognized. Just sounds, repeated over and over in a pattern. "What is that?" David whispered. We stood frozen, listening. The chanting continued, steady and constant. It sounded like it was coming from maybe a quarter-mile away, though distance was hard to judge. "People," Marcus said. "That's people. We can ask them for help." "That doesn't sound like people asking for help," Shanice said, but Marcus was already moving toward the sound. David followed him. Shanice looked at me and I shrugged. What else were we going to do? Sit in the clearing until we died of thirst? We followed the chanting. The forest seemed to open up for us this time. The trees thinned out and we could see a faint glow ahead. Firelight, probably. The chanting got louder. Still rhythmic. Still in that language that wasn't a language. My stomach felt tight. Every instinct told me to turn around, to go back. But back where? The clearing where we'd been trapped for hours? We came to the edge of another clearing, much larger than the one we'd been in. The firelight came from a massive bonfire in the center. There were people around it, maybe 20 of them, all dressed in dark clothes. They were moving in a circle around the fire and they were chanting. We stopped at the tree line, staying hidden. Marcus made a gesture for us to stay quiet. We watched. The people circling the fire were all ages, young, old, some children. They moved in a slow, deliberate pattern, counterclockwise around the flames. Their chanting rose and fell, sometimes almost a whisper, sometimes louder and more insistent. In the center of the circle, I could see something on the ground near the fire, but I couldn't make out what it was. "We should go," I whispered to Marcus. "Wait," he said. "Maybe when they're done." But Shanice grabbed my arm. "Kelly, look." She was pointing to the far side of the clearing. There were more people there, standing still watching the ceremony. They weren't participating, just observing. And even from this distance, even in the dim light, I could see that something was wrong with them. The way they stood, the way they held themselves, too still, too quiet. One of them turned its head. I say "it's" because I couldn't think of it as a person anymore, and looked directly at us. It didn't have eyes, not in any normal sense, just dark hollows where eyes should be. "Run," Shanice said. We ran, back through the forest, branches hitting us, roots catching our feet. The chanting followed us, or seemed to. I couldn't tell if it was actually getting louder, or if it was just in my head. David was ahead of me, then he wasn't, then he was behind me. Everything was confused. We ran until we couldn't run anymore, and then we stumbled into the campground. We came out of the trees about 50 yards from our RV. The bathroom building was there. Our fire ring, everything exactly as we'd left it. The RV's lights were on inside. We stood there gasping, trying to catch our breath. Marcus checked his watch. "It's 8:30. We've been gone 11 and a half hours. "Did that just happen?" David asked. "Did we just see—" "Don't," Shani said. "Don't talk about it." We walked to the RV. Jennifer opened the door as we approached. "There you are. We were starting to worry. Hike took longer than expected?" "You didn't come looking for us?" Marcus asked. "Come looking? You've only been gone." She checked her own watch. "Oh, I guess it has been a while." Robert and I were reading. Time got away from us. "You guys okay? You look terrible." We went inside. Robert was at the dinette with his laptop. He glanced up and nodded. "How was the hike?" None of us answered. We got water from the RV's tank and drank it. Marcus sat down heavily on the couch. David was shaking. Shanice and I stood near the kitchen, not looking at each other. "Seriously, what happened?" Jennifer asked. "You guys look like you've seen a ghost." "We got lost," Marcus said finally. "Took a wrong turn. It took us a while to find our way back." "Lost?" Robert said. "For 11 hours? Did you at least find something interesting?" "No," Marcus said. "Nothing interesting. Just trees." Jennifer made dinner. Pasta from a box, canned sauce. None of us ate much. David excused himself and went outside. Through the window, I could see him pacing near the fire ring, his phone in his hand, probably still hoping for a signal. Marcus sat on the couch and stared at nothing. Shanice and I cleaned up the dishes without talking. Around 10, Robert said he was going to the bathroom. He grabbed a flashlight and headed out. We heard the RV door close. Jennifer went to bed in the dinette area. David came back inside and took his spot on the couch. Marcus went to the bedroom. That left Shanice and me in the main area. We got our sleeping bags set up. Robert still hadn't come back. "Maybe we should check on him," Shanice said. "He's fine," I said. "Probably just taking his time." But 15 minutes passed, then 20. The bathroom was only 100 yards away. It shouldn't take this long. "I'm going to check," Shanice said. "I'll come with you." We took another flashlight and went outside. The night was cold and very dark. Our flashlight beam seemed weak against the blackness. We walked toward the bathroom building, calling Robert's name. No answer. The bathroom was empty. No sign of Robert. No sign that anyone had been there recently. "Maybe he went for a walk," Shanice suggested. "In the dark? After what we just..." I stopped. We both heard it. The chanting. Distant, but unmistakable. That same rhythmic pattern we'd heard in the forest. "No," Shanice said. "No, we're back at the campground. We're safe here." But the chanting continued. It seemed to be coming from the forest behind our campsite, the same direction we'd come from earlier. "We need to get back to the RV," I said. We hurried back, but before we reached it, we saw Robert. He was standing at the edge of the campsite, right where the gravel met the tree line. His back was to us. He was completely still. "Robert," Shanice called. He didn't move, didn't respond. We walked closer, our flashlight beam landing on him. He was still wearing the same clothes, still holding his flashlight in his right hand, but the flashlight was off. He just stood there, facing the forest. "Robert, what are you doing?" I asked. Slowly, he turned around. The flashlight beam caught his face. His expression was blank. His eyes were open, but didn't seem to see us. There was something wrong with the way he stood, the way he held himself, like a puppet with loose strings. "Robert?" Shanice said again. He smiled. It wasn't a normal smile. It was too wide, too tight, like someone had told him to smile, but he'd forgotten how muscles worked. "I'm fine," he said. His voice sounded normal, which somehow made it worse. "Just looking at the stars. You had us worried," I said. "You've been gone almost half an hour." "Have I?" He looked at his watch, that same strange smile fixed on his face. "I suppose I have. I should go to bed." He walked past us toward the RV. His movements were jerky, not quite right. Like he was remembering how to walk, but having to think about each step. Shanice and I watched him go inside, then looked at each other. "That's not..." Shanice started. "I know," I said. We stood outside for a while, neither of us wanting to go back into the RV with Robert. The chanting had stopped, or maybe we couldn't hear it anymore. Finally, the cold drove us inside. Robert was already in his sleeping bag, eyes closed. But I didn't think he was asleep. His body was too rigid, too still. Normal sleeping people shift and move. Robert looked like a corpse. I lay in my sleeping bag and stared at the ceiling. Shanice was next to me, also awake. I could tell from her breathing. I could hear David snoring on the couch above me. Jennifer's steady breathing from the dinette. Marcus moving around in the bedroom. And Robert. Robert who wasn't breathing, or wasn't breathing in a normal rhythm. Every minute or so, he'd take one deep breath and then nothing for another minute. I didn't sleep that night. I lay there and counted Robert's breaths. 1 per minute exactly, for hours. Morning came eventually. Marcus was the first one up, making coffee again. Robert sat up in his sleeping bag, that same wrong smile on his face. "Good morning," he said, too cheerful. Jennifer and David woke up. Shanice and I hadn't really slept. We all crowded into the small kitchen area. Marcus poured coffee. Robert declined his, saying he wasn't thirsty. He hadn't been hungry last night either, I remembered. He'd skipped dinner. So what's the plan for today? David asked. I was thinking we could... Marcus started, but Jennifer interrupted him. I want to go home, she said. I'm not feeling well. I think I'm coming down with something. We just got here, Marcus said. We've been here 2 days, Jennifer corrected him. And I don't feel good. I'd like to leave. Marcus looked annoyed, but he agreed. Okay, fine. We'll pack up and head out after breakfast. But packing took longer than expected. First, Marcus couldn't get the electrical hookup disconnected properly. Then one of the water hoses had a leak. Then the jacks that leveled the RV wouldn't retract. Robert offered to help, but his help made things worse. He moved in that jerky, wrong way, his hands fumbling with tools like he'd never used them before. I've got it, Marcus finally said, frustrated. Just sit down or something. It was almost noon by the time we were ready to leave. Marcus got in the driver's seat. Jennifer sat passenger side. The rest of us piled into the back. Marcus started the engine, put the RV in gear, and began driving toward the campground exit. We drove for about 5 minutes, then we were back at our campsite. What the hell? Marcus said. He tried again. We drove in the direction of the exit, following the gravel road. 5 minutes later, we were back at our campsite. This doesn't make sense, Marcus said. He was gripping the steering wheel hard enough that his knuckles were white. The exit is right there. We're driving straight toward it. How do we keep ending up back here? Same way we kept ending up back in that clearing, Shanice said quietly. Marcus tried a 3rd time. Same result. 4th time. 5th time. Every time, no matter how carefully he drove, no matter what speed or direction, we ended up back at our campsite after about 5 minutes of driving. We're trapped, David said. Just like yesterday, we're trapped here. Don't be ridiculous, Marcus said, but his voice shook. There's a logical explanation. Maybe the road loops or... The road doesn't loop, Jennifer said. She had her map out. It's a straight line from here to the highway. There's no way we should keep ending up back here. Robert laughed. It was a terrible sound, high-pitched and wrong. Maybe we're supposed to stay, he said, but maybe they want us to stay. Who? I asked. Who wants us to stay? Robert's smile widened even more, impossibly wide. The ones in the forest. The ones who are chanting, don't you hear them? We all fell silent. And yes, I could hear it. Faintly, underneath everything else. The chanting. That same rhythmic pattern. It had been there all along, I realized, since last night. Since we came back from the forest. It had never stopped. I don't hear anything, Marcus said. You do, Robert said. You just don't want to admit it. Marcus tried driving out 2 more times. Same result. On the 7th attempt, he just sat there behind the wheel, breathing hard, not moving. We're going to run out of gas eventually, Jennifer said. We can't just keep doing this. Then what do you suggest? Marcus snapped. I don't know, Jennifer said, but this isn't working. David was crying quietly in the back. Shanice had her eyes closed, hands pressed against her ears like she was trying to block out sound. Robert sat perfectly still, that smile on his face, watching all of us. I got up and walked to the door. I'm going outside. Kelly, don't... Shanice started, but I was already opening the door. I stepped out of the RV into the afternoon sunlight. It was a beautiful day, actually. Clear sky, cool temperature, birds singing in the trees. I walked toward the fire ring and sat down in one of the folding chairs. Behind me, I could hear arguing from inside the RV. Marcus and Jennifer mostly. David crying. Shanice trying to calm everyone down. I sat there and listened to the chanting. It was clearer out here. I could almost make out individual voices, though still not words. I found myself paying attention to the rhythm. It had a pattern, a structure. It repeated every 45 seconds or so, the same sequence of sounds. After a while, I realized I was humming along with it, matching the pattern. My throat moved and sounds came out, and they fit perfectly with what I was hearing. The RV door opened. Shanice came out. Kelly, are you okay? I stopped humming. I'm fine. You were... You were making that sound, that chanting sound. Was I? I honestly hadn't realized. Sorry. She sat down in the other chair. What are we going to do? I don't know. Robert's not Robert anymore. You know that, right? I know. And we can't leave. I know that too. We sat in silence for a while. The argument in the RV had died down. I wondered what they were discussing, whether it mattered. What did we see last night? Shanice asked. In the forest, what was that? I don't know. But you have a theory. I did, though I didn't want to say it out loud. I think we saw something we weren't supposed to see. And now they won't let us leave until... Until what? I don't know. Until we're like Robert, maybe. Until we become part of it. Shanice shuddered. That's insane. This whole thing is insane. These things don't happen. They can't happen. But they were happening. That was the problem. We could deny it all we wanted, but we were still trapped here, and Robert was still wrong, and the chanting was still going on, and none of the normal rules seemed to apply anymore. Marcus came out of the RV. I'm going to walk to the highway, he announced. It's only a few miles. I can walk it, get to a phone, call for help. Marcus, we tried walking yesterday, I said. We just ended up going in circles. That was in the forest. This is different. I'll follow the road. Roads don't loop back on themselves. The road in the RV did. That's different. I wasn't paying attention. I'll pay better attention walking. He didn't wait for us to argue. He just started walking down the gravel road toward where the exit should be. We watched him go. He made it about 100 yards before he turned a slight curve in the road and disappeared from view. We waited. 10 minutes passed. 15. Then Marcus came walking back into the campsite from the opposite direction, from the forest behind us. That's not possible, he said. His voice was shaking. I walked in a straight line. I didn't turn around. I watched my feet the whole time. I went straight. I couldn't have turned around. You came from behind us, Shanice said. From the forest. I know, Marcus shouted. I know I did. But that's not where I went. I went down the road. David and Jennifer had come out of the RV now. We all stood there watching Marcus pace and rant. Robert appeared in the RV doorway, still smiling that wrong smile, just watching. This is insane, Marcus said. This is absolutely insane. There has to be an explanation. There has to be a logical... He stopped. We all heard it. The chanting was getting louder, much louder, and it was coming closer. Back in the RV, Jennifer said. Now, everyone back in the RV. We all moved except Robert, who just stood in the doorway blocking it. They're coming, he said pleasantly. Finally. They've been waiting for us. Robert, move, Marcus said. Why? We should greet them. They're our friends now. Marcus tried to push past him, but Robert was surprisingly strong. He grabbed Marcus's arm, still smiling, and Marcus yelped in pain. Jesus Christ, Robert, let go. We should stay and greet them, Robert repeated. Shanice and I pushed past both of them, squeezing into the RV. David and Jennifer followed. Marcus was still struggling with Robert. Finally, he wrenched his arm free and stumbled inside. We tried to close the door, but Robert blocked it with his foot. Robert, please, Jennifer said. Come inside, close the door. But they're coming, Robert said. Listen, they're almost here. The chanting was very loud now. I could see movement at the edge of the forest, figures emerging from between the trees. The same people we'd seen last night circling the fire. 20 of them, maybe more. They walked in formation, still chanting, heading directly for our campsite. Robert stepped aside and they came closer. Some of them were old, some young, some children. All of them wore dark, old-fashioned clothing, and all of them had that same blank expression, those same hollow eyes. Marcus finally managed to pull the door closed and lock it. We crowded around the windows, watching. The figures formed a circle around the RV. They stood perfectly still, perfectly silent now, just watching us. What do they want? David whispered. Nobody answered. We didn't know. One of the figures stepped forward, an old woman, maybe 70 or 80, with long gray hair. She came right up to the RV's door and pressed her hand against it. The door rattled. Once, twice, 3 times. Then she spoke. Her voice was clear and strong despite her age. You saw the ritual. You witnessed what should not be witnessed. Now you are part of it. Now you belong to this place. We didn't mean to, Marcus started, but the woman continued. It doesn't matter what you meant, you saw. And seeing binds you. 3 of you must join us. 3 must take part in the next ritual. Or all of you stay forever. That's not, what are you talking about? Marcus said. But the woman had already stepped back. The circle of figures remained. They stood there, unmoving, for maybe an hour. We stayed inside the RV, not daring to go out, hardly daring to move. Robert had settled into his sleeping bag and was lying there with his eyes open, staring at the ceiling, smiling. Eventually, as the sun began to set, the figures turned and walked back into the forest. They didn't break formation. They moved as one unit, silent now, disappearing between the trees. They're gone, Jennifer said. For now, I said. We tried the engine again. Marcus turned the key. The RV started. He put it in gear and began to drive. 5 minutes later, we were back at the campsite. 3 of us, Shanice said quietly. She said 3 of us have to join them. Absolutely not, Marcus said. We're not doing whatever sick cult thing they want us to do. We're getting out of here. How? Jennifer asked. We've tried everything. We can't drive out. We can't walk out. We're trapped. There has to be a way. We just haven't found it yet. But I was starting to think Marcus was wrong. I was starting to think there wasn't a way out. Not a way that didn't involve doing what they wanted. We spent another night in the RV. None of us slept. Marcus tried the engine periodically throughout the night. Same result every time. Back at the campsite. The sun rose on our 3rd full day trapped there. Our water supply was running low. We had maybe a day's worth of food left if we rationed it carefully. Around mid-morning, David said he had to use the bathroom. The RV's toilet had stopped working. The tank was full and Marcus couldn't figure out how to empty it. So David had to walk to the bathroom building. He took a flashlight even though it was daylight. He didn't come back. We waited an hour, then 2. Finally, Marcus and I went to look for him. The bathroom was empty, no sign of David. We called his name, searched the area around it. Nothing. The forest, Marcus said. They took him into the forest. We went back to the RV and told the others. Jennifer started crying. Shanice just nodded like she'd expected this. Robert rolled over in his sleeping bag. 1 down, he said. 2 to go. Shut up, Robert, Marcus snapped. I'm just saying what we all know. They need 3. David makes 1. They need 2 more. Nobody else is going, Marcus said. But we all knew it was a lie. We were running out of food, out of water. We couldn't leave. Eventually, we'd have no choice. Or they'd come and take us. Either way, 3 of us were going to join them. That night, the chanting started again. Louder than before. Closer. The figures appeared at the edge of the forest, forming their circle around the RV. The old woman came forward again. You have given us 1, she said. We require 2 more. Choose, or we will choose for you. We're not choosing, Marcus said through the door. You can't make us. The old woman smiled. It was the same wrong smile Robert had. We can wait. This place is ours. You will join us eventually. Tonight, tomorrow, the next day. It makes no difference to us. We have all the time there is. She retreated. The circle remained. They stood there all night, silent now, just watching. We huddled in the RV, exhausted and terrified. Robert lay in his sleeping bag, smiling at the ceiling. Around 3 in the morning, he spoke. I can hear them, he said. They're singing. It's beautiful. Why can't you hear it? Robert, please stop talking, Jennifer said. But it is beautiful. And when you hear it, really hear it, you'll understand. You'll want to join them. You'll want to be part of it. He sat up, still smiling. I could go out there right now, walk right into their circle, They'd welcome me. I'd be complete. Then go, Marcus said harshly. If you want to be with them so badly, go. Robert looked at him, that smile never wavering. I can't. Not yet. I'm not fully ready. But soon I will be. And you will be too. All of you. I couldn't take it anymore. I got up, grabbed one of the flashlights, and went to the RV door. Kelly, don't, Shanice said. I need air. I can't stay in here. They're out there. I know. I opened the door and stepped out. The circle of figures remained, but they didn't move toward me, they just watched. The old woman stood among them, her hollow eyes fixed on me. I walked past them toward the bathroom building, half expecting them to grab me, to drag me into the forest. But they didn't. They let me go. I reached the bathroom and went inside. The light flickered. I stood at the sink and splashed water on my face. In the mirror, I looked terrible. Dark circles under my eyes, skin pale, hair matted. I stared at my reflection. And then, very faintly, I heard it. The chanting. It was coming from inside my head, not from outside. From inside. Like it had always been there, and I was only just now noticing it. The rhythm, the pattern, the sounds that weren't words. I understood them now. Not the meaning, but the purpose. They were calling. They were inviting. They were promising something. Completion, maybe. Or just an end to the fear. I stood there for a long time, listening to the chanting in my head, watching my reflection. When I finally went back outside, the circle had grown larger. There were more figures now. Dozens of them. And standing among them, wearing that same blank expression, those same hollow eyes, was David. He saw me and smiled, the wrong smile. Kelly, he said, you understand now, don't you? You can hear them. David, what did they do to you? They made me complete. They showed me the truth. And you'll see it too. You'll all see it. I backed away, retreating to the RV. The figures didn't follow, didn't move. They just stood there waiting. David among them now, one of them lost to whatever had taken Robert. I got back inside and locked the door. Shanice, Marcus, and Jennifer were all awake. I told them about David. Jennifer started crying harder. Marcus punched the wall, leaving a dent in the RV's interior. This can't be happening, he said. This can't be real. But it was real. We all knew it was real. The next morning, our fourth day, Robert was gone. We woke up and his sleeping bag was empty. The RV door was unlocked from the inside. He'd left during the night while we slept, walking out to join the others. We didn't go looking for him. We knew where he was. That left 4 of us. Marcus, Jennifer, Shanice, and me. 4 people trapped in an RV, surrounded by figures who wanted 3 of us to join them. The math was simple and terrible. 3 would go. 1 might stay. Or maybe all of us would go eventually. Maybe there was no real choice at all. We were almost out of food. We had maybe half a day's worth of water left. Marcus was talking about rationing, about making it last. But what was the point? We couldn't leave. We couldn't call for help. We were going to run out of supplies no matter how carefully we rationed. Around noon, Jennifer said she'd had enough. I'm going to do it, she announced. I'm going out there. I'm going to end this. Jennifer, no, Marcus started. We all know how this ends. They need 3 of us. Well, fine. I'll be one of them. At least then the rest of you might have a chance. We don't know that, Shanice said. We don't know if they'll really let anyone go. We don't know anything, Jennifer said. But I can't do this anymore. I can't sit here and wait and hope for rescue that isn't coming. I'm going. She stood up and walked to the door. Marcus grabbed her arm. Please, Jennifer, don't. We'll figure something out. We'll... Let go of me, Marcus. Jennifer, let go. He did. Jennifer opened the door and stepped out. The figures were there, forming their circle as they had been all day. The old woman stepped forward. You offer yourself? She asked. Yes, Jennifer said. I'll join you. I'll take part in your ritual. Just let the others go. That is not how it works. 3 must join. 3 must participate. That is the price for witnessing what you witnessed. Then let me be one of the three. Take me now. The old woman studied her for a moment, then nodded. Very well. Come. Jennifer walked into the circle. The figures closed around her. I saw her face one more time before they led her into the forest, calm, resigned, almost relieved. Then she was gone, swallowed by the trees. 3 of us left now. Marcus, Shanice, and me. Marcus immediately tried the engine again. The RV started. He drove. 5 minutes later, we were back at the campsite. God damn it, he screamed. He kept screaming, pounding his fists on the steering wheel. God damn it, God damn it, God damn it. Shanice and I sat in the back and said nothing. What was there to say? That night, the chanting was inside my head constantly. I couldn't not hear it anymore. It had become part of my thoughts, woven through everything. I hummed along with it without meaning to. The rhythm felt natural now, like my own heartbeat. Shanice looked at me. Kelly, you're doing it again, the chanting. I know. You have to stop. I can't. It's always there now. Don't you hear it? I hear it from outside, but you sound like you're part of it. Maybe I was. Maybe that's what happened. You heard it long enough and it became part of you. You couldn't separate yourself from it anymore. Marcus was still at the steering wheel, just staring straight ahead. He'd been there for hours. Every so often he'd turn the key, drive the RV for a few minutes, end up back at the campsite and just sit there. He'd stopped swearing, stopped fighting. He was just hollow. Around midnight, Shanice whispered to me, "We have to run. We have to try to run." We tried. We end up back here. We have to try again. There has to be a way. There has to... Her voice broke. Kelly, I don't want to become like Robert, like David. I don't want that. Neither do I. So we run, tonight. We wait until they're not watching, and we run. It was a terrible plan, but it was the only plan we had. We waited until 2 in the morning. The figures were still there, but they seemed less attentive, less focused. Marcus had finally moved from the driver's seat and was lying on the couch staring at nothing. Shanice and I quietly opened the back door of the RV. There was a small emergency exit that we hadn't tried yet. We slipped out into the darkness. The figures didn't react immediately. We ran toward the forest, not the road this time, but perpendicular to it, in a direction we hadn't tried. We ran hard and fast, branches whipping at us, roots trying to trip us. Behind us I heard them coming, the chanting rising, pursuing us. We ran for what felt like hours. The forest never ended. Every direction looked the same. And the chanting followed us, growing louder and louder until it filled everything. Until Shanice stopped running and started screaming. I can't, Kelly, I can't. It's in my head, make it stop. I grabbed her shoulders. Keep running, we have to keep running. But she couldn't. She fell to her knees, hands pressed against her ears. It's too loud. It's too loud. I can hear what they're saying now. I understand it. Shanice, please. They're saying we belong with them. They're saying we're already part of it. We've been part of it since we saw the ritual. We just didn't know it yet. That's not true. But maybe it was. Maybe we'd been doomed since that first night, since we followed the chanting to the clearing and saw what we shouldn't have seen. Maybe there was never any escape. Maybe we'd just been fighting the inevitable. Shanice stood up. Her face had gone blank. Her eyes looked hollow. I understand now, she said. I need to go back. I need to complete it. Shanice, no. She walked past me, back the way we'd come. I followed her, calling her name, trying to make her stop. But she didn't stop. She walked straight back to the campsite, straight to the circle of figures and joined them. They welcomed her without a word. Just opened the circle, let her in, closed it behind her. I stood outside the circle alone now. The old woman approached me. You are the last, she said. You are the one who hears most clearly. You are the one who understands. Will you join us willingly, or must we take you? I looked back at the RV. Marcus was standing in the doorway watching. His face was blank now, too. Hollow eyes. Wrong smile. He'd joined them at some point while Shanice and I were running. Probably walked right out and offered himself up. I was alone, the only one left. "If I join you," I said, "will you let me go? After the ritual, will I be able to leave?" The old woman smiled. "After the ritual, you will not want to leave. None of them do. Look at them." I looked at the circle. Robert, David, Jennifer, Shanice, Marcus. All of them with that same blank expression. All of them lost to whatever this was. But they didn't look unhappy. They looked complete. Just like Robert had said. "The ritual is tomorrow night," the old woman said. "You may spend today as you wish, but when the sun sets, you will join us. You will complete the circle. You will become what you were always meant to become." She retreated back to the others. The circle dispersed, the figures melting back into the forest. I was left standing alone in the campsite, the RV behind me, the forest all around me. The chanting was still in my head. It hadn't stopped. It would never stop now. I spent that last day alone in the RV. I tried the engine one more time. Same result. I tried walking out. Same result. There was no escape. There had never been any escape. I sat in the RV and listened to the chanting in my head and waited for sunset. When the sun began to sink, I felt it. A pull. An inevitability. I got up and walked outside. The figures were there, forming their circle again. The bonfire was lit. When had that happened? I didn't know. The old woman stood at the edge of the circle, waiting for me. I walked toward her. I didn't have a choice anymore, or maybe I did, and I chose this. I couldn't tell the difference anymore. "Welcome," she said. "Welcome home." The circle opened. I stepped inside. The figures closed around me, and we began to move, counterclockwise around the fire. And we chanted. I chanted with them. The sounds that weren't words, but were something deeper than words, something older. Something that had always been there, waiting for someone to hear it. We circled the fire. The chanting rose and fell. I understood it now. I understood what it meant. We were calling something. We were completing something. We were becoming something. The ritual went on for hours, maybe days. Time didn't mean anything anymore. There was only the circle, the fire, the chanting, and then it ended. The fire went out. The circle broke apart. I stood there and I felt different. Complete. Whole. Like I'd been missing something my entire life and had just now found it. The old woman approached me. "You are one of us now. You are bound to this place as we all are. You will live here and you will serve the ritual. And when new ones come, those who see what they should not see, you will welcome them. You will guide them. You will help them become complete, as you are now complete." I nodded. I understood. I accepted it. But then something strange happened. The forest began to shimmer. The trees became translucent. The figures around me started to fade. I could see through them, see past them, see the campground, the real campground. Other RVs parked in other sites, families camping, kids playing, normal people doing normal things. And I was standing among them, visible, solid, real. The old woman and the others were fading away, becoming less substantial, less real. "What?" I started to say. "You are the bridge now," the old woman said, her voice distant and faint. "You are between worlds. You can see both. You belong to us, but you walk among them. You will draw more to us. You will be the lure." Then she was gone. All of them were gone. The bonfire, the circle, the chanting, all gone. I stood alone in the campsite. The RV was still there, but it looked different. Old and abandoned, like it had been there for years. When I walked to it and looked inside, there was no one. No Marcus, no Shanice, just emptiness and dust. I walked to the campground entrance. This time I didn't loop back. I walked right out onto the main road. Cars passed me. People in them glanced at me and looked away. I was just another hiker, another camper, nothing strange about me. except I could still hear it. The chanting, it was still in my head, would always be in my head. And now when I looked at people, really looked at them, I could see who would hear it too, who would be drawn to it, who would come to the forest and witness the ritual and become part of it, just as I had. I walked to the nearest town. I got a ride from a trucker who didn't ask questions. I made it back to Salt Lake City, back to my apartment, back to my job. Marcus never came back. Neither did any of the others. The company sent investigators looking for them. The RV was found abandoned at the campground. There was speculation about what happened. Did they have an accident? Did they get lost in the forest? Did something terrible happen? I was the only one who returned, and I couldn't explain what happened. When they questioned me, I told them I'd left early, that I'd gotten sick and hitched a ride home, that the others had stayed. It was a lie, but they believed it. Or at least they couldn't prove it wasn't true. That was 3 weeks ago. I go to work every day. I do my job. I act normal. But the chanting is always there, underneath everything. And sometimes, late at night, I find myself humming it, matching the rhythm, becoming part of it again. And the worst part? Sometimes I see them. Robert, David, Jennifer, Marcus, Shanice. They're standing at the edge of my vision in crowds, in parking lots, in grocery stores. Always watching, always smiling that wrong smile. They're waiting for me to come back, waiting for me to return to the forest and take my place in the circle permanently. But I haven't gone back. Not yet. I tell myself I won't. I tell myself I'm free. Except I'm not free. I know that. Part of me is still there, will always be there, circling that fire, chanting those sounds. And the other part, the part that walks around this world, that goes to work and comes home and pretends everything is normal, that part is just waiting. Waiting for the call to become too strong to resist. Waiting for the day when I pack my things, get in my car, and drive back to Fish Lake National Forest. Because that's what the old woman meant when she said I was the bridge. I exist in both worlds now. I can leave the forest, but the forest never leaves me. And everyone I meet, everyone I interact with, I'm evaluating them, wondering if they can hear it too, wondering if they'd be drawn to it, wondering if I should tell them about the campground, about the ritual, about the completion that waits for them there. I haven't yet. I've resisted that urge, but the chanting is getting louder. Every day, it's a little bit louder. And one day soon, I know I won't be able to resist anymore. I'll start talking about the forest, about the campground, about the beautiful, isolated spot where strange things happen and people find completion. I'll talk about it casually, like a recommendation, like I'm just suggesting a nice weekend getaway. And someone will listen. Someone always listens. Someone will go to that campground, and they'll hear the chanting, and they'll follow it into the forest. And they'll see the ritual, and they'll become part of it, and the circle will grow. That's my purpose now. That's what I am. The lure, the bridge, the one who draws others in. My name is Kelly Anderson. I'm 34 years old. I work in accounts receivable for a mid-sized insurance company in Salt Lake City. And 3 weeks ago, I went on a camping trip that changed everything. The chanting never stops. Even now, as I write this, I can hear it. And I know that soon, maybe tomorrow, maybe next week, maybe next month, I'll stop resisting. I'll accept what I am. I'll return to the forest and take my place in the circle permanently. Or maybe I'll stay here, in this world, drawing others to it, being the bridge between the normal and the complete. I don't know which is worse, but I do know this. If you're reading this, and you feel drawn to Fish Lake National Forest, to 7 Mile Campsite, to the sound of chanting in the woods, don't go. Don't follow it. Don't let yourself see what I saw. Because once you see it, you belong to it. And there's no coming back from that. Not really. Not ever. The chanting continues. It always will. And I'm listening. Location: Big Bend National Park, Texas. Date: October 14th, 2009. The desert night was so clear you could see the bones of the universe. Daniel stood outside the Panther Junction ranger station, coffee mug warming his hands against the October chill, and stared up at a sky so dense with stars it looked like someone had spilled salt across black velvet. The Milky Way cut a luminous river from horizon to horizon, and somewhere out there, maybe 40 miles south where the park met the Mexican border, a team of university researchers was setting up telescopes to photograph tonight's lunar eclipse. He'd been a ranger at Big Bend for 6 years now, following in his father's footsteps. Miguel Torres had walked these same trails for 23 years before retiring. And before him, Daniel's grandfather had worked for the Park Service back when Big Bend was still raw and new, barely carved out of ranching land and Mexican wilderness. 3 generations of Torres men keeping watch over 800,000 acres of Chihuahuan desert, knowing its moods, respecting its dangers, understanding that the desert kept secrets in ways that forests and mountains never could. The desert was honest in its hostility. It didn't hide what it was. A place where water was scarce, where the sun could kill you as surely as any predator, where the landscape itself seemed designed to remind humans of their insignificance. Daniel appreciated that honesty. He'd grown up in Alpine, close enough to Big Bend that the park had been his backyard, his playground, his education in humility. His radio crackled. "Unit 3, this is dispatch." Daniel keyed the handset. "Go ahead, Carla. Just confirming. You're still planning to check on the UT Austin astronomy group tonight?" "That's affirmative. They're set up at the old Mariscal mine overlook. I told Dr. Chen I'd swing by around 9, make sure they have everything they need." Eclipse starts at 10:47 p.m., peaks at 11:23. Should be quite a show. If you're into that sort of thing. Daniel smiled. He was, actually. There was something about celestial events in the desert that felt different than anywhere else. The sky was so big here, so overwhelming. During the day, the horizon stretched forever in every direction, mountains in the distance looking like paper cutouts against the pale sky. At night, the stars pressed down with such intensity, it felt like you could reach up and touch the ancient light. "Have a good patrol. Stay safe out there." "Always do." Daniel finished his coffee, rinsed the mug, and gathered his gear. Flashlight, first aid kit, water, always extra water, even for a short trip. Radio, GPS, his service pistol, which he wore more from regulation than any expectation of needing it. The dangers in Big Bend were sun exposure, dehydration, the occasional mountain lion or rattlesnake, not the kind of threats that required firearms. He climbed into his truck and headed south on the main park road, headlights cutting through darkness so complete it seemed to have texture. The desert at night was a different world. Sounds carried for miles. Temperature dropped 40 degrees from the daytime high, and animals emerged that you'd never see in daylight. Kit foxes, ringtails, nightjars, bats. The nocturnal residents of a place that was too harsh for most life during the day. The drive to Mariscal Mine overlook took 40 minutes, the last 10 on a rough dirt road that wound through ocotillo and creosote bush. Daniel's headlights occasionally caught the reflection of eyes, probably javelinas, maybe a coyote. The road climbed gradually, rising toward one of the many mesa formations that dotted this section of the park. He'd always loved this area. The overlook sat on a limestone shelf that gave views across miles of desert to the Chisos Mountains in the west and the Sierra del Carmen Range in Mexico to the south. During the day, the landscape looked like Mars. Rust-red dirt, ancient volcanic formations, stone that had been here for hundreds of millions of years. At night, it became something else entirely. A place where you could feel the curve of the earth, the rotation through space, the thin membrane of atmosphere that was all that separated you from the infinite void above. His grandmother would have hated that thought. Mama Josefina had been full of warnings about the desert at night, stories passed down from her own grandmother who'd lived in a village near Boquillas before the park existed. Don't whistle after dark. It attracts things. Don't stare too long at the stars. Something might stare back. And never, never ignore the cry of La Lechuza, the owl witch, the bruja who took the form of a massive owl with a woman's face, who flew on silent wings and called out to people in the voices of their loved ones. If you heard La Lechuza crying, someone was going to die. If you heard it call your name, that someone was you. Daniel had listened to these stories as a child with the mixture of fascination and skepticism that all children felt. His father had dismissed them as superstition, folklore, the kind of tales that arose in isolated communities to explain the unexplainable. But Mama Josefina had been deadly serious. She'd made Daniel promise when he told her he was going to work at Big Bend that he would respect the old warnings, that he would remember some things in the desert were older than names, older than borders, older than the people who thought they understood this land. He'd promised, of course. You didn't argue with Mama Josefina, but he'd never quite believed. In 6 years of night patrols, he'd seen owls, great horned owls, barn owls, the occasional elf owl. Just birds. Beautiful, efficient predators, but just birds. The overlook came into view, and Daniel could see the astronomy team set up immediately. They'd brought serious equipment, 3 large telescopes on sturdy tripods, camera rigs with long exposure capabilities, laptops showing star charts, red-filtered flashlights to preserve night vision. 4 people moved around the equipment, making final adjustments. The group leader, Dr. Victoria Chen, waved as Daniel's truck approached. He parked at a respectful distance to avoid kicking up dust that might settle on their optics and walked over. Victoria met him halfway, pulling off gloves to shake hands. She was in her early 30s, Daniel guessed, with sharp eyes and the kind of focused energy that came from doing work you genuinely loved. Ranger Torres, right? Thanks for checking on us. Just Daniel is fine. How's the setup going? Perfect conditions. 0 cloud cover, minimal atmospheric distortion. This is exactly what we hoped for. She gestured at the telescopes. We're doing a comparative study of lunar eclipse photography across different atmospheric conditions. Big Bend gives us some of the darkest skies in the continental U.S. You picked a good night for it. Daniel looked up. The moon hung enormous and white in the eastern sky, not yet touched by Earth's shadow. Eclipse should start in about an hour and a half. We'll be ready. Victoria introduced him to her team. Mark, a graduate student with an impressive beard. Lisa, a postdoc who was already reviewing calibration data. And James, an undergraduate who looked simultaneously excited and nervous to be on his first real research trip. Daniel did a quick safety check with them. Yes, they had plenty of water. Yes, they knew the nearest bathroom facility was back at the ranger station. Yes, they had his radio frequency if they needed anything. Yes, they understood they needed to pack out all their trash and not disturb any of the archaeological sites. There were ancient pictographs in some of the rock overhangs around here, petroglyphs that predated the Apache and Comanche, left by people whose names were lost to time. We'll be here until about 2 a.m., Victoria said. The whole eclipse sequence, plus some post-totality imaging. Then we pack up and head back to our campsite at Cottonwood. I'll check back with you around midnight, make sure everything's going smoothly. Appreciate it. Daniel started back toward his truck, then paused. The desert was quiet. Too quiet. Usually at this time of night you'd hear things. The yip of coyotes, the buzz of insects, the rustle of small creatures moving through the brush. But tonight there was nothing. Just silence, vast and heavy as the darkness itself. He looked back at the astronomy team, busy with their equipment, oblivious. Then he looked up at the sky, at that overwhelming sprawl of stars, and for just a moment, less than a heartbeat, he felt something he couldn't name. Not fear, exactly. More like recognition. Like the feeling you get when you walk into a room and know someone's been there just before you, the air still disturbed by their passage. Daniel shook it off. He was being ridiculous. Too many of Mama Josefina's stories in his head. He climbed into his truck and headed back down the dirt road, planning to complete a circuit of the backcountry sites before returning to check on the astronomers. He didn't see the owl watching from the top of a dead mesquite tree, its silhouette wrong against the stars, too large, shaped in ways that no owl should be shaped. He didn't hear the soft sound it made. Not a hoot, not a screech, but something closer to a woman's voice humming a lullaby in Spanish. Words so old even the language had changed around them. But Victoria heard it. She looked up from the telescope alignment, frowning. Did you guys hear that? Mark glanced over from where he was setting up the long exposure camera. Hear what? I thought I heard. Victoria trailed off. What had she heard? Singing. It was gone now, faded into the desert silence. Never mind. Probably just the wind. There is no wind, Lisa pointed out, her eyes on her laptop screen. Conditions are dead calm. That's why the seeing is so good tonight. Victoria returned her attention to the telescope. They were using a 12-inch Newtonian reflector for the primary imaging, with two smaller refractors set up for comparison shots. The equipment represented about $80,000 of university funding, and this was their third night out of a planned 5-night survey. So far, everything had gone perfectly. Clear skies, good atmospheric transparency, equipment functioning flawlessly. But she couldn't shake the feeling of unease that had settled over her since Ranger Torres left. It wasn't anything specific, just a sense of being watched, of standing in a spotlight she couldn't see. The desert stretched away in all directions, empty and dark. There was nothing out there, nothing for miles. Victoria, you should see this. Mark's voice held a strange note. She walked over to where he stood by the main telescope. What is it? I was doing a test exposure of the moon before the eclipse starts, just to check the camera settings. He pulled up an image on his laptop. The moon filled the screen, crisp and detailed, its craters and Maria sharp in the high-resolution capture. Looks good. What's the problem? Look at the edge, the terminator, where it's dark. Victoria leaned closer. At first, she didn't see anything unusual. Then Mark zoomed in on one section of the moon's edge, where the bright lunar surface met the darkness of space. There was something there. A shape. Visible only because it was slightly less dark than the space around it. It looked almost like a silhouette. A bird? No. Birds didn't fly in space. This was just... what? An artifact of the sensor? A piece of dust on the lens? Run another exposure, she said. Let's see if it's still there. Mark set up another shot. 30 seconds later, the new image appeared on the screen. The shape was still there, and it had moved. Just slightly, but definitely. It was closer to the moon now, as if it had drifted inward in the time between shots. That's impossible, Lisa said, looking over their shoulders. There's nothing that large in cislunar space. We track everything bigger than a softball. Satellites, debris, everything. Could be a very high-altitude bird, James suggested. Vultures can get up to like 30,000 feet. Not high enough to appear in front of the moon at this resolution, Victoria said. She felt cold despite her jacket. That would need to be, I don't know, really high and really big. They stood there for a moment, staring at the image. The shape was definitely bird-like. Wings, a body, something that might be a head. But the proportions were wrong. The wings were too long, too angular. And there was something about the way it was oriented, the way it seemed to be positioned, that made Victoria's stomach clench with irrational dread. Let's keep shooting, she said, keeping her voice level. Document everything. This could be something really interesting. A new kind of atmospheric phenomenon, maybe. Or a satellite we don't have tracking data for. But she didn't believe either of those explanations, and judging by the looks on her team's faces, neither did they. Over the next hour, they took exposure after exposure. The shape remained visible in every shot, growing steadily larger. Not closer, larger. As if whatever it was had been distant and was now approaching, drawn by their observation, by their instruments pointed at the sky, by their cameras capturing images of things that perhaps should not be captured. At 10:30, with the eclipse about to begin, Victoria heard the singing again. This time there was no mistaking it. A woman's voice, clear and beautiful, singing in Spanish. The words were just at the edge of comprehensibility. Something about stars, about watching, about ojos que miran, eyes that watch. Okay, everyone heard that, right? James said, his voice shaking slightly. Tell me you all heard that. They had. All four of them stood still, listening. The singing came from somewhere to the south in the direction of the Mexican border, in the direction of nothing but miles of empty desert. It rose and fell, sometimes sounding close, sometimes far, sometimes seeming to come from multiple directions at once. Maybe it's carrying from a ranch, Mark said. Sound travels weird in the desert at night. The nearest ranch is 20 miles away, Victoria said. She pulled out her phone. No signal, which was expected out here. They had a satellite phone for emergencies, but what would she even report? We're hearing singing and seeing something weird on our photos. The first bite of Earth's shadow touched the moon at 10:47 p.m. exactly. Victoria watched through the telescope as darkness began to creep across the bright lunar surface, the shadow moving with the inexorable patience of orbital mechanics. This was what they'd come for, to document the progression of the eclipse, to capture the copper-red glow of totality when the moon passed fully into Earth's umbra. But something was wrong with the shadow. Victoria, Lisa's voice was very quiet. You need to look at this exposure. Victoria moved to Lisa's station. The image on the screen showed the moon with perhaps a quarter of its surface darkened by Earth's shadow. Except the shadow wasn't quite right. At its edge, where it curved across the lunar surface, there was a break. A place where light still reached the moon even though it should have been in full shadow. Or not light exactly. Something else. Something that looked almost like a reflection, like light bouncing off a surface that wasn't the Earth, wasn't the moon, wasn't anything that should be there in the vast emptiness between. Check the ephemeris data, Victoria said, her mouth dry. Make sure we have the right timing for the eclipse. Lisa pulled up the calculations. Timing's perfect. This is exactly when the shadow should be where it is. Then what's causing that reflection? No one had an answer. The singing grew louder. It was coming from multiple directions now, definitely and definitely closer. Victoria could make out more of the words. Ancient Spanish, the kind spoken centuries ago, mixed with something that might have been Nahuatl or Apache or something even older. The song spoke of the old gods, of things that lived in the sky before humans learned to name the stars, of watchers who remembered when the moon was young. I really don't like this, James said. He'd abandoned his station and was standing close to the others, safety in numbers. Maybe we should pack up. We're not leaving, Victoria said, more sharply than she intended. They'd spent months planning this expedition, thousands of dollars on equipment and permits and travel. They were scientists. They documented phenomena. They didn't run from them. We came here to observe an eclipse, and that's what we're going to do. But her hands shook as she returned to the main telescope. The moon was half-shadowed now, and the shape, that impossible bird shape that couldn't exist, was visible against its bright surface. No longer dark against space, now it showed as a silhouette against the moon itself, which meant it had moved, which meant it was between them and the moon, which meant it was enormous, larger than mountains, larger than cities. How is that possible? What could be that large and go unnoticed? How could something the size of a continent float in space without being seen, tracked, documented? Unless it didn't want to be seen. The thought came unbidden, and with it, a memory of her grandmother, her own mama, who'd grown up in Durango and never quite lost the old beliefs despite decades in Houston. She'd told Victoria stories about La Lechuza, the owl witch who served older things, things that lived in the spaces between. Victoria had dismissed them as folklore, as cultural stories meant to teach lessons about respecting the night, about not wandering where you shouldn't. But what if they weren't stories? What if they were warnings? It's looking at us, Mark whispered. He was staring through one of the smaller telescopes. Oh God, Victoria, it's looking at us. She pushed him aside, not gently, and looked through the eyepiece. The moon filled her vision, half dark, half bright, beautiful and terrible, and there, silhouetted against the brightness, the shape. She could see it clearly now through the magnification. Wings spread wide, each feather visible, each primary and secondary distinct. A body too elongated, proportions all wrong. And the head was turned toward Earth, toward them. Even from 250,000 miles away, even through the telescope, Victoria could see its eyes. They weren't bird eyes. They were human eyes, a woman's eyes, ancient and patient and hungry. She jerked back from the telescope, gasping. Pack up, now, we're leaving. But the eclipse, I said pack up. Her voice cracked. Something is wrong. We need to get out of here. They moved fast, the discipline of months of fieldwork overriding their fear. Cameras disconnected, laptops closed, telescopes collapsed. Victoria helped Mark disassemble the main scope, her fingers fumbling with the familiar fixtures. The singing was everywhere now, surrounded by their instruments pointed at the sky, by their cameras capturing images of things that perhaps should not be captured. At 10:30, with the eclipse about to begin, Victoria heard the singing again. This time there was no mistaking it. A woman's voice, clear and beautiful, singing in Spanish. The words were just at the edge of comprehensibility. Something about stars, about watching, about ojos que miran, eyes that watch. Okay, everyone heard that, right? James said, his voice shaking slightly. Tell me you all heard that. They had. All four of them stood still, listening. The singing came from somewhere to the south in the direction of the Mexican border, in the direction of nothing but miles of empty desert. It rose and fell, sometimes sounding close, sometimes far, sometimes seeming to come from multiple directions at once. Maybe it's carrying from a ranch, Mark said. Sound travels weird in the desert at night. The nearest ranch is 20 miles away, Victoria said. She pulled out her phone. No signal, which was expected out here. They had a satellite phone for emergencies, but what would she even report? We're hearing singing and seeing something weird on our photos. The first bite of Earth's shadow touched the moon at 10:47 p.m. exactly. Victoria watched through the telescope as darkness began to creep across the bright lunar surface, the shadow moving with the inexorable patience of orbital mechanics. This was what they'd come for, to document the progression of the eclipse, to capture the copper-red glow of totality when the moon passed fully into Earth's umbra. But something was wrong with the shadow. Victoria, Lisa's voice was very quiet. You need to look at this exposure. Victoria moved to Lisa's station. The image on the screen showed the moon with perhaps a quarter of its surface darkened by Earth's shadow. Except the shadow wasn't quite right. At its edge, where it curved across the lunar surface, there was a break. A place where light still reached the moon even though it should have been in full shadow. Or not light exactly. Something else. Something that looked almost like a reflection, like light bouncing off a surface that wasn't the Earth, wasn't the moon, wasn't anything that should be there in the vast emptiness between. Check the ephemeris data, Victoria said, her mouth dry. Make sure we have the right timing for the eclipse. Lisa pulled up the calculations. Timing's perfect. This is exactly when the shadow should be where it is. Then what's causing that reflection? No one had an answer. The singing grew louder. It was coming from multiple directions now, definitely and definitely closer. Victoria could make out more of the words. Ancient Spanish, the kind spoken centuries ago, mixed with something that might have been Nahuatl or Apache or something even older. The song spoke of the old gods, of things that lived in the sky before humans learned to name the stars, of watchers who remembered when the moon was young. I really don't like this, James said. He'd abandoned his station and was standing close to the others, safety in numbers. Maybe we should pack up. We're not leaving, Victoria said, more sharply than she intended. They'd spent months planning this expedition, thousands of dollars on equipment and permits and travel. They were scientists. They documented phenomena. They didn't run from them. We came here to observe an eclipse, and that's what we're going to do. But her hands shook as she returned to the main telescope. The moon was half-shadowed now, and the shape, that impossible bird shape that couldn't exist, was visible against its bright surface. No longer dark against space, now it showed as a silhouette against the moon itself, which meant it had moved, which meant it was between them and the moon, which meant it was enormous, larger than mountains, larger than cities. How is that possible? What could be that large and go unnoticed? How could something the size of a continent float in space without being seen, tracked, documented? Unless it didn't want to be seen. The thought came unbidden, and with it, a memory of her grandmother, her own mama, who'd grown up in Durango and never quite lost the old beliefs despite decades in Houston. She'd told Victoria stories about La Lechuza, the owl witch who served older things, things that lived in the spaces between. Victoria had dismissed them as folklore, as cultural stories meant to teach lessons about respecting the night, about not wandering where you shouldn't. But what if they weren't stories? What if they were warnings? "It's looking at us," Mark whispered. He was staring through one of the smaller telescopes. "Oh God, Victoria, it's looking at us." She pushed him aside, not gently, and looked through the eyepiece. The moon filled her vision, half dark, half bright, beautiful and terrible, and there, silhouetted against the brightness, the shape. She could see it clearly now through the magnification. Wings spread wide, each feather visible, each primary and secondary distinct. A body too elongated, proportions all wrong. And the head was turned toward Earth, toward them. Even from 250,000 miles away, even through the telescope, Victoria could see its eyes. They weren't bird eyes. They were human eyes, a woman's eyes, ancient and patient and hungry. She jerked back from the telescope, gasping. "Pack up, now, we're leaving." "But the eclipse, I said pack up." Her voice cracked. "Something is wrong. We need to get out of here." They moved fast, the discipline of months of fieldwork overriding their fear. Cameras disconnected, laptops closed, telescopes collapsed. Victoria helped Mark disassemble the main scope, her fingers fumbling with the familiar fixtures. The singing was everywhere now, surrounding them, coming from the sky and the earth and the air itself. And then it stopped. The silence that followed was worse than left open, showing a final image on its screen. The moon in partial eclipse, and in front of it, a silhouette. A shape that shouldn't exist, that couldn't exist, that made his eyes hurt to look at directly. Daniel closed the laptop without saving the image. Some things, he thought, weren't meant to be documented. Some observations weren't meant to be recorded. The universe was vast and strange and full of things that lived in the gaps between human understanding, things that predated human existence and would continue long after humanity was dust, things that watched. He loaded the equipment into his truck and drove back to the ranger station, the eclipsed moon following him the whole way, copper red and alien in the sky. Tomorrow he would file a report about abandoned equipment and a research team that had cut their survey short for undisclosed reasons. He would not mention the shape. He would not mention the eyes. He would not mention the singing that he'd heard, faintly, carried on a wind that wasn't blowing. Because what would he say? That his grandmother's stories were true? That La Lechuza was real and vast and older than names? That there were things in the desert night that science couldn't measure, that instruments couldn't capture, that existed in scales and dimensions human minds weren't built to comprehend? No one would believe him. And maybe that was mercy. Maybe not knowing, not seeing, was a gift humanity had given itself. The ability to look up at the sky and see only stars, to observe an eclipse and see only shadow, to study the cosmos without understanding that the cosmos was studying back. When Daniel got home that night, early morning really, the sky just beginning to lighten in the east, he called his father. "Pa, I need to talk to you about something." "What's wrong, mijo?" "Remember the stories Mama Josefina used to tell about La Lechuza?" Silence on the line, then quietly, "Yes." "Were they true?" Another pause. Longer this time. "Some things, Daniel, are true whether we believe them or not. The old people knew that. They knew there are things in this world and beyond it that we don't understand, that we can't understand. And they knew that sometimes ignorance is survival. I saw something tonight, Pa. I know. You wouldn't be calling if you hadn't." His father's voice was heavy with something that might have been sympathy, might have been recognition, might have been the weight of 3 generations of Torres men learning the same hard truth about the desert and the sky. Now you have to decide what you're going to do with that knowledge. What did you do when you saw? I kept working. I kept my head down. I respected the old warnings, and I never ever looked at the stars quite the same way again. Daniel stood at his window, watching the dawn break over the mountains. The eclipsed moon was setting in the west, returning to its normal color as it slipped below the horizon. In a few hours, tourists would drive into the park, families would hike the trails. people would look up at the sky and see only beauty, only the simple wonder of nature. And he would let them, because maybe that innocence was precious. Maybe not knowing was its own kind of blessing. But he would remember. On clear nights when the stars pressed down with too much intensity, when the desert was too quiet, when the singing drifted on winds that weren't blowing, he would remember. And he would tell himself it was just folklore, just stories, just the legends of old people trying to make sense of a big universe. He would tell himself that. But he wouldn't believe it. Brr. Victoria never went back to Big Bend. She submitted her resignation to the university 3 weeks later, citing personal reasons. The equipment was eventually recovered from the overlooked site, returned to the astronomy department. The hard drives were corrupted, the data unrecoverable. A technical glitch, the IT department said. Solar flares sometimes did that to electronics. The corrupted files sat in a storage cabinet for 2 years before being disposed of as part of routine data management. No one looked closely enough to notice that the corruption wasn't random noise. That buried in the static and broken bits, there were patterns, fractals, mathematical relationships that didn't match any known natural phenomenon. Images of wings. And if you looked at them long enough, if you adjusted the contrast just right, you could see the eyes staring back. Patient, eternal, watching, always watching. Location, North Cascades National Park, Washington. Date, March 12, 2011. The mountains wore their winter colors like a warning. Evelyn Torres had been a ranger at North Cascades for exactly 4 months, and she still hadn't gotten used to how the landscape could shift from beautiful to hostile in the space between one breath and the next. This morning the peaks were invisible, wrapped in clouds that hung so low they merged with the fog rising from the valleys. The Douglas firs and western hemlocks emerged from the white like dark pillars holding up nothing, their branches heavy with yesterday's snowfall that hadn't quite melted despite the warming temperatures. She stood outside the Marble Mount Ranger Station at 7:30 in the morning, drinking coffee that had gone lukewarm in her thermos while she studied the weather report on the outdated computer inside. March in the North Cascades was unpredictable. One day you'd have clear skies and temperatures in the 50s. The next you'd be back in full winter with fresh snow and wind chills below freezing. Today fell somewhere in between, 42 degrees at the valley floor, fog advisory until noon, visibility less than a quarter mile in places. Not dangerous, necessarily, but not ideal for hiking either. The overnight trail registry showed only one group had signed in for backcountry camping, 4 people planning a 2-night trip on the Cascade Pass Trail. They'd checked in yesterday morning at 9, planning to camp at the designated site near Pelton Basin and return Sunday afternoon. Standard route, nothing concerning. The names were listed in neat handwriting. Tyler Reeves, Madison Cho, Kyle Patterson, Samantha Costa. Ages 24 to 27. Contact number for Tyler. Emergency contact information complete. They'd done everything right. Evelyn had checked them in herself, actually. She remembered them. 4 friends from Seattle, all with decent gear and appropriate clothing layers, clearly experienced enough to know what they were doing. Tyler had asked intelligent questions about current trail conditions and snow depth at higher elevations. Madison had been studying a detailed topographic map, making notes about elevation gain. They'd seemed competent, prepared, exactly the kind of visitors who rarely caused problems. Still, something about this morning made Evelyn uneasy. Maybe it was just the fog, the way it made familiar landmarks disappear and turned the forest into something labyrinthian and strange. Maybe it was the silence, not peaceful silence, but the heavy quiet that came when sound didn't carry properly, when the air itself seemed to muffle everything. Or maybe it was the fact that today marked exactly 4 months since she'd started this job, and she was still very aware of being the newest, least experienced person on the ranger staff. She'd been a high school biology teacher for 6 years before this, had loved the work, loved the kids, but something had been missing. She'd grown up hiking and camping with her parents throughout the Pacific Northwest, had always felt more alive in the mountains than anywhere else, and the teaching job, with its fluorescent lights and recycled air and endless administrative requirements, had started to feel like a cage. When the ranger position opened up at North Cascades, she'd applied almost on impulse, not really expecting to get it. But she had gotten it, had completed the training, passed the certifications, learned the radio codes and GPS coordinates and emergency protocols, had spent 4 months proving to herself and everyone else that she could do this job, that the transition from classroom to wilderness hadn't been a mistake. Most days she felt confident. Most days she felt like she belonged here. Today wasn't one of those days. The radio on her belt crackled. Marble Mount, this is New Halem Base. Evelyn unclipped it. Go ahead, New Halem. Just checking in. You got that fog as thick as we do? Affirmative, can't see more than 100 feet. Yeah, same here. We're recommending all visitors postpone day hikes until conditions improve. How many groups you got in the backcountry? Just one. 4 people on Cascade Pass due back tomorrow afternoon. Copy. They should be fine if they're already at their campsite. This fog's supposed to burn off by noon anyway. Just keep an eye on the weather and let us know if anything changes. Will do. Evelyn clipped the radio back and finished her coffee, grimacing at the cold, bitter taste. The sun was technically up now, though you couldn't tell by looking. The fog glowed with diffuse light that came from everywhere and nowhere, making it impossible to determine direction or distance. Trees appeared suddenly as dark shapes that could be 10 feet away or 50. The parking area, visible from the station yesterday, had disappeared entirely. She went back inside to update the daily log and check email. Standard administrative work, the kind of thing she'd hoped to leave behind when she quit teaching but had quickly discovered was part of every job. Trail condition reports, weather updates, a reminder about an upcoming training session on bear safety protocols, an email from her supervisor complimenting her work on last month's visitor education programs. By 9 o'clock, the fog still hadn't lifted, but the parking area was starting to fill with disappointed day hikers who'd driven up from Seattle or Bellingham hoping for clear weather. Evelyn spent an hour explaining conditions, recommending they postpone their hikes or visit the visitor center instead, being patient with the ones who argued that they'd driven all this way and couldn't the rangers do something about the fog. Around 10:30 things finally quieted down. Most of the visitors had either left or headed to the visitor center. Evelyn was about to start her routine patrol of the nearby trails when her cell phone rang. Her personal phone, not the ranger station line. Unknown number, but local area code. Hello? Hi, is this North Cascades Ranger Station? Male voice, young, stressed. Background noise that sounded like wind and movement. This is Ranger Torres. Who am I speaking with? Tyler Reeves. My friends and I, we checked in with you yesterday morning. 4 of us going to Cascade Pass? Evelyn felt a spike of concern. Yes, I remember. Is everything okay? We don't know. Something weird is happening. We need help. She grabbed a pen and notepad automatically. Are any of you injured? Do you need medical evacuation? No, we're not hurt. We can't get out. We've been trying to hike out since 7 this morning and we keep ending up back at the same place. Evelyn paused. I'm not sure I understand. You're lost? No, we're not lost. We know exactly where we are. We're on the trail, following it downhill like we're supposed to, and after maybe 45 minutes of hiking, we end up back at our campsite. The exact same campsite. We've tried 3 times now and it keeps happening. You're going in circles, accidentally doubling back. That's what we thought at first. Tyler's voice had an edge of panic now. But we're being careful. We're watching the trail markers. We're using our compass and GPS. We're going downhill, consistently downhill, and the trail isn't branching or turning back on itself. It's impossible, but it keeps happening. We hike for about 45 minutes, always descending, and then we come around a corner and there's our campsite again. Same trees, same tent, same everything. Evelyn felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. What's your current location? Pelton Basin campsite like we planned, about 6 miles up the Cascade Pass trail. And you're all together? All 4 of you? Yes, we're all here. Nobody's injured. We've got food and water and our gear is fine. We're just We can't leave. Every time we try to hike out, we end up right back here. This didn't make sense. Evelyn had hiked the Cascade Pass Trail a dozen times during her training. It was well marked, well maintained, essentially impossible to get lost on. You followed it uphill to the pass, or you followed it downhill to the trailhead. There were no loops, no confusing intersections, nothing. He loaded the equipment into his truck, moon following him the whole way, copper red and alien in the sky. Tomorrow he would file a report about abandoned equipment and a research team that had cut their survey short for undisclosed reasons. He would not mention the shape. He would not mention the eyes. He would not mention the singing that he'd heard, faintly, carried on a wind that wasn't blowing. Because what would he say? That his grandmother's stories were true? That La Lechuza was real and vast and older than names? That there were things in the desert night that science couldn't measure, that instruments couldn't capture, that existed in scales and dimensions human minds weren't built to comprehend? No one would believe him. And maybe that was mercy. Maybe not knowing, not seeing, was a gift humanity had given itself. The ability to look up at the sky and see only stars, to observe an eclipse and see only shadow, to study the cosmos without understanding that the cosmos was studying back. When Daniel got home that night, early morning really, the sky just beginning to lighten in the east, he called his father. "Pa, I need to talk to you about something." "What's wrong, mijo? Remember the stories Mama Josefina used to tell about La Lechuza?" Silence on the line, then quietly, "Yes." "Were they true?" Another pause, longer this time. "Some things, Daniel, are true whether we believe them or not. The old people knew that. They knew there are things in this world and beyond it that we don't understand, that we can't understand, and they knew that sometimes ignorance is survival. I saw something tonight, Pa. I know, you wouldn't be calling if you hadn't." His father's voice was heavy with something that might have been sympathy, might have been recognition, might have been the weight of 3 generations of Torres men learning the same hard truth about the desert and the sky. Now you have to decide what you're going to do with that knowledge. What did you do when you saw? I kept working. I kept my head down. I respected the old warnings, and I never ever looked at the stars quite the same way again. Daniel stood at his window, watching the dawn break over the mountains. The eclipsed moon was setting in the west, returning to its normal color as it slipped below the horizon. In a few hours, tourists would drive into the park. Families would hike the trails. People would look up at the sky and see only beauty, only the simple wonder of nature. And he would let them, because maybe that innocence was precious. Maybe not knowing was its own kind of blessing. But he would remember. On clear nights when the stars pressed down with too much intensity, when the desert was too quiet, when the singing drifted on winds that weren't blowing, he would remember. And he would tell himself it was just folklore, just stories, just the legends of old people trying to make sense of a big universe. He would tell himself that. But he wouldn't believe it. Brr. Victoria never went back to Big Bend. She submitted her resignation to the university 3 weeks later, citing personal reasons. The equipment was eventually recovered from the overlooked site, returned to the astronomy department. The hard drives were corrupted, the data unrecoverable. A technical glitch, the IT department said. Solar flares sometimes did that to electronics. The corrupted files sat in a storage cabinet for 2 years before being disposed of as part of routine data management. No one looked closely enough to notice that the corruption wasn't random noise. That buried in the static and broken bits, there were patterns, fractals, mathematical relationships that didn't match any known natural phenomenon. Images of wings. And if you looked at them long enough, if you adjusted the contrast just right, you could see the eyes staring back. Patient, eternal, watching, always around us, like tapping, like something tapping on the tree trunks in a pattern. It stops when we try to locate it, then starts up again somewhere else. The chill Evelyn had felt earlier intensified. Have you seen anything? Any wildlife? No, nothing. The forest feels empty except for that tapping sound. Stay together. Don't split up for any reason. If the tapping gets closer, or if you see anything unusual, call me immediately. Okay, we will. After hanging up, Evelyn immediately called Bill Crawford and explained the update. He was quiet for a long moment, and when he spoke, his voice had changed, less skeptical now, more concerned. Evelyn, I'm going to ask you something, and I need you to be honest. Have you heard the old stories about the North Cascades? The Salish stories? Some. My parents mentioned them when we used to hike here, but I always thought they were just folklore. Most folklore starts somewhere. The Salish people who lived here for thousands of years had stories about spirits in the deep forest. Called them different names. Stick Indians was the most common English translation, though that's not quite accurate. Supposed to be tricksters, or guardians, or something in between. The stories said they could make trails turn back on themselves. Could trap people in loops of space that didn't follow normal rules. Could make hikers walk in circles without realizing it. Bill, are you seriously suggesting? I'm not suggesting anything. I'm telling you what the old stories say. And I'm telling you that in 23 years, I've heard 4 or 5 reports that sound similar to what you're describing. Always in the same general area, the basin between Cascade Pass and the lower trail. Always involving people who suddenly can't navigate out despite doing everything right. Usually resolves itself after a few hours, sometimes after a day. People eventually walk out confused but unharmed. Usually. There was one case in 1997 before you were here. 2 experienced hikers went missing in that area for 3 days. When they finally emerged, they claimed they'd only been hiking for about 6 hours. Couldn't account for the missing time. Their watches had stopped. Their GPS showed impossible readings. Search and rescue found them dehydrated and hypothermic, but they'd had plenty of food and water in their packs that they insisted they'd tried to use. Evelyn felt something cold settling in her stomach. What are you telling me to do? I'm telling you to take this seriously, even if it doesn't make rational sense. Get a team together, but be careful. Make sure everyone stays in visual contact. Don't let anyone wander off alone. And Evelyn, take tobacco. Tobacco? It's traditional, an offering. The old way of showing respect when you enter certain places. I know how that sounds, but trust me on this. Take a pouch of loose tobacco and leave it at the trailhead before you go in. Can't hurt, might help. Bill, I'll authorize the search and rescue operation officially. You'll take Dave Martinez with you. He's Salish. Grew up hearing these stories, he'll understand. Get another 2 people, minimum 4 on the team. Leave within the hour. And Evelyn, come back with everyone. I mean everyone. Don't leave anyone behind no matter what. The line went dead. Tyler Reeves had been working as a software engineer in Seattle for 3 years, and he'd gotten into the habit of treating everything like a logic problem. Input, process, output, cause and effect. When something didn't work, you debugged it. You found the error in the code and fixed it. But there was no debugging this. He sat on a log near the tent. His 3 best friends clustered around him and tried to make sense of something that didn't follow any logical rules. They'd hiked the Cascade Pass trail before 2 years ago, and it had been straightforward. You went up or you went down. The trail was well marked. You couldn't get lost if you tried. And yet they'd been trapped here for over 4 hours now. Madison Cho sat next to him. Her topographic map spread across her knees, running calculations on her phone. She was an architect, methodical and precise, someone who thought in 3 dimensions and understood space better than anyone Tyler knew. If anyone could figure out what was happening, it should be her. It doesn't work, she said finally, her voice tight with frustration. The elevation change is wrong. According to my GPS, we descended 430 feet in that first attempt. That should have taken us at least a third of the way back to the trailhead. But we ended up here, where we started, at the same elevation. The elevation change didn't persist. Kyle Patterson, who'd been Tyler's roommate in college and was now a physical therapist, looked up from where he'd been examining the chalk marks on nearby trees. I marked trees every 100 paces like you said. 23 marks total, which means we walked at least 2,300 paces. My stride is about 2.5 feet, so that's almost 5,700 feet of linear distance. Over a mile. but we're sitting in a clearing that's maybe 50 yards across. Samantha Costa, Sam to everyone who knew her, was the quietest of the group normally, a graphic designer who spent most of her time listening rather than talking. But now she spoke up, her voice steady despite the fear Tyler could see in her eyes. "We need to talk about what's really happening here. This isn't a navigation error. This isn't us being stupid or careless. Something is wrong with space itself in this area." "That's impossible," Tyler said automatically, but the words felt hollow. "Is it?" Sam gestured around them. "We've been measuring and documenting everything. We know exactly what we're doing. We know how to use a compass and a GPS and how to read trail markers. And yet we can't leave. What's the rational explanation for that?" Tyler didn't have one. That was the problem. He'd been running through possibilities all morning. Equipment malfunction, group hallucination, some kind of gas leak causing shared delirium. And none of them fit the facts. They were all thinking clearly. Their equipment worked. They could see the trail, follow it precisely, and still end up back where they started. "The ranger's coming," Madison said quietly. "She'll figure it out. That's her job." "What if she gets trapped too?" Kyle asked. "What if this whole area is some kind of, I don't know, some kind of anomaly and everyone who comes in here gets stuck? Then eventually someone will notice and send help from outside. They'll figure out what's happening and fix it. Will they?" Sam was looking at the trees surrounding their campsite, her expression distant. "Tyler, do you remember what that old man at the trailhead said yesterday, when we were signing in?" Tyler did remember. There'd been an elderly indigenous man sitting on a bench near the ranger station, watching them prepare for their hike. He'd approached as they were about to start, moving slowly, leaning on a carved walking stick. "You kids heading up to Cascade Pass?" he'd asked. They'd confirmed they were. Be careful up there. Stay on the trail. Don't listen to anything you hear off in the trees. And if you see anyone else up there, anyone at all, don't follow them, even if they look familiar." At the time, Tyler had assumed it was just the kind of vague warning old-timers like to give young hikers. Be safe, be prepared, watch out for dangers both real and imagined. He'd thanked the man politely, and they'd started hiking. Now the warning felt more specific, more urgent. "What do you think he meant?" Sam asked. "About not following anyone even if they look familiar?" "Probably just talking about getting separated," Madison said, but she didn't sound convinced. Kyle stood up abruptly. "Okay, this is getting too weird. I don't believe in ghosts or spirits or whatever, but something is definitely wrong here and I don't want to wait around to find out what. Let's try one more time. All four of us, staying within arm's reach of each other. We'll hike down and we won't stop for anything until we reach the trailhead." "The ranger said to stay here," Tyler reminded him. "The ranger doesn't understand what's happening. We're wasting time. Come on." Tyler wanted to argue, but part of him agreed. Sitting here waiting felt passive, helpless. They were young, healthy, experienced hikers. They should be able to walk out of their own campsite. "Fine," he said, "but we do this smart. Full packs, all supplies like we're not coming back, and we all stay together. Nobody gets more than 5 feet from anyone else." They broke camp quickly. They'd done it enough times that it was almost automatic. Tent collapsed and rolled, sleeping bags stuffed into compression sacks, food and water secured. Within 15 minutes they were ready, standing at the edge of the campsite where the trail continued downhill into the fog. The tapping sound started again. It came from somewhere to their left, in the dense forest off the trail. A rhythmic sound wood on wood like someone knocking on tree trunks in a deliberate pattern. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. Tap, tap. Pause. Tap, tap, tap. It moved as they listened, circling around them, always staying just out of sight. "What is that?" Madison whispered. "Animal, probably," Tyler said, trying to sound confident. "Woodpecker or something." "Woodpeckers don't tap in patterns." The sound stopped. The forest went silent again. That heavy, muffled silence that felt wrong, that felt like the world was holding its breath. "Let's just go," Sam said. "Now, before it starts again." They began hiking downhill, staying close together as promised. Tyler led, followed by Madison, then Sam, with Kyle bringing up the rear. They moved at a steady pace, not hurrying but not dawdling either. The trail was clear, well maintained, descending steadily into the fog. 5 minutes passed. 10. 15. They were moving downhill consistently. Tyler could feel it in his knees in the way his pack's weight shifted forward. They passed landmarks he recognized from previous attempts. A distinctive twisted tree, a large boulder with a flat top, a section where the trail narrowed between two old-growth firs. 20 minutes. 25. They should be making good progress now, putting real distance between themselves and the campsite. 30 minutes. Tyler's legs were burning from the sustained descent. His GPS showed they'd dropped almost 600 feet in elevation. That was significant. That was real progress. And then they came around a familiar bend and saw the clearing ahead, and Tyler felt his stomach drop. Their campsite. The exact same spot they'd left 30 minutes ago. "No," Madison said. "No, that's not possible. We went downhill the entire time." Kyle pulled out his phone, showing them the tracking app he'd been running. "Look, we've moved. The GPS shows we traveled almost 2 miles. We changed elevation. We didn't turn around. We didn't double back. We went in a straight line downhill. Then how are we here?" Sam's voice was rising now, panic creeping in. "How are we back at the same place?" Tyler walked forward into the clearing, examining the ground. There were their boot prints from earlier attempts, still visible in the damp soil. There was the flat rock where they'd set up their camp stove. There was the tree he'd tied the bear bag line to. And there, on a log at the edge of the clearing, was the granola bar wrapper Sam had left as a test marker, still sitting exactly where she'd placed it 4 hours ago. "We never left," Tyler said quietly. "We think we're moving, we feel like we're moving, but somehow we never actually leave this spot. That's impossible." "I know." The tapping started again, closer now. All around them, coming from multiple directions at once. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, 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 tap. Like something was communicating, coordinating, surrounding them. And then Sam grabbed Tyler's arm, her grip tight enough to hurt. "Tyler, look at the trees." He looked where she was pointing. In the fog surrounding their campsite, shapes were moving. Not animal shapes. Not human shapes either, exactly. They were tall and thin, moving with a strange, jerky gait that didn't look natural. They stayed just at the edge of visibility, always in the peripheral vision, never quite clear enough to see directly. "Are those people?" Madison whispered. "I don't think so," Kyle said. The shapes moved closer, and Tyler could see them better now. They were made of sticks, that was the only way he could think to describe it. Bundles of branches and twigs, somehow moving with purpose, somehow standing upright, somehow watching them with eyes that shouldn't exist but did, glowing faintly in the shadows. The old man's warning echoed in his memory. "Don't listen to anything you hear off in the trees. Don't follow anyone, even if they look familiar." "Back to back," Tyler said, keeping his voice low and steady despite the terror rising in his throat. "Form a circle. Don't look directly at them. Don't respond to anything they do." The 4 friends pressed together, each facing outward, covering all directions. The stick figures circled them slowly, never getting too close but never backing away either. The tapping continued, and Tyler realized it was coming from them. They were striking the trees as they moved, marking their territory, announcing their presence. His phone rang, the sound impossibly loud in the quiet. He fumbled for it, nearly dropping it, and saw Ranger Torres's name on the screen. "We're in trouble," he said as soon as he answered. "There's something here. Something surrounding us. Tyler, listen to me very carefully." The Ranger's voice was tight with urgency. "Do not engage with anything you see. Do not speak to it. Don't acknowledge it. Don't make eye contact. I'm coming with a team. We'll be there in 90 minutes. Can you hold out that long?" "I don't know what happens if we can't." "Then you find a way. Stay together. Stay strong. I'm coming." The line went dead just as the stick figures rushed forward all at once. Evelyn Torres had assembled her team in record time. Dave Martinez, the Salish ranger Bill had mentioned, plus 2 experienced search and rescue volunteers named Sarah Chen and Marcus Webb. All 4 of them stood in the Marble Mount parking area, loading packs with extra supplies while Evelyn briefed them on the situation. She left out the parts about stick Indians and folkloric anomalies. Stuck to the facts. 4 hikers trapped in a spatial loop, unable to navigate out, reporting unusual phenomena. Possible psychological distress, possible environmental factors, definite need for immediate extraction. Dave Martinez didn't say anything while she talked, but she caught the look he exchanged with Sarah. They knew. They understood what she wasn't saying. "Before we go," Dave said quietly, "I need to do something." He pulled a small leather pouch from his pack and walked to the trailhead marker. Evelyn watched as he opened the pouch, revealing loose tobacco, and scattered a pinch on the ground at the base of the marker. He spoke in a language she didn't understand. Lushootseed, she guessed, the language of the Coast Salish peoples. His voice was respectful, measured, asking for something or offering something or both. When he finished, he turned back to the team. "Okay, we can go now." They started up the trail at a quick pace, faster than normal but sustainable. 6 miles to Pelton Basin campsite, elevation gain of about 4,000 feet. In good conditions with light packs, maybe 2.5 hours. Today, with full rescue gear and heavy fog, they were aiming for under 3. The fog was lifting gradually, visibility improving from 100 feet to maybe 300. They could see the trail ahead clearly enough now, could see the massive trees looming on either side. Douglas firs 6 feet in diameter, western red cedars that had been growing since before the first Europeans arrived in this region. The forest here was old, ancient, timeless in a way that made human concerns feel temporary and small. Evelyn found herself hiking next to Dave as the trail steepened. "Can I ask you something?" "Go ahead." "The stories Bill mentioned, the stick Indians, are they real?" Dave was quiet for several strides. "Real is a complicated word. Are they physical beings you can touch and photograph?" "Probably not. Are they forces that exist in certain places that can affect people who enter those places?" "Yeah, I'd say so." "How does that work?" "I'm not sure it's about how. Different peoples have different names for them. We call them Sinulkai and Lushootseed. Roughly translates to stick people or tree people. Other tribes have other names. But the basic idea is consistent. There are beings in the deep forest that don't follow human rules. They're tricksters sometimes, teachers other times, dangerous if disrespected. They can change how space works, make trails loop back on themselves, make time move differently. But that's not scientifically possible. Neither is quantum entanglement until you measure it and find out it is. Dave smiled slightly. "I'm not asking you to believe in magic, Ranger Torres. I'm just asking you to keep an open mind about what's possible. These mountains were here long before we named them parks, long before we drew maps and established trails. There are old places in the world where old things still live, and sometimes they remind us that we're visitors here, not owners." They hiked in silence after that, climbing steadily. An hour passed, then 90 minutes. The fog had lifted enough that they could see the peaks above them now, snow-covered and jagged against the gray sky. Beautiful and hostile at the same time, the way mountains always were. At 2 hours and 20 minutes, they reached Pelton Basin. The campsite was exactly where it should be, exactly as described. A small clearing, flat area for tents, ring of stones for a fire. But no tent, no gear, no people. "Tyler," Evelyn called. "Madison, Kyle, Samantha." Her voice echoed strangely in the basin, bouncing off the surrounding ridges in a way that made it sound like multiple people calling at once. No response. "They should be here," Sarah said, checking her GPS. "This is the registered campsite." "Fan out," Evelyn ordered. "Search pattern 20-yard radius. Stay in visual contact." They spread out, examining the area carefully. And within minutes, Dave called out, "Over here. I found something." Evelyn joined him at the edge of the clearing. He was crouching near a tree, pointing at marks on the trunk. Fresh marks, carved or scratched into the bark. Not random, deliberate, patterned. A series of lines and symbols that looked almost like writing, but in no alphabet Evelyn recognized. "These are warnings," Dave said. "Old style, the kind my grandfather taught me about. They mark territory. They say, this place is claimed, this place is occupied. Proceed with respect or not at all." Who made them? Not who. What? Sarah's radio crackled. "Evelyn, you need to see this." They found her on the opposite side of the clearing, standing next to a pile of equipment. 4 backpacks arranged neatly. 4 sleeping bags rolled and stacked. A tent still in its stuff sack. All the gear from the missing hikers, organized and abandoned. "They wouldn't leave this," Marcus said. "Not voluntarily. Not in March in the mountains." Evelyn keyed her radio. "New Hallam Base, this is Unit 7. We've reached Pelton Basin campsite. The hikers are not present, but we've found their equipment. Requesting additional support and possible helicopter evac if weather permits. Static. Then more static." She adjusted the frequency and tried again. "New Hallam Base, do you copy?" Nothing. Just the empty hiss of dead air. "That's not right," Marcus said. "We should have clear contact from here." Dave was need to leave. Now. "We can't leave without the hikers. We can't help them if we get trapped too." He pointed into the forest. "Look. Really look." Evelyn looked where he indicated and felt her breath catch. In the trees surrounding the clearing, shapes were moving. Tall, thin shapes that seemed to be made of branches and shadow, moving with a stilted gait that wasn't quite right. They stayed just at the edge of visibility, always in peripheral vision, never quite clear enough to focus on directly. And they were coming closer. "What are those?" Sarah whispered. "Sinulkai," Dave said. "The stick people. We're in their territory now, and they're not happy about it." The shapes circled the clearing slowly, and Evelyn could hear it now. The tapping sound Tyler had described. Wood on wood, rhythmic and deliberate, coming from all directions at once. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. "Options?" Evelyn asked, trying to keep her voice steady. "We leave the way we came, quickly and respectfully, or we try to negotiate, which I don't recommend because I don't speak their language well enough, and I'm not sure they're in a negotiating mood. We can't leave without the hikers." "The hikers are gone, Ranger Torres. They're in the loop now, in the space between spaces. We can't reach them from here." "Then how do we get them back?" Dave looked at her, and his expression was sympathetic but firm. "We don't. They have to find their own way out. That's how it works. The Sinulkai take people into their territory, into the folded space they control. Time moves differently there. Space doesn't follow our rules. The hikers might be gone for an hour or a day or a week from our perspective, but from theirs it could be minutes or months. When the Sinulkai decide to release them, if they decide to release them, they'll walk out like nothing happened. That's not acceptable. It's not about acceptable, it's about what is." The shapes were getting closer now, close enough that Evelyn could see details. They weren't made of sticks exactly. They were sticks, somehow animated, somehow given form and purpose, bundles of branches woven together in roughly humanoid shapes, with eyes that glowed faintly in the shadows and mouths that shouldn't exist but did, opening and closing soundlessly. "We need to go," Marcus said urgently. "Right now." Evelyn made a decision she knew she'd second-guess for the rest of her career. "Everybody back to the trail. Move quickly. Don't run. Don't look directly at them." They started walking, and the stick figures followed, maintaining their distance but clearly herding them, guiding them back toward the trail. The tapping intensified, surrounding them, creating a rhythm that felt almost like language. They were almost to the trail when Sarah stopped suddenly. "Wait, do you hear that?" Evelyn listened. Underneath the tapping, she could hear voices, human voices, calling for help. "That's Tyler." Sarah started toward the sound. "No." Dave grabbed her arm. That's not Tyler. That's them, mimicking human voices. It's a trap. But what if it's really him? It's not. Trust me. The voices got louder, more desperate. Help us, please. We're stuck. We can't get out. It sounded exactly like Tyler, exactly like someone in genuine distress. Every instinct Evelyn had trained for years was screaming at her to respond, to help, to rescue. But Dave's grip on her arm tightened. That's not him. Keep walking. They reached the trail and started downhill, moving fast now. The voices followed them, staying just out of sight, calling and pleading and begging. The stick figures paralleled them through the trees, always visible in peripheral vision, never quite solid enough to photograph. They hiked for what felt like hours but was probably only 30 minutes. And then suddenly the forest changed. The fog lifted completely. The oppressive silence broke, replaced by normal forest sounds. Birds, wind, the distant rush of water. The stick figures vanished as if they'd never been there. And Evelyn's radio crackled back to life. Unit 7, this is New Harlem Base. You dropped off our scopes for about 40 minutes. What's your status? Evelyn keyed the radio with shaking hands. Base, we're okay. We're hiking out. The missing hikers were not at their campsite. We found their equipment, but no sign of them. Copy. We've had a development here. 4 hikers just walked into the ranger station about 10 minutes ago. A Tyler Reeves and 3 others. They claim they just hiked out from Cascade Pass Trail. They seem confused and disoriented, but physically fine. Evelyn stopped walking. Say that again? The missing hikers. They're here. They showed up on their own while you were searching for them. The team exchanged looks. Dave smiled slightly, though there was no humor in it. Told you, the Sinulkai released them. Probably decided they'd learned their lesson. What lesson? Sarah asked. Respect, maybe. Humility. Understanding that there are places humans don't control, no matter how many trails we build or maps we draw. They continued hiking down, and Evelyn found herself thinking about what Dave had said, about old places and old things, about the fact that humans had been in these mountains for maybe 10,000 years, but the mountains themselves had been here for 50 million. About the arrogance of thinking you could map and measure and understand everything just because you could see it and walk through it. By the time they reached the trailhead, it was late afternoon. The fog had burned off completely, and the mountains were visible now in their full glory. White peaks against blue sky, beautiful and indifferent to human concerns. Tyler and his friends were waiting at the ranger station, wrapped in emergency blankets and drinking hot coffee. They looked exhausted but unharmed. When Evelyn approached, Tyler stood up quickly. Ranger Torres, thank you for coming to help us. We figured it out eventually. Figured what out? How to leave. We stopped trying to fight it, stopped trying to understand it. We just asked whatever was keeping us there to let us go. Promised we'd respect the forest, that we'd remember this experience, and then we were able to hike out. Took maybe 20 minutes and we were at the trailhead. Did you see anything while you were trapped? Hear anything unusual? Tyler exchanged glances with his friends. We saw some things, heard some things, but honestly, the whole experience is already getting fuzzy in my memory. Like a dream that fades when you wake up. We were there for hours, but also maybe we weren't. Time didn't work right. Evelyn nodded slowly. I'm going to need all 4 of you to come to the medical center for evaluation. Standard procedure for any backcountry incident. And we'll need formal statements about what happened. Of course, whatever you need. But Evelyn knew that whatever they wrote in their statements, whatever they remembered, it wouldn't capture what really happened out there. You couldn't put that in a report, couldn't quantify it, or explain it or file it away in a neat category. Some things existed outside the official record. Some things were real even when they didn't make sense. Minko, 3 weeks later, Evelyn was reviewing incident reports when she came across a note from Bill Crawford. It was brief, handwritten, attached to the file from the Cascade Pass incident. 4 hikers trapped in spatial loop at Pelton Basin. All emerged unharmed after approximately 6 hours. Medical evaluation showed no physical effects beyond normal fatigue and mild dehydration. Hikers report memory of events is unclear and fading rapidly. Psychological evaluation recommended but declined by all parties. No further action required. Case closed. Below that, in smaller writing, Evelyn, good work up there. You kept your head, trusted your team, and everyone came home safe. That's what matters. The mountains keep their secrets. We just try to help people navigate around them. Bill. Evelyn filed the report and went back to her regular duties. But she found herself thinking about that day often. About the stick figures in the fog. About the tapping sounds in the looping trail. About Dave's words regarding old places and old things. She'd been a ranger for 4 months when the Cascade Pass incident happened. It had taught her something they didn't cover in training. Something she suspected most rangers never learned no matter how many years they served. The wilderness wasn't empty. It wasn't just trees and rocks and animals waiting for humans to arrive and give them meaning. The wilderness was full of history and mystery and things that had their own reasons for being there. Reasons that had nothing to do with humans and our trails and our maps and our desperate need to understand everything. Sometimes the best thing you could do was recognize your limits, show respect, ask permission, and when something made it clear you weren't welcome, have the wisdom to leave. That was the real lesson of the North Cascades. Not that the wilderness was dangerous, everyone knew that, but that the wilderness was sovereign, ancient, and patient. It had been here before humans arrived. It would be here long after humans were gone. And in certain places, at certain times, it reminded you of that fact in ways you couldn't ignore. Evelyn never hiked the Cascade Pass Trail again, though she continued working at North Cascades for 3 more years. When visitors asked about that trail, she recommended it readily. It was beautiful, well-maintained, safe for experienced hikers. But she always added one note of caution, delivered lightly enough that most people didn't think too much about it. Stay on the marked trail. Don't follow anything you hear or see in the trees. And if you feel like you're going in circles, stop and ask permission to leave. You'd be surprised how often that works. Most visitors laughed or nodded politely, assuming she was being metaphorical or poetic. A few understood. Those were the ones who'd spent enough time in deep wilderness to know that the world was stranger and older than maps could capture. Those were the ones who came back from their hikes with stories they weren't quite sure how to tell, about experiences that didn't quite fit into normal categories. Those were the ones who listened when the mountains spoke, and who had the wisdom to speak back. Tyler Reeves returned to his software engineering job in Seattle and tried to forget about what happened at Cascade Pass. For the first few weeks, he was largely successful. The memory faded exactly as he'd told Ranger Torres it would, like a dream losing definition upon waking, until only fragments remained. But sometimes late at night when he couldn't sleep, he'd remember the sensation of walking downhill for hours and ending up exactly where he started. He'd remember the tapping sounds in the forest, rhythmic and purposeful. He'd remember the shapes made of sticks and shadow circling closer, and he'd remember the moment when they'd finally stopped fighting, when Madison had said, "Maybe we should ask," and they'd all thought she was crazy, but tried it anyway. When they'd stood in that clearing and spoken out loud to something they couldn't see, asking respectfully to be released, promising to remember. The way the forest had suddenly felt different after that. The way the oppressive weight had lifted. The way the trail had simply been there, straightforward and clear, leading them out. He never told anyone outside his close friend group about that part. It sounded too ridiculous, too much like something from a fantasy novel. But he remembered it clearly, more clearly than anything else from that day. 3 months after the incident, Tyler received a package in the mail. No return address, just his name and address written in careful handwriting. Inside was a small wooden carving, a figure made from twisted branches about 6 inches tall, roughly humanoid but clearly not human. And a note, written on plain paper. Remember your promise. Respect the old places. They remember you too. Tyler put the carving on his bookshelf, where it sat among his fantasy novels and hiking guidebooks. Visitors occasionally asked about it, and he'd say it was a souvenir from a hiking trip, which was true in its way. But late at night, when he looked at it in the dim light from his bedroom, He could swear it moved sometimes, just slightly, just enough to remind him that some promises weren't metaphorical. Some promises were real, and breaking them had consequences. Tyler kept his promise. He never went back to the North Cascades. And when he hiked in other wilderness areas, which he continued to do, because the mountains were still beautiful and still worth visiting, he always paused at trailheads, always showed respect, always asked permission, even if just silently in his own mind, and always stayed on the marked trail. Because he'd learned what the Rangers had learned, what the indigenous peoples had known for thousands of years. The wilderness had rules. Not human rules, not rules you could write down in a guidebook, but rules nonetheless. Follow them, and the mountains would let you pass through safely, would share their beauty and their peace. Break them, and the mountains would teach you lessons you'd never forget. Tyler had learned his lesson. He carried it with him every day, in every choice he made about where to go and how to behave when he got there. The wilderness was sovereign. The wilderness was patient, and the wilderness never forgot. Neither would he. Location: Glacier National Park, Montana. Date: February 18, 2023. Brandon Keller had 2 weeks left before retirement, and he planned to spend most of them behind a desk. 28 years with the National Park Service, the last 15 at Glacier, and he'd earned the right to coast through his final days doing paperwork and handing off responsibilities to younger rangers who still had the energy for winter rescues and bear management and the endless, exhausting theater of pretending to care about tourists who ignored every warning sign. The call came in at 2:17 p.m. on a Tuesday in February, when the temperature was already dropping toward the forecast low of -18 Fahrenheit. 4 cross-country skiers, experienced backcountry types, had missed their check-in time at the Lake McDonald Ranger Station. They'd filed a backcountry permit for a 3-day traverse from Logan Pass to Apgar, a route that was technically open year-round, but only attempted by people who knew what they were doing. Or thought they did. The group's emergency contact, a wife in Kalispell, had called the main office when her husband didn't answer his satellite phone. That wasn't unusual. Satellite phones were temperamental in the mountains, and the forecast called for heavy cloud cover. But protocol was protocol. Someone had to go check. Brandon looked at the weather radar on his computer screen. A storm system moving in from the northwest, predicted to arrive by nightfall. Heavy snow, high winds, visibility near zero. The kind of storm that made search and rescue a suicide mission. If they were going to find these skiers, it had to be now. "I'll take it," he told Sarah, the district ranger. She was half his age and had been trying to mother him ever since he'd announced his retirement. "Solo?" "Jenkins is out with the flu. Morrison's on the east side dealing with a snowmobile accident. Everyone else is rookies." Brandon pulled on his parka. "I've done this route 100 times. I'll snowshoe in, find their camp, confirm they're okay, and be back before the storm hits." "Brandon, if you're not back by 1900 hours, I'm sending someone after you." "Fair enough." He loaded his pack with the usual winter rescue gear: GPS, radio, first aid kit, emergency bivvy, water, high-calorie food, headlamp with extra batteries, fire starter, his personal additions, a flask of whiskey that Sarah didn't know about, and a .44 Magnum revolver that she did. Grizzlies were hibernating, but mountain lions weren't, and wounded moose could be more dangerous than any predator. Brandon had learned a long time ago that the wilderness wasn't spiritual or mystical or any of the other things tourists like to project onto it. It was a collection of physical systems, weather, geology, biology, that followed predictable rules. Respect those rules, prepare for contingencies, and you'd be fine. Ignore them and the mountain would kill you with the same indifference it showed to everything else. He'd never lost anyone on his watch, not in 28 years. He intended to keep that record intact for 2 more weeks. The drive to the Logan Pass trailhead took 40 minutes on snow-packed roads. Brandon parked beside a white Subaru Outback with Colorado plates, the skier's vehicle according to the permit. He checked inside, empty except for a duffel bag on the back seat. No signs of distress. He strapped on his snowshoes and started up the trail. The forest in winter was a different place than summer tourists saw. The boardwalks and interpretive signs were buried under 6 feet of snow. The Jingxi that drew millions of visitors each year, glacier-carved valleys, alpine meadows, crystalline lakes, was hidden beneath a blank white shroud. Everything was reduced to essentials: trees, snow, sky. Navigation required constant attention to topography, to the subtle ways ridges and valleys shaped the wind and light. Brandon moved at a steady pace, the rhythm of snowshoeing automatic after decades. His breath formed clouds in the frigid air. The only sounds were the crunch of snow under his shoes and the occasional crack of a tree branch shedding ice. No birds, no wind yet. The forest held that peculiar winter silence, the sound of a world locked in cold sleep. He'd been hiking for 90 minutes when he found the first sign. A ski track leaving the main trail, heading northeast toward the ridgeline. That was wrong. The permit specified they'd be following the valley route, staying below tree line where there was shelter from wind and easier navigation. Going up to the ridge in February was asking for trouble. Exposed to weather, avalanche danger, no protection. Brandon followed the tracks. Maybe they'd spotted something interesting. A good viewpoint, wildlife, and detoured briefly. But the tracks continued, climbing steadily, leading away from the safe route and toward terrain that became increasingly dangerous. After another 30 minutes, he found the camp, or what was left of it. The tent was still standing, but one wall had been shredded, not ripped by wind, but torn, with the fabric hanging in strips. The contents were scattered, sleeping bags pulled outside and scattered across the snow, a camp stove overturned, food bags ripped open with the contents strewn everywhere. It looked like an animal attack, a bear maybe. Except bears were hibernating, and even if one had woken early, this wasn't bear behavior. Bears were destructive but methodical. This looked frantic, panicked. Brandon keyed his radio. "Base, this is Keller. I've found the skiers' camp. It's been destroyed. No sign of the occupants. I'm seeing 4 sets of tracks leading northeast from the site, moving fast. Recommend we escalate this to full search and rescue." Static answered him. He tried again. Nothing. He checked the unit. Battery full, antenna intact. The mountains could create dead zones where radio signals couldn't reach, but he'd used his radio from this area before without problems. He'd have to continue the search alone and report when he got back to range. Brandon examined the tracks leaving the camp. 4 sets, as the permit indicated. 2 men, 2 women based on boot sizes. But the spacing was wrong. These weren't the measured strides of experienced skiers. These were running strides, the distance between prints suggesting panic, fleeing something, and overlaying those tracks. Something else. Brandon crouched, studying the snow. The prints were hard to identify, almost human-shaped, but elongated. The toes too long, and the spacing suggested something moving on 2 legs, but with a stride length that shouldn't be possible. Whatever made these tracks had legs 7, maybe 8 feet long. He stood slowly, feeling the weight of the revolver on his hip. 28 years in wilderness service, and Brandon had seen a lot. Grizzly tracks, wolf tracks, mountain lion tracks. He'd once found the remains of an elk that had been taken down by a pack of wolves, the snow painted red in a 30-foot radius. Nature was brutal, but it followed rules. Predators killed for food, for territory, for survival. Not for sport, not for malice. These tracks felt wrong in a way he couldn't articulate. Brandon checked his watch. 4:47 p.m. Sunset was at 5:32. The storm was forecast to arrive around 7. He had maybe 2 hours before conditions became lethal. He followed the tracks. They led him up toward the ridgeline, through stands of subalpine fir and whitebark pine. The temperature was dropping fast. His breath came in thick clouds now, and ice was forming on his beard. His fingers were starting to go numb inside his gloves despite the chemical hand warmers. The tracks continued for another mile before he found the first body. It was one of the men, maybe 35 years old, wearing a bright yellow ski jacket. He was lying face down in the snow. Brandon approached carefully, checking for signs of life even though he already knew. The body was frozen, had been dead for hours. He turned it over as gently as he could. The man's face was intact, eyes wide and frozen in an expression Brandon had seen before on avalanche victims. That particular look of someone who died understanding exactly what was happening to them. But the body below the neck was wrong. The jacket had been torn open, and the chest cavity was hollow. Ribs spread like the petals of a flower. Everything inside, heart, lungs, organs, gone. Not cut, not torn by claws. Eaten. The edges of the wound showed bite marks. Human bite marks. Brandon stood quickly, his hand moving to the revolver without conscious thought. He'd investigated deaths in the park before. Falls, hypothermia, animal attacks, one suicide. But this wasn't any of those. This was something else. Something impossible. He forced himself to think procedurally. There were 3 other skiers unaccounted for. They might still be alive. He needed to find them. But a voice in the back of his mind, the part that still remembered being a child who was afraid of the dark, was screaming at him to run. The tracks continued up the ridge. Brandon followed, moving faster now, the snowshoes kicking up powder with each step. The light was fading, the sun dropping behind the peaks, casting long shadows across the snow. He found the second body half a mile later. One of the women, early 20s. She'd made it farther than the man, but not far enough. The body was in the same condition. Chest cavity hollow, organs gone, frozen blood staining the snow in a dark halo. But this one showed defensive wounds. Her hands were torn, fingers missing. She'd tried to fight. Brandon's radio crackled suddenly. Not static, something else. A voice, distant and distorted. "So hungry. Please. Help us." He grabbed the radio. "This is Ranger Keller. Identify yourself." "Can't stop. So hungry. It won't stop." The voice cut off. Brandon tried to respond but got only silence. He checked the GPS. The coordinates showed he was 3 miles from the nearest ranger station, deep in terrain where radio communication should be impossible. But he'd heard something. Someone was alive out here. The last 2 tracks split at a rock outcrop. One set continued up toward the ridgeline. The other turned sharply and headed downslope, toward a thick stand of trees. Brandon made a decision. He followed the downslope tracks. If someone was trying to find shelter, they'd head for the trees. The forest here was older. The trees, massive Douglas firs that had somehow survived fire and wind for centuries. The canopy blocked what little light remained, plunging the forest floor into premature darkness. Brandon pulled out his headlamp and switched it on. The beam cut through the gloom, creating a tunnel of light in the darkness. That's when he heard it. Crying. Quiet, muffled, coming from somewhere ahead. "Park Service," Brandon called out. "If you can hear me, make noise. I'm here to help." The crying stopped. Then a voice, female, shaking with cold and fear. "Help me, please. It killed them. It killed them all." Brandon moved toward the voice, pushing through deep snow between the trees. His light found her. One of the women from the permit, maybe 40 years old, pressed against the trunk of a massive fir. She was in the late stages of hypothermia, shivering violently, pupils dilated, speech slurred. Her jacket was torn, and her left arm hung at a wrong angle. Broken. "Ma'am, I'm Ranger Keller. I'm going to get you out of here." He unslung his pack, pulled out the emergency bivvy, a reflective sleeping bag designed to retain heat. "What's your name?" "Jessica. Jessica Torres." Her teeth chattered so hard she could barely speak. "It killed them. David and Morgan and Chris. It ate them. What attacked you? A bear? Mountain lion?" "No." Jessica's eyes were unfocused, staring at something Brandon couldn't see. Not an animal. It was Chris. But it wasn't Chris anymore. His eyes were wrong. And he was so hungry. He kept saying he was so hungry. Brandon wrapped the bivvy around her, trying to raise her core temperature. Hypothermia caused hallucinations, confusion, false memories. She'd been through trauma, watched her friends die, and her brain was trying to make sense of it with whatever explanations it could construct. "Jessica, I need you to focus. Where's the 4th person from your group?" He ran. when Chris started changing. We all ran, but Chris caught David first and then Morgan, and I hid, but I could hear them screaming, and she grabbed Brandon's jacket with her good hand. He's still out there. Chris is still out there. And he's still hungry. A branch snapped behind them. Brandon turned, his hand moving to the revolver. The headlamp beam swept across trees, snow, shadows. Nothing. He waited, every sense straining. Then he heard it. Breathing. Heavy, labored, but wrong somehow. Too wet. Like someone breathing through a mouthful of water. "Is someone there?" Brandon called out. "This is the Park Service. Identify yourself." The breathing stopped. A voice answered, male, coming from the darkness beyond his light. Brandon Keller, 28 years Park Service, 15 at Glacier, 2 weeks until retirement. Brandon's blood went ice cold. "How do you know that?" "I know everything now. I can hear the forest, hear the animals sleeping in their dens, hear your heart beating, hear your thoughts if I listen hard enough." The voice moved, circling them. "I'm so hungry, Brandon, hungrier than I've ever been, and no matter how much I eat, it's never enough." Brandon drew the revolver, tracking the sound. "Chris Torres, if that's you, I need you to step into the light. You're hypothermic. You're confused. Let me help you." Laughter echoed through the trees, high and sharp and utterly wrong. "You can't help me. No one can help me. I'm changing, getting stronger, getting faster. I can smell you from half a mile away. Smell the fear on you. It smells delicious." Something moved at the edge of the light. Brandon fired. The gunshot was deafening in the winter silence. The flash from the muzzle lit up the forest for a brief instant, and in that instant Brandon saw it. A man-shaped thing, too tall, too thin, with arms that hung to its knees and skin pulled tight over bones that jutted at wrong angles. The face was human, or had been. Now it was elongated, the jaw distended, mouth full of teeth that were too sharp, too many. The eyes reflected the light like an animal's, but behind that reflection was something intelligent, something that knew what it had become and reveled in it. The bullet hit it in the chest. The thing staggered backward, looked down at the wound, then looked back up at Brandon, and smiled. "Iron and lead won't stop me. Nothing stops me. I'm hunger itself now. I'm what lives in the spaces between the trees, what waits in the cold and the dark." It took a step forward. "I'm going to eat you slowly, Ranger Keller. I'm going to make it last." Brandon fired again and again, each shot hitting center mass. The thing kept coming. He grabbed Jessica, hauled her to her feet. "Run, now." "I can't. Run!" They ran. Brandon's training kicked in even as his mind tried to reject what he'd just seen. Get distance. Find shelter. Reassess. He pulled Jessica along, half carrying her, moving downslope where the trees thinned and he could see farther. Behind them, that wet breathing grew closer. The thing that had been Chris Torres was following, taking its time, playing. Jessica stumbled, nearly fell. Brandon caught her, kept moving. "Stay with me. We're going to make it out of this." "You don't understand." Jessica's voice was flat, emotionless. The detachment of severe hypothermia setting in. Chris was the first, but it's spreading. Morgan started feeling it too before Chris killed her. She said she could feel something growing inside her. Said she was so hungry she wanted to bite David. Bite him and taste him, and that's not real. That's shock and cold talking. Then explain what you just shot. Brandon had no answer. They broke out of the tree line into open snowfield. The storm was arriving. Brandon could see the clouds rolling in from the northwest. Could feel the temperature dropping even further. Could feel the first kiss of snow starting to fall. They were 3 miles from any shelter, with a blizzard bearing down and something hunting them that shouldn't exist. 2 weeks until retirement. The breathing was closer now. Brandon turned, bringing up the revolver. The thing emerged from the trees, moving with an awful grace. In the growing darkness, it looked even less human. The proportions wrong, the movements fluid in ways that made Brandon's eyes hurt to track. "I can smell your exhaustion, Brandon." The voice was still recognizably human, but deeper now, resonant. "I can hear your heart struggling. You're old, weak, but you'll taste good. You'll fill the emptiness for maybe an hour, maybe 2. Brandon aimed carefully and fired his last 3 rounds. The thing twitched with each impact, but didn't slow down. It was maybe 30 feet away now, then 20. Brandon dropped the useless gun and did the only thing he could think of. He pulled out his survival lighter and the small container of fire starter gel from his pack. He squeezed the entire tube onto a dead tree stump protruding from the snow, flicked the lighter, and the gel caught with a whoosh of flame. The thing stopped, stared at the fire. For the first time, something like fear crossed its distorted features. "Fire," Brandon said, understanding. "You're afraid of fire." The thing's lips pulled back, showing all those impossible teeth. "Fire is life. Fire is warmth. I'm cold now. Always cold. The hunger burns, but it doesn't warm. Fire reminds me of what I lost." It circled them, staying well back from the small flame. Brandon grabbed a branch, lit the end, created a makeshift torch. It wasn't much. The branch was damp, burning poorly, but it was something. "Jessica, take this." He handed her the torch. "Keep it between you and that thing. I'm going to try the radio again." He pulled out the radio, praying for a signal. Static greeted him, then that same distorted voice from before. "Please, help. So hungry." "Who is this?" Brandon demanded. The thing in the shadows laughed. "That's the other one, your 4th skier. David. He's farther up the mountain. He lasted longer than the rest, ran faster, got away before I could finish him. But the hunger got him anyway. It always does. Once it's inside you, once you taste that first bite of human flesh, there's no going back. You just get hungrier and hungrier until you're not human anymore. Until you're like me." Brandon stared at the thing that had been Chris Torres. "What happened to you?" 3 days ago, we got lost in a whiteout. Couldn't find our camp. Couldn't see more than 10 feet. We dug a snow cave, planned to wait it out. But the temperature dropped to 30 below. We didn't have enough food. By the 2nd day, we were all starting to make bad decisions. David suggested. The thing paused, something like human emotion flickering across its face. He suggested we draw straws for who would contribute, for survival. "You ate human flesh," Brandon said quietly. "I had to. We were going to die. But the moment I took that first bite..." The thing shuddered, and Brandon saw genuine horror in its eyes. "The moment I tasted it, something changed. Inside me, in my thoughts. I became so hungry, and the more I ate, the hungrier I got. The others tried to stop me, but I was already stronger, faster, changing. And then they started changing too. Once you break that law, once you consume human flesh in the wild, something takes notice, something old, something that's been waiting in these mountains since before humans came here." Brandon knew the stories. He dismissed them as superstition, folk tales that the local indigenous peoples told to keep people away from dangerous areas. The Wendigo, a spirit of hunger, of cold, of winter's cruelty. According to legend, anyone who resorted to cannibalism in the wilderness would be possessed by insatiable hunger, would transform into a monster that could never be satisfied. Stories. Just stories. Except one of those stories was standing 20 feet away, wearing a dead man's face. The radio crackled again. "Help, I'm at the ridge, can't control it, please kill me before..." The transmission cut off with a sound that might have been screaming or might have been laughter. The thing, Chris, tilted its head. "David won't last much longer. The transformation is painful. It hurts to become what we are. Your skin stretches, your bones grow, your insides hollow out because you don't need them anymore. All you need is hunger. It's beautiful and terrible, and I want you to feel it too, Brandon. I want you to understand." It took a step forward. The torch in Jessica's hand flickered. The branch nearly burned through. Brandon looked around desperately. They were in an exposed snowfield, miles from help, with a blizzard arriving and two creatures that had once been human hunting them. The fire wouldn't last. Jessica was minutes away from complete system shutdown from hypothermia, and Brandon was 63 years old with arthritic knees and no bullets left. 2 weeks until retirement. He'd spent 28 years believing the wilderness was just physics and biology. Predictable. Rational. Now the mountain was teaching him a final lesson. There were older rules than the ones he knew. Darker principles. And they didn't care about his experience or his skepticism or his carefully maintained safety record. The torch went out. Jessica made a small sound of despair. The thing smiled and started walking toward them. Brandon grabbed the fire starter gel container, still a few drops left, squeezed it onto his glove, and flicked his lighter. The gel caught, and his glove burst into flame. He had maybe 10 seconds before the fire burned through to his skin. He ran at the thing. It didn't expect that. Didn't expect prey to attack. Brandon slammed into it, his burning hand connecting with its face. The thing shrieked, a sound that was part human scream and part something else entirely, and staggered backward, clawing at its face where the gel burned. Brandon tackled it, using his body weight to drive it down into the snow. "Jessica, run!" he shouted. "Follow the valley, find shelter!" He didn't know if she could hear him, didn't know if she could move. He focused on keeping the thing pinned, keeping the fire pressed against it. The smell was horrific. Burning hair, burning flesh, something chemical and wrong underneath. The thing bucked, stronger than anything human should be. It threw Brandon off, sent him sliding across the snow. He scrambled to his feet, shaking off the glove. His hand underneath was burned, but not badly. The thing was on its feet too, half its face blackened, one eye socket empty and smoking. It should have been dead, should have been in shock. Instead, it was angry. "You're going to suffer for that," it hissed. "I'm going to keep you alive for hours while I eat you piece by piece." Brandon ran. Not toward the valley where he'd sent Jessica. Not downslope toward safety. He ran upslope, toward the ridge. Toward where the fourth skier, David, was presumably transforming into another one of these things. It was suicidal. Irrational. But Brandon had figured something out in that moment of burning the creature. Chris Torres had said the transformation hurt. That becoming what they were was painful, which meant they weren't invincible. They could feel pain, could be hurt, could be killed, maybe, if Brandon could figure out how. The slope was steep, the snow deep. Brandon's lungs burned in the frigid air. Behind him, he could hear the thing pursuing faster than he was, closing the distance. He didn't look back, just climbed. The radio crackled one more time. "Ridge, hurry, can't, much longer." Brandon crested the ridge and found David. The man was on his knees in the snow, illuminated by the last rays of sunset breaking through the storm clouds. He was partway through the transformation. Bones protruding at strange angles through his skin, his jaw distended, hands elongated into claws. But his eyes were still human, still aware. "Please," David gasped, "before I lose myself completely, before I become like Chris, please." Brandon approached slowly. "What do you need me to do?" "Fire. It's the only thing. We tried to stop the hunger with cold. With starvation, but it only made it worse. Fire burns it out, kills the spirit before it completes the possession. But you have to do it while there's still something human left. Once the transformation is complete, nothing can stop us." Behind Brandon, the sound of Chris climbing the slope grew louder. "I don't have any way to start a large enough fire," Brandon said. David laughed, a wet and broken sound. "Yes, you do. The storm. It's carrying lightning. I've been watching the clouds. If you can get Chris up here on this exposed ridge when the storm hits." Understanding dawned. "You want me to use him as a lightning rod?" "We're taller than human now, highly conductive. The spirit inside us. It's made of hunger, and hunger is empty, and emptiness conducts electricity like nothing else. If the lightning hits him, it'll kill the Wendigo spirit. Kill it, and the body dies. The hunger dies. Chris crested the ridge, moving in that awful fluid way. He looked between Brandon and David, his burned face twisted into something like betrayal. "Brother," he said to David, "are you helping the prey? I'm not your brother anymore. I'm just what's left." David stood on shaking legs, his elongated arms hanging almost to his knees. "And I'm tired of being hungry." He ran at Chris. The two things collided with an impact that sent up a spray of snow. They grappled, rolling across the ridge, inhuman and terrible. Brandon backed away, watching the sky. The storm clouds were directly overhead now, dark and massive, pregnant with electricity. He could feel the static in the air, making his hair stand up. The creatures fought with savage intensity, Chris stronger but David more desperate. They were evenly matched, each trying to get jaws around the other's throat. The first lightning strike hit 50 yards away, a blinding flash and deafening crack. The second hit 30 yards away. The storm was directly over them. Brandon pulled out his radio. He had one last idea. He extended the antenna as far as it would go and held it up, creating a better lightning target. Then he ran toward the fighting creatures and threw the radio between them. "Chris," he shouted, "you wanted to eat me? Come get me." The thing that had been Chris Torres looked up, saw Brandon and smiled. It threw David aside and started walking toward Brandon, moving to all fours now, stalking like a wolf. Brandon backed toward the radio, keeping the creature's attention focused on him. 5 feet, 4 feet, 3. The lightning struck. The bolt hit the radio antenna and coursed through the device with millions of volts. The charge found the nearest conductor, Chris Torres's elongated body, and the thing lit up like a light bulb. Brandon was thrown backward by the concussion, landing hard in the snow, temporarily blinded. When his vision cleared, Chris was lying motionless. The body was smoking, the skin blackened, but it looked more human now. Smaller. The bones had somehow contracted back to normal proportions. The thing was dead, and with it, the Wendigo spirit. David crawled over to his friend's body, touched it gently. "Thank you," he whispered. "Thank you for ending it." "You're still infected," Brandon said, standing on shaky legs. "I need to..." "I know." David looked at him, and Brandon saw tears on his distorted face. "Will you tell my wife what happened? The truth? No one will believe it. Tell her anyway. Tell her I loved her. Tell her I'm sorry. Tell her the mountain takes what it takes. And sometimes what it takes is everything." Before Brandon could respond, David stood and walked to the highest point of the ridge. He spread his arms wide, offering himself to the storm. The second strike hit 30 seconds later. When it was over, Brandon stood alone on the ridge with two bodies that were quickly being buried by the falling snow. He looked at them for a long moment, then started the long walk back down the mountain. Jessica Torres survived. Brandon found her at the tree line, barely conscious but alive. He got her into his emergency bivvy, started a small fire with the last of his gel starter, and kept her warm until the storm passed and a helicopter could extract them at dawn. The official report listed the deaths as exposure and hypothermia, complicated by trauma and disorientation. 3 bodies recovered, causes of death consistent with environmental exposure in extreme winter conditions. The physical evidence supported this conclusion. The cold had done its work, had erased the teeth marks and the impossible wounds. By the time the recovery team reached the site, there was nothing to suggest anything but a tragic accident. Brandon wrote the report himself. He knew no one would believe the truth. Hell, if he hadn't seen it himself, he wouldn't have believed it. The wilderness was supposed to follow predictable rules, but there were older rules, he'd learned. Rules that predated science, that existed in the spaces between what humans understood and what they feared. Jessica remembered nothing after Brandon found her. Hypothermia-induced amnesia, the doctors said. A blessing, really. She'd lost her husband and 3 friends to the mountain. She didn't need to know what they'd become in their final hours. Brandon took his retirement 2 weeks later, as planned. He moved to Florida, as far from winter and mountains and the hungry dark as he could get. He didn't go camping anymore, didn't go hiking, stayed in places where civilization was thick and the walls were strong and nothing could come scratching at his door in the night. But sometimes he still heard it, that wet, labored breathing, that voice saying, "I'm so hungry." Usually in dreams, but occasionally in the space between sleep and waking, in that moment when the mind is most vulnerable to things that live in the dark. And Brandon would turn on every light in his house and wait for dawn, remembering a lesson learned too late. The wilderness wasn't just physics and biology. It was also hunger. It was also cold. It was also the terrible price of survival when all other options are exhausted. The mountain keeps its secrets, except for the ones it teaches you, and those you carry forever. Sabir. Epilogue. Park Service Incident Report Addendum. Filed 2024. Recovered from Ranger Brandon Keller's personal effects following his death, aged 64, in his home in Tallahassee, Florida. Cause of death: natural causes, cardiac arrest. Found in a locked filing cabinet with instructions to be forwarded to Glacier National Park following his death. To whoever reads this. I'm writing this 1 year after the Torres incident, and I've had time to do research. Real research, not just the folklore I dismissed for 28 years. The Wendigo legend isn't unique to one tribe or one region. It appears across all the Algonquian peoples, Ojibwe, Cree, Innu, Naskapi, with consistent details. A spirit of hunger that possesses those who consume human flesh in the wild. Makes them into monsters that can never be satisfied. But here's what the anthropologists miss. It's not just a cautionary tale. It's a warning about a real phenomenon. Indigenous peoples observed something real, something that happened to people who broke that ultimate taboo of survival, and they encoded the knowledge of how to fight it into stories. Fire. That's the answer. The Wendigo spirit is cold, hollow, empty. Fire fills the emptiness, burns out the possession before it completes, but only while there's still something human left to save. I'm writing this because it will happen again. People will get lost. People will get desperate. And some of them will make that terrible choice to survive, not knowing the price. When it happens, and it will, you need to know. Bullets don't work. Running doesn't work. The only thing that stops a Wendigo is fire, lightning, or destroying the body so completely there's nothing left for the spirit to inhabit. I spent 28 years not believing in things I couldn't measure or predict. The mountain taught me different. There are rules older than the ones we wrote down. Forces that don't care about our understanding. Respect them. Fear them. And for God's sake, if someone reports seeing things that match this description, don't dismiss it as hysteria or delusion. Some old stories are old because they're true. Brandon Keller. Former Park Ranger, Glacier National Park. March 15th, 2024. Location: Olympic National Park, Washington. Date: November 7th, 2014. Hannah Reeves had stopped believing in monsters when she was 12 years old. That was the year she'd learned that the real horrors weren't the things hiding under beds or lurking in closets. They were the bruises hidden under long sleeves, the screams muffled by closed doors, the children who disappeared not into fairy tales, but into the cracks of a system that couldn't save them fast enough. She'd spent 15 years as a detective with Seattle PD, specializing in crimes against children, and in that time she'd seen enough genuine evil, human, mundane, explicable evil, to fill several lifetimes. The transfer to the National Park Service had been equal parts escape and surrender. After the Hendricks case, 3 children found in a basement after 2 years missing, alive but irreparably damaged, Hannah had looked at herself in the mirror one morning and realized she couldn't do it anymore. Couldn't carry the weight of all those faces, all those files, all those children she'd found too late or not at all. So she'd taken her investigative experience, her forensic psychology background, and her shattered idealism to Olympic National Park, where the biggest problems were supposed to be lost hikers and occasional wildlife conflicts. A place where the forest was old and quiet and indifferent, where she could file reports about trail conditions and permit violations and never again have to look at crime scene photos of things done to people too small to fight back. That had been 8 months ago. 8 months of rain and fog and ancient trees, of learning to breathe again, of slowly remembering what it felt like to sleep through the night without nightmares. Until today. Hannah stood outside the ranger station at the Hoh Rainforest Visitor Center, staring at the official missing persons report in her hand. The Morrison family, Michael, 38, Rebecca, 36, Sophia, 8, Owen, 5, had failed to return from a day hike 3 days ago. Their rental car was still in the parking lot. No one had heard from them. Search and rescue had been combing the trails for 72 hours, and now they'd been found. Found them about an hour ago, said Marcus Chen, the lead SAR coordinator, briefing her as they walked toward the command tent. Near the Hoh River Trail about 6 miles in. They were just sitting there, under a Sitka spruce, all 4 of them. Injuries? That's the weird part. No injuries, no signs of distress. They're just... Marcus paused, searching for words. They're confused, disoriented. The parents keep asking what year it is. Hannah felt something cold settle in her stomach. She'd seen confusion before. Hypothermia, dehydration, head trauma. But there was something in Marcus's tone that suggested this was different. What do you mean, what year? I mean, they keep insisting it's 2017. They think 3 years have passed. The father, Michael, he's got a journal. Dated entries spanning from November 2014 to November 2017. 3 years worth. 72 hours of entries, Hannah said. That's dissociative fugue, maybe, trauma response. They experienced something and their minds are creating a false timeline to cope. Maybe. Marcus didn't sound convinced. But Hannah, you need to see the kids. They reached the tent where the Morrison family was being evaluated by the park's medical team. Hannah ducked inside, and the cold feeling in her stomach intensified into something close to dread. The children sat on camp chairs wrapped in emergency blankets sipping hot chocolate. The boy, Owen, should have been 5 years old. The girl, Sophia, should have been 8. Hannah had looked at their photos in the missing persons file. She knew what they were supposed to look like. These children were not those children. Oh, they were the same children, clearly. The same faces, the same features. But Sophia was taller, significantly taller. Her baby fat was gone, her face more angular, her limbs longer with the gangly awkwardness of approaching adolescence. Her hair, which had been shoulder length in the photo, now hung halfway down her back. Owen was bigger too. Not as dramatically, but enough. The round toddler softness was gone from his face. He looked like a child of 7 or 8, not 5. That's impossible, Hannah whispered. The medical examiner, Dr. Sarah Kim, looked up from where she was checking Sophia's vital signs. You're telling me, according to every metric I can measure, bone density, dental development, even their heights and weights, these children have aged approximately 3 years. Sophia's gained 4 inches and 12 pounds. Owen's gained 3 inches and 8 pounds. Those are normal growth patterns for their respective ages. Except their respective ages should be 8 and 5, not 11 and 8. That can't be right. Run the tests again. I've run them 3 times. X-rays confirm it. Sophia has lost 2 baby teeth that were present in her dental records from 6 months ago, and has 2 adult teeth that shouldn't erupt for another 2 years. Owen's skeletal development is consistent with an 8-year-old, not a 5-year-old. Hannah's detective brain was screaming that there had to be a rational explanation. Mistaken identity, wrong children, some kind of elaborate hoax. But she'd seen the parents' faces, seen their driver's licenses, confirmed their identities through fingerprints. These were the Morrison family. These were the right children, who had somehow aged 3 years and 3 days. I need to interview them, Hannah said. The family sat together in the park conference room looking bewildered and frightened. Michael Morrison was a software engineer from Bellevue, his wife Rebecca a graphic designer. They looked like any of the thousands of families who visited Olympic every year. Outdoorsy, well-prepared, the kind of people who researched trails and packed extra snacks. They also looked exhausted, not the exhaustion of 3 days lost in the woods. the exhaustion of 3 years of accumulated stress and fear and survival. Hannah sat across from them, recording device on the table between them. Mr. and Mrs. Morrison, I know you've been through a traumatic experience. I need to ask you some questions about what happened. Can you start from the beginning? You entered the park on November 4th? Yes, Michael said. His voice was hoarse, like he'd been screaming. We drove in that morning, checked into our campsite at the Hoh campground. It was Rebecca's birthday weekend. We wanted to do the Hoh River Trail, see the old growth forest. And you started the hike when? Around 10 a.m. We had permits, we had maps, we know how to hike safely. His eyes were pleading, desperate for her to understand. We did everything right. I'm sure you did. What happened next? Rebecca spoke up, her hand tight around Michael's. We hiked for maybe 3 hours. The kids were doing great. Owen was riding on Michael's shoulders part of the way. We stopped for lunch near the river right around the 2.5-mile mark. The Hall of Moss's turnoff, Michael added. We were going to take that trail on the way back, but after lunch we noticed Sophia had wandered off. Not far, just... She'd gone to look at something in the trees. Hannah glanced at Sophia, who sat very still, staring at her hands. What did you see, Sophia? The girl's voice was small but clear. A basket. There was a big basket sitting against a tree. It was really pretty, woven with patterns. I wanted to see it closer. And you went to look at it? I told her to come back, Rebecca said, her voice cracking. I called her name, but she just kept walking toward it like she couldn't hear me. And then Owen ran after her because he always follows his sister, and we both went after them. And then we were somewhere else. Michael finished. The forest changed. The trail was gone. Everything looked different, older. The trees were bigger, the undergrowth was thicker. And there was something... We felt like we were being watched. Hannah kept her voice level, professional. Can you describe what happened next? What happened next, according to Michael and Rebecca, was 3 years of nightmare. They'd tried to find their way back to the trail, but the forest seemed to shift around them. Landmarks disappeared. The river would be on their left, then suddenly on their right. They'd walk for hours and end up in the same clearing they'd started from. Their phones didn't work. Their GPS showed nonsense coordinates. Time felt wrong. Days seemed to stretch impossibly long. Nights came too fast or too slow. And they were never alone. Something was following us, Rebecca whispered. We never saw it clearly. Just glimpses. A figure moving between the trees. Tall, wrong proportions. And it had a basket on its back. A huge basket, big enough to fit a person. Sometimes we'd hear crying coming from it. Children crying. The kids heard it too, Michael said. They had nightmares. Sophia would wake up screaming about the basket lady. Owen would cry that he didn't want to go in the basket. Hannah looked at the children. Sophia met her eyes, and Hannah saw something there that made her stomach turn. Not the confusion of a traumatized 8-year-old, the haunted awareness of someone older. Someone who'd seen things no child should see. Sophia, Hannah said gently, can you tell me what you remember? The girl was quiet for a long moment. Then, it wasn't a nightmare. She was real. The basket lady. She would come close at night when Mom and Dad were asleep. Owen and I would stay awake, holding hands, pretending to sleep. She'd stand at the edge of our camp and... watch. Sometimes she'd reach toward us with these really long fingers, but she never quite touched us. Why do you think that was? Because we could see her. Mom and Dad couldn't, not really. But Owen and I could. And Grandma Morrison told me once that you can't be taken if you know what's trying to take you. You have to not notice. You have to be unaware. The hair on the back of Hannah's neck stood up. She glanced at the parents, who looked shocked. Did your grandmother tell you about the basket lady? Sophia shook her head. No, but she told me stories about things in the forest. Coast Salish stories from her tribe, about women who carry baskets and steal children. She said they were warnings, that some warnings are really true. Hannah's detective instincts warred with something else. the part of her that had grown up hearing her own grandmother's stories, Korean folk tales about dokaebi and gumiho, entities that existed in the spaces between the modern world and the old one, stories she'd dismissed as superstition. "How did you get out?" she asked. "How did you find your way back?" "We didn't," Michael said. "Yesterday, or what felt like yesterday to us, we were in our camp. We'd been surviving on mushrooms and berries, fish from the river. 3 years. 3 years of living in that forest. And Sophia, she did something." All eyes turned to the girl. "I left an offering," Sophia said quietly, "like Grandma Morrison taught me, for the spirits. I wove a small basket from cedar bark the way she showed me once. I put some berries in it and left it at the base of the tree where we first saw the big basket. And I said thank you." "Thank you?" Hannah repeated. "Thank you for not taking us. Thank you for letting us go." Sophia's eyes were very old. "Because I realized she could have taken us any time, put us in her basket, but she didn't. She just kept us there, kept us in the forest where time was different. Maybe as a test, maybe as a game, I don't know. But when I left the offering and said thank you, the forest changed back. Suddenly we could see the trail again, and it was like no time had passed at all. Even though for us, 3 years, Rebecca finished, tears streaming down her face. We lived 3 years in that forest. 3 years. How is that possible? How can 3 days be 3 years? Hannah had no answer. She looked at her notes, at the rational, ordered bullet points she'd made, and felt them dissolving into meaninglessness. This wasn't dissociation. This wasn't trauma-induced delusion. The children had physically aged. The parents had detailed memories, consistent accounts, a journal with 3 years of dated entries. Something had happened to them. Something that bent the rules of time and space and reality. Something that lived in the oldest forest in North America and remembered when humans were still learning to name the things that scared them. Hannah spent the rest of the day interviewing each family member separately, documenting everything. She took photos of Michael's journal, page after page of entries describing their daily struggle to survive, notations about the weather, sketches of the thing that followed them. She documented every physical anomaly, the children's growth, the parents' beards and longer hair, the wear on their clothing that was inconsistent with 3 days of hiking. By evening, she had a file folder full of evidence that pointed to something impossible. She also had a splitting headache and a growing sense that she was standing on the edge of something vast and incomprehensible. Something her detective's brain couldn't categorize or explain away. The Morrison family was being kept at the ranger station overnight for observation. Hannah told them she'd continue the investigation in the morning, then drove back to her cabin on the edge of the park. She needed to think. She needed to process. She needed to talk to someone who might understand. Hannah's grandmother lived in a retirement community in Olympia, an hour's drive from the park. At 8 p.m., Hannah called her. "Halmoni," she said, when the familiar voice answered. "It's Hannah. I need to ask you about the old stories." There was a pause. Then, "What happened, child?" Hannah told her everything. The Morrison family, the impossible aging, the basket ogress. Her grandmother listened without interrupting, and when Hannah finished, the old woman was quiet for a long moment. "You're not calling to ask if I believe them," she finally said. "You're calling because you believe them, and that scares you. I don't know what I believe. Everything I know about how the world works says this is impossible. The world is bigger than what you know, Hannah. You learned that in your old job, didn't you? That people are capable of terrible things you never imagined? That was different. That was human evil. Explainable. Is it? Is evil explainable? Is cruelty? Where does it come from, that capacity to hurt?" Her grandmother's voice was gentle. "You stopped believing in monsters because you thought humans were worse. But maybe they're the same thing. Maybe monsters are what we call the things we don't understand, whether they wear human faces or not. So you think the basket ogress is real? I think there are places where the world is older, where it remembers things we've forgotten, and I think Olympic is one of those places. Those forests have been there for thousands of years. Thousands. The trees were ancient when my ancestors first came to this land. What do you think lives in a forest that old? What do you think watches from between the trees? Hannah felt cold despite her jacket. The children said they could see her because they were aware that she couldn't take them if they knew she was there. That's the old wisdom. The ones who get taken are the ones who don't notice, who wander off the path without paying attention, who treat the forest like a park instead of a living thing with its own rules. Her grandmother paused. This family, they survived because the children remembered, because someone taught them to respect what they didn't understand. What do I do, Halmoni? I have to file a report. I have to explain what happened to them. You tell the truth. What you observed, what you documented. Let others draw their own conclusions. But Hannah, her voice turned serious. Don't go back into that forest alone. Not to investigate, not to prove anything. Some things aren't meant to be understood. Some things are meant to be respected from a distance. After hanging up, Hannah sat in her cabin and stared at the wall. Outside, the forest pressed close. Ancient spruces and cedars that had been growing since before Columbus, before the Vikings, before Rome. How many people had gone into those woods over the centuries? How many had come back changed or not at all? She thought about her years as a detective, about the case files and crime scene photos, about the neat categories she'd used to organize horror into understandable chunks. Abuse, neglect, predation, all terrible, all real, all explicable within the framework of human psychology and criminal behavior. But this was something else. This was a reminder that the world contained mysteries that couldn't be solved with forensic evidence and witness testimony. That there were still dark corners where the old rules applied, where things existed that science couldn't measure and courts couldn't prosecute. Her phone rang. Marcus Chen. Hannah, you need to come back to the station. Now. What happened? It's Sophia. She's asking for you. And she's saying things. You need to hear this. Legsindo. Then when Hannah arrived at the ranger station, she found Sophia sitting alone in the conference room, drawing on a piece of paper. The girl looked up as Hannah entered, and again Hannah was struck by the wrongness of her eyes. Too knowing, too old. Hi, Sophia. Marcus said you wanted to talk to me. I needed to tell you the rest. The part I couldn't say in front of Mom and Dad. Hannah sat down slowly. What part? The part about Owen. Sophia's hand trembled as she pushed the drawing across the table. It showed two children, clearly Sophia and Owen, standing in front of a massive woven basket. The basket was on the back of a figure that was vaguely human-shaped, but wrong in every proportion. Too tall, too thin, limbs that bent at odd angles. And inside the basket, Hannah could see smaller figures, children, dozens of them. We weren't just in the forest for 3 years, Sophia said quietly. We were in her basket, for part of it. Maybe a few months, it's hard to remember, time was different inside. Hannah's mouth went dry. You were inside the basket? She took us one night. Mom and Dad were asleep, and Owen and I were pretending to be asleep, like we always did. But this time she reached down and picked us up so fast we couldn't scream. She put us in the basket. What was it like inside? Sophia's eyes filled with tears. Dark, and full of other kids. Some of them had been there a really long time. They couldn't remember their names anymore. There was a boy who said he'd been playing in the forest in 1962. He was still 7 years old. A girl who remembered cars with big fins and her mother's cat-eye glasses. They were all still children, but they'd been children for decades. How did you get out? Owen. Sophia wiped her eyes. Owen started singing. He was so scared, but he started singing the song Grandma Morrison taught us. A Salish song about children and safety, and the basket lady, she stopped walking. She opened the basket and looked at him, really looked at him, and she put us out. Just us, not the other kids, just Owen and me. Because he sang the song. Because he remembered, because someone had taught him the old words, the ones that meant something to her. She respected that. Sophia looked at her drawing. But the other kids are still in there. Hannah. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds. She's been collecting them for so long. Hannah stared at the drawing, at the small faces visible in the woven basket. Why are you telling me this? Because you need to know. Because you're going to wonder if you should go into the forest and try to find her. Try to save those kids. And you can't. Sophia's voice was fierce. You can't save them. They're already gone. They're hers now. All you can do is make sure no other kids get taken. Make sure people know to teach their children the old ways, the warnings, the songs that keep you safe. How do you know I was thinking about going after her? Because you're like my mom. You want to fix things. You want to save people. That's why you became a detective, right? To save kids. Sophia's two old eyes met hers. But you can't save these ones. The best thing you can do is make sure no one else needs saving. Hannah sat back in her chair, feeling the weight of those words. Sophia was right. She had been thinking about organizing a search, about going into the forest to find the basket ogress, about somehow rescuing the children trapped in that impossible basket. But how do you rescue someone from a place where time doesn't work? How do you fight something that exists outside the rules of reality? How do you save children who might have been taken 50 years ago, but are still 7 years old? What happens to you now? Hannah asked. You and Owen? You've aged 3 years. Your parents have 3 years of memories. How do you go back to normal life? We don't. Sophia said it matter-of-factly. We can't. Owen should be in kindergarten, but he looks like he should be in 2nd grade. I should be in 3rd grade, but I look like I should be in 6th. We have memories of 3 years that don't exist in the outside world. Mom and Dad have journal entries and experiences and time that no one else lived through. So what will you do? I don't know. Maybe we move somewhere no one knows us. Start over with our new ages. Maybe we tell people we were sick. That's why the kids grew so fast. Maybe we just adapt. She smiled sadly. Grandma Morrison says some families are marked by the old things. That we walk between the worlds now. Maybe that's us. Maybe that's what happens when you see something you're not supposed to see and live to tell about it. I endorse him. Hannah filed her report 3 days later. It was the strangest document she'd ever written. Part missing persons case, part witness testimony, part anthropological study of indigenous folklore. She documented the physical evidence, the inconsistencies, the impossible aging. She included photographs, medical records, excerpts from Michael's journal. She did not draw conclusions. She simply presented what she'd observed and let the readers make of it what they would. The official finding was recovered, unexplained circumstances. The Morrison family was released with recommendations for ongoing psychological care. The Park Service issued a quiet advisory about staying on marked trails and respecting indigenous cultural sites. And Hannah put in a request for a transfer. Not because she was afraid, not because she didn't believe, but because she'd learned something in those interviews, something her grandmother had tried to tell her years ago. There are different kinds of evil in the world. Some you can fight with handcuffs and court orders. Some you fight by teaching your children the old songs, by leaving offerings at the base of ancient trees, by remembering that the forest was here first and will be here long after humans are gone. You fight it by respecting what you can't understand. The transfer was denied. Budget constraints, they said. She would remain at Olympic for at least another year. Hannah accepted this with a strange mixture of resignation and something that might have been relief. Because someone needed to be here. Someone who knew. Someone who would take the reports of missing hikers seriously. Who would search not just for lost people, but for people who'd stumbled into places where time ran differently. Someone who would teach the new rangers the old warnings, even if they didn't believe. Especially if they didn't believe. She thought about the children still trapped in the basket Ogress's collection. Still 7 years old after decades. Still waiting for someone to sing them the right song. She thought about Sophia Morrison, aged 3 years and 3 days, marked forever by something the modern world had no name for. And she thought about her own grandmother's words. The world is bigger than what you know. On November 14th, exactly 1 week after the Morrison family was found, Hannah hiked the Hoh River Trail. She went alone, against her grandmother's advice, against her own better judgment. She hiked past the Hall of Moss's turnoff, past the 2.5-mile marker where the Morrisons had stopped for lunch. She found the tree Sophia had described, a massive Sitka spruce easily 800 years old, its trunk wider than a car, and at its base, weathered but still intact, was a small woven basket. Cedar bark, precisely made, filled with berries that should have rotted in 7 days but hadn't. Hannah knelt beside it. She'd brought her own offering, a bundle of sage, a small carved figure of a bird, a written note in both English and Korean thanking the forest for the Morrison family's safe return and asking for continued protection for all who entered here. She placed these items carefully beside Sophia's basket. Then she stood and looked into the forest, into the shadows between the ancient trees where moss hung like curtains and ferns grew taller than a man. "I see you," she said quietly. "I know you're there, and I respect you. Just, please, let them find their way home when they lose the path. Let the children be children. Let time run the way it's supposed to." The forest was silent. No birds sang, no wind moved the branches. Hannah stood there for a long moment, feeling the weight of thousands of years of growth, of patience, of memory. Then she heard it, very faint, carried on a breeze that wasn't blowing. Singing. A woman's voice, old as the forest, singing in a language that predated English, predated Spanish, maybe predated language itself. Hannah didn't try to follow the sound. She simply bowed once, respectfully, and walked back the way she'd come. Behind her, unseen, something moved between the trees. Tall, wrong proportions, carrying a basket on its back that wept with the voices of children who'd forgotten their own names. It watched Hannah's retreat, and then it turned and walked deeper into the forest where the trees were older still, where time pooled in strange eddies, where the basket was never quite full and never quite empty, and always, always hungry. 6 months later, Hannah received a letter. It was from Sophia Morrison, now living with her family in Montana under slightly different names, enrolled in schools appropriate to their new apparent ages. The letter was brief. "Dear Hannah, we're okay. It's weird, but we're okay. Owen is adjusting better than me. He was younger, so he doesn't remember as much. Mom and Dad are in therapy. We all are. I wanted to tell you something I didn't tell you before. When Owen sang the song and the basket lady let us out, she spoke to me, just once. Her voice sounded like wind through really old trees. She said, 'Tell the one who asks questions that I am patience. I am the price of forgetting. I am what waits when the warnings are ignored.' I don't know what that means exactly, but I think you should know. Also, I started having dreams about the other kids, the ones still in the basket. I draw them sometimes. I've drawn 47 different faces so far. I'm sending you copies. Maybe you can find out who they were. Maybe their families are still looking for them. Maybe someone should remember them, even if they can't come home. Thank you for believing us. Sophia." Enclosed were 47 hand-drawn portraits, children from different eras wearing different clothes, different hairstyles. A boy in 1960s short pants and thick glasses. A girl with 1980s permed hair. A toddler in Depression-era worn overalls. A teenager in 1940s saddle shoes. Hannah spread them across her desk and felt her heart break. These were real children. Children who'd vanished into the forest decades ago, maybe centuries ago. Children whose families had searched and grieved and eventually moved on, never knowing their sons and daughters were still there, still young, still trapped in a basket that existed outside of time. She couldn't save them. Sophia was right about that. They were beyond saving, beyond time, beyond the reach of any human agency. But she could remember them. Hannah started a file. Off the books, unofficial. She called it The Forgotten Ones. She began researching missing children cases in the Pacific Northwest, going back as far as records existed. When she found matches for the faces in Sophia's drawings, she added their names, their dates of disappearance, their families' names. Tommy Chen, age 7, missing from a Boy Scout campout in 1962. Sarah Whitmore, age 9, disappeared during a family picnic in 1978. Jesse Blackwood, age 6, vanished from a tribal gathering in 1945. On and on. 47 names, 47 stories, 47 families who never got closure. Hannah couldn't bring them home, but she could make sure they weren't forgotten. And every month on the first Tuesday, she hiked to that ancient Sitka spruce and left an offering. Not to bargain, not to plead, just to remember. To acknowledge what was there. To respect the things that lived in places where time pooled and patience was measured in centuries. The basket lady never appeared to her, but sometimes in the deepest part of the forest where the trail faded and the trees pressed close, Hannah would hear singing, ancient, patient, hungry, and she would turn back every time. Because there are some mysteries you don't solve, some horrors you don't fight, some truths you learn to live with, carrying them like stones in your pocket, heavy and cold and permanent. The world is bigger than what you know, and older, and stranger, and full of things that waited before you were born and will wait long after you're gone. All you can do is teach the children the old songs, and hope they remember when it matters.